Charge servers, 6 snacks, Grim is bitten, nukes the snakes.
So let's see if we talk in a normal voice.
Hello, I'm here talking at a normal voice.
Yeah, you can hear me.
In Chris's
You can hear me.
office.
Good sort of.
I see green.
Yeah.
I can get Scott loud if you need.
Sure.
It's automatic. I already have. I put it back there.
No. This is for later.
Oh, that's for later. I'm gonna put it back there too. That's for later. You got a lot of shit going on. You come prepared.
I do. Let's
I mean, I came prepared too. I drank beer.
There you go. I do like our preparation is a little different for this.
I tried 12 beers. What did you do?
I wrote 8 pages.
All right.
That's,
You know, see what I'm saying?
yeah.
I think we both put the work in.
As a So yes. All right. Welcome Friday night. It's way too early for anyone to be watching this crowd. So, but hey, here we are.
Someone will show up.
But it's not too early.
You can't help it.
It's
You
not
love this.
too early to drink, presumably. I'm gonna put my phone on top of my papers. So we're gonna start with
You mind.
Piggyback Rye. This is Piggyback Small Batch. Whistle Pig Piggyback Small Batch. 100% rye, 6 years, 54.3%. So what is that? That's 108.6 proof. Just call it 109 proof and just be done with it.
Smells like a rye.
Smells like a rye. Little minty on top of that, right?
Ryes can be minty.
Yeah.
Very minty. I think it's very minty, actually. I
was actually very surprised about the Redemption, how like minty that was.
Yeah.
I was like, this is almost mouthful.
I mean, this is. I think in the aroma, this is very minty.
Yes, it is.
Like really, like way up there. Like spearmint gum vibe of.
That's a lot of It is very.
I mean, more. I mean,
Whistle Pig itself is not super deep. Like, it's not super like spicy, pungent.
Yeah. It's funny because I think like the Knob Creeks has spoiled us because they're arguably so unlike everything else, which is weird because I love all the Knob Creek stuff, and a lot of people I think don't because like the bourbons don't trend toward like the super sweet bourbon that a lot of people seem to love, and even their rye is a very peppery, spicy. It's not a minty rye. It's a like MGP ryes tend to be minty, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a little zip to that.
It does
definitely got a little heat.
It does have a little heat. I like the heat.
It is minty.
It has that mint.
I don't dislike it. I don't prefer it.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's
like I'll have to try the Knob Creek after this as sort of a back to back, but I think like it's.
Well, I got 2 in reserve.
Oh,
I have Bullet.
Oh, we'll try that too.
Which is my second favorite.
Sure.
Behind Knob Creek.
Right.
Bullet is my.
Because
they don't have Knob Creek at the moment.
Yeah, they'll have it.
They have Bullet.
Right. Well, I almost picked up.
Right.
I saw Knob Creek had a 12-year rye, which I did almost buy today. Which I did. I bought the Larceny, but they had a 12-year rye for the same price. Not cheap, but not ludicrous.
Yeah, this was 60.
This was 65. So I think the rye was the 12-year rye was like $65. But I'm like, I thought about getting that because I'm like, 12-year rye, that's.
Rye might be pretty.
Yeah, I mean, I did. If I hadn't seen the Larceny, I would have bought that.
I said I don't hate this.
It is very minty. It's really minty, though.
I think it has so I compare this to the Redemption.
Yeah.
Because the Redemption's also very minty.
Okay.
But the Redemption is lighter and not as hot as this. And so this packs a little bit more.
That's got a lot more punch
to it, and a little bit more, just flavor that I expect out of that. So I do enjoy this more. Now, mind you, it's Redemption's like 30, 35 or something.
Right.
Whereas
half the price.
6. Yeah. So duh.
It's good. It's good.
I don't hate it, but I would not buy this again.
Yeah. It falls in the category of it's not really worth picking up. That's if that were $40 or $35, I'd go, oh, that'd be for a proofy rye, that'd be good. But I mean,
don't hate it.
This is hard one to beat.
Don't hate it, but I like the Knob Creek 7 a lot better. Like the Knob Creek 7 just hits a sweet spot.
And 100 proof, it's still proofy enough. It's proofy enough.
Well, this is burnier than this. I guarantee you the Knob Creek is hotter than
because it's got a lot more rye spice.
This is more,
to me. Yeah. This is very minty. But yeah, it's not bad, but very.
So we're talking about gaming.
I mean, we'll get to that.
I mean,
we have to
ease. We started with
we have to ease into it, right? Can't just start right with the gaming.
But we'll be on it. So yeah, I mean, I don't know when we last left exactly where we ended up. I don't care about all these, but that's okay. I don't know where exactly we ended up in our last one, which I think was a live one too. I don't think I've done one since.
No. The we did was the last AAR together, like a month or so ago, right?
Yeah. So
because we took a few weeks off.
It's been a while. We had a week off of gaming entirely.
Yeah, a week or two because you went on vacation.
Yeah, we have 2 weeks in 2 weeks in the dungeon,
right? And
then a third week, and then a week off.
Yeah,
exactly. So it has been a full on month since we've done it. So. So what I'm saying is I lost whatever momentum we had, but that's okay.
We're getting it back, as they say.
Getting it back. We're taking it back. We're not going to go any further than that.
No, you're not.
At least
I don't even know that reference.
You don't?
Oh, I know that reference, Chris. I'm just
we're just not for the
sake of the internet. I'm not going to talk about the reference.
Taking it back.
Because
taking it back. Take it back. Anyway.
No offense to fellow gamers.
Anyway.
No, it's all good.
So the last time, so I don't know exactly where we left off, but where I'm going to start us is.
I think it was when we first explored the Temple of Immortality on the outside. And I think
I started this when you went in.
Yeah.
In the dungeon, right? So in the middle.
I think it's correct. I think
Okay. So picture this. There is this sort of ring of rocky hills with effectively metal structures, call them bleachers for lack of a better term, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all these action statues outside. There is effectively a wreck of a wagon
train, sort of, right? Yeah.
Parade floats.
Mechanical, like a metal mechanical wagon train.
Right. And giant spikes, and one in the middle, the largest spike in the middle. And to some degree, I'm going to hope that you either have followed along previously or you haven't. Too bad. This is where we're at. So I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for me. I don't know what the hell, I don't know what we're thinking. But anyway. So
it's for all
the group left. They got their stuff, together.
Right.
Right. They came back to the giant spire in the middle. Well, actually, back to camp.
Yeah.
Percy, who is their crow mage assassin,
left behind to keep an eye on it.
Keep an eye on it. And when he did,
I mean, he volunteered.
Yes, he volunteered.
Decisions were made.
The whole thing glowed.
Right.
And the ashen statues which were there did the whole Doctor Who Weeping Angels thing where they appear right where you don't want them.
Right.
And off camera.
Good reference.
Off camera.
The kids will love that.
Sure. We're taking it back.
Perfect.
So
nice callback there already. Good.
So off camera, he got waylaid by one of these.
Yes.
And it effectively disintegrated, and he breathed it in his shock, and was thus possessed. And we'll get to that in a moment. So, according to the party at the moment, Percy is fine. The party returns with some digging tools, and they're ready to head into the dungeon proper. Now, in the meantime, Percy, who is possessed by the spirit of Ilias has been there 800 plus years, or however long it's been.
Sure.
And he was a worshiper of this temple of this cult of immortality. his wife and child. So this is where they would go to theoretically be prepped for immortality.
Sure, like you do.
Like you do. I mean, Disney did it, right?
This Pirates of the Caribbean.
I'm sure Tom's head lopped off, and it's cryogenically frozen.
Sure.
I'm sure Tom Cruise is having it done right now.
I mean, he's not alive right now. It's fine.
So Avilius reports that his wife and child were then called into the temple, but he did not get called in and was killed when the gods destroyed everything. Done. Right?
Because the cult of immortality was evil, and Stratus destroyed the world to
fix it.
Fix it. And they fixed it.
He fixed it, and it's fixed.
It's fixed. But apparently it didn't all go away.
No, I mean that's never 100%.
Yeah, right.
It's like me doing plumbing. It's always a leak. Damn it. There's always a leak. It's always I can't.
Right.
That's why I'm not a physicist.
Because of plumbing?
Yes, tons of pipes, tons of flanges. Too much goddamn leak. Like you would have to.
That's right.
Vacuum high value. Anyway, that's a different video. Anyway.
That's your home improvement video series.
Home improvement video series. Everybody should watch that one. Anyway, so Avilius and Percy are together. I will call them Percy Avilius from now on. And so Avilius knows how to get into the mound. He knows how to open the thing. And it is to say the blasphemous phrase, one true God. Because that was what the cult of immortality...
don't do that.
That's what the cult of immortality called their deceiver. The
deceiver.
As opposed to the mother and the father. Because there's two of them.
Right.
1 versus 2. 1 is not equal to 2. And you watch some of these math videos on YouTube. Anyways. So Avilius leaves that in charcoal or whatever on the thing.
Right. On the
mage
fire.
Laurelius Magnus. What are we going to call him this week?
I just call him L.
L. That's actually
L apostrophe is in the log.
You know what? That works.
L it is.
Mm-hmm. So L, the resident mage with the ancient knowledge, can read this. He understands what it says.
Right.
And so they can enter the temple, probably.
If someone utters it.
If someone utters it.
Which someone did.
And they will. There's a bit of back and forth because you got Scott here, Father Grimm here, and you have his...
I'm not saying that.
And you have Sister Fiona, and they're like, whoa, blasphemy, bros. And they're like, look, this is blasphemy for a good cause, right?
Okay, you say it then.
So they
didn't tell anyone to say it.
Right.
They volunteered.
So
as heretics will do.
So they speak the phrase, they enter it. It only took us 20 minutes to get through the first paragraph. There you go. So anyway.
We're nailed it.
We're going.
Wait, are we taking it back?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. We're paying it forward.
Look, this is going till 12:30.
It's going pretty late. Do you see how many pages I have for you?
I just skimmed them all. I'm aware.
So they go down. Spiral staircase down. They come to a stone slab, articulated metal, grate, and a mechanism. This is an elevator. Lord Vincent can work the elevator because he has mechanic skills, right? And so he understands, hey, this is an elevator. Let's take this thing down. Bam. The whole thing chunks down.
Nice.
On gears.
Very handy.
Right?
We got to get that. Take that. We got to research that. Where would we use that?
What? Mechanical skill?
No, an elevator. We have nowhere big enough to do that with. I want an elevator. I'm just saying, sidebar, we should have our own elevator. I don't know why or where, but that's cool.
How about a dumpling? Is that good enough?
Small one? Okay.
It's a tiny elevator for food.
Can he invent that?
I mean, sure. It probably exists already.
Good point.
But yeah, you don't have anywhere big enough for an elevator. How about a zip line? Anyway.
Seems dangerous. This is why we've been
so
25 minutes.
This is my mistakes forever. We could be done in 10 minutes if we just got to the fucking point. So I did want to take a few minutes to talk about dungeons in general.
Oh, I'm in.
Because I think it is...
Everyone in our party loves giant dungeons.
I love dungeons.
That's not a fact.
I love dungeons. I do love dungeons.
I love dungeons.
Dungeons.
Yes, you did.
I grew up. I started playing games when that was the thing.
Sure.
Right. So
Dungeons?
I'm going to try the Larceny.
Sure.
Barrel proof 124. Well, this is going to make this go faster.
It'll speed us right up, Chris.
It'll speed us up. That's the speed, isn't it? 124.
Speed is the 124 is the speed. I've never had this.
Try the tiny spit there.
Yeah. I've never had this.
Start slow on the Larceny.
Yeah, I'm a very little.
So yeah, I love that, right? Because that's sort of
Sure.
the gig. And I started with B1 Into the Unknown, right? So it's a very Gygaxian dungeon. There's a lot of rooms, a lot of hallways. You are exploring the unknown. Some of the stuff just doesn't make sense.
Right.
Right. I love those, but I will say that there is a difference between running a game like, say, a D&D, even a 5th edition, where it's a resource management
dungeon
paradigm,
heavy, right? Resource management, right?
Right.
That's typically not our campaigns.
No, like the problem with Runebearer in general,
and your system, frankly, isn't super resource
fight.
Right.
Can gravely reduce
its
ability to continue.
Yes.
And so it's a little rough.
Yeah.
Like to think, and this dungeon was big. Like I drew 20 or 30 rooms. No, I didn't expect them to go through all the rooms, and we did.
When you said 20 or 30, I'm like, what?
Yep.
We did not see 20 or 30 rooms.
Probably for the best.
Yes. You know what? That's you got a whole extra dungeon for later.
Yeah, good point.
Because I think we saw like 8 rooms to 10.
Yeah, like it was 10.
Half 10. Yeah.
There was some, and we hand waved a couple.
Yeah, sure. Small ones.
So yeah, so
fun dungeon later.
Some folks don't like them. They do take a lot of time. This dungeon took 2 sessions, easy. 3 actually.
3 actually.
Right, 3 sections.
Because we had to come back and finish the final fight.
Yeah.
Because the final fight was a big between the which we'll get to the start of the big fight and then the chase.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fight.
Yeah. So I mean 3 sections.
Yeah.
So they're not great. From my perspective, I might love them.
Right.
But they're not great from a plot perspective.
They take a lot of time.
Like that was a month.
Right.
If you think about it, that's a month.
But that was one day of real time.
May.
But that took all of May for us to do. Right. Was
So that's sort of fun. So
yeah.
So okay. So I asked everybody.
Sure.
I wanted to ask you.
Yes.
How do you feel about dungeons?
I like dungeons. I like them. I don't mind if they're larger rather than smaller. I also don't mind smaller dungeons. Like the 2 or 3 room mini dungeon is also great. I like it when they, not that they don't, and obviously in your games I think they do. I like it more when they make sense.
Yeah.
Like within the context of the world, the campaign, the plot, the adventure, rather than I don't mind the random ruin that is unrelated to whatever you might be doing that you explore, because those are still fun.
Sure.
Like find a ruin, hey, maybe there's treasure. Who knows? That's great too. I don't like them as much because I feel like, again, if they're going to take 3 weeks to do, that's a big time sink for something that just might be a side adventure of maybe there's some loot, there's some monsters, whatever, So when they're like this, I thought was great because it's the Cult of Immortality, which is the rise of the Deceiver, sort of, which again was largely the, in campaign terms, the entire worry of, do we send when the gap opens and the teeth ends to the west, all of Bostoni was like, well, maybe we shouldn't do this at all because the last time someone over there, we had the rise of the Deceiver and it ended the world. So maybe this is not a good idea. And then this turns out, we're doing it again, right? And
there's gold over there. But there's shit over there.
Right, but when it was just, there's gold over there, let's go check it out, and then now we find out there actually is a Cult of Immortality, again, still here, and apparently it's not gone away, and so it does, the specter of ending the world again, in the, back of your head, does, which I think is great, like, this is really important, it's impactful, I have a religious character that is diametrically opposed to the existence of this place. Like, I love that as a, set. when they are relevant to the characters, relevant to the campaign, or relevant to the plot, I love dungeons. When they're just like, here's a hole in the ground, maybe there's some loot, I'm like, that's fine, I'm happy to do it.
And I think we will have some of those.
And that's fine. Because we are in the middle of nowhere.
Because I do think that is...
Flame Temple.
Yeah,
there's going to definitely be some more, I want to say generic, but maybe not like campaign-driven dungeons, which is totally, like maybe not intrinsically relevant to the main plot.
I don't know if this was relevant to the main plot. Not to...
Yeah.
Not
well, it's for this. It's relevant to my character.
There you go. See,
that's the thing. It's relevant to Sister Fiona and Father Grimm are, the cult of the deceiver, or the deceiver and the cult of immortality we are diametrically opposed to. So it's important to us.
Now I have my phone in.
Yes.
And
I
just missed about
what?
I just missed about phone.
Sure.
My video.
No, that's fine.
I have it for your because I'm going to read your wife's.
Oh, please do.
Right?
And I think that's a valid point.
So 100%. So Karen, who plays in our group, she's Sister Fiona. It's his wife. You know my thoughts, and I actually do.
So you could have stopped there.
More specifically, I like working my way through a smallish dungeon, looking for specific things. I don't like large dungeons. When they get too large, I just feel like there is no way to effectively manage my resources. Plus, I tend to feel trapped. It never feels like we can leave once you get a little ways in. It starts to feel like is what I think she meant to say. An excuse to whittle away all my health, magic, arrows, and inspiration before you hit with the big bad, which I realize is the fun for a lot of people. I just find it exhausting to explore or deal with room after room after room for several nights. I'm a one-session dungeon kind of gal. Now, here's the funny part. She's not wrong. That is the point. Right?
Yeah. Sure.
Old D&D.
Absolutely.
Absolutely 100% was the point, right? It's a strategic management game.
Sure.
Like D&D, the funny part is...
It is more dangerous in your system.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Like
because...
I have to be super careful about what is in where.
Right.
Or I just have to go...
Whatever.
Whatevs. I don't give a shit. Yeah.
We roll a lot of death saves, which we'll get to. But
that was a different. But yeah.
No. I know. Because that was But it's just because in at least 5th edition D&D, I your resources come back more easily.
Yeah.
So you can churn resources as part of a dungeon exploration and sort of keep going. Older D&D, not so much the case. You would actually burn. Right.
Yes, there was no long run. You did. There was no sleep in the dungeon. The 15-minute dungeon has existed for all of time.
Right.
Right. So.
But yeah.
So I do think she has a point.
Oh, absolutely.
And to some degree, it is the point.
Right.
So
like I do think if you can do a little, underground adventure in a session, that's a nice little chunk.
Sure.
You know what I mean? But sometimes you just can't because you.
Well, this was fairly big. I had a lot
more rooms, multiple fights.
Keep in mind, I did not. There was 2 ways in, right? At least.
Sure. Oh, it's true.
And so I didn't know.
Right. How we get in.
In the path.
Right. How we get in.
There was 1,000 possible ways you could have gone through there.
Sure.
And so there could have been a lot more just exploring rooms versus
fighting,
doing things.
Right.
And to some degree, at some point, you got to the point.
Right.
So I thought it was interesting. I think
like I don't ever want to do that. The campaign is the dungeon, like the mega dungeon. That's not.
I mean, again, and those have their place.
Sure.
And frankly, a dungeon is just a specific way to structure encounters anyway.
Right. Now, I think a longer encounter where maybe you go into a place and there are natives, and then you have to negotiate with them, and then that leads to maybe a side, like you have to do a favor for them to do a thing. Like, that could be a long dungeon, but it's broken up into a number of different activities, and it doesn't feel like... Because I think Karen's real complaint is, 12 rooms back to back to back to back to back to back to back, and she's like, I don't love that. Like,
Yeah,
it's not her jam. You know.
Yeah, and I do.
You know, but if you intermix it with some negotiations or some ability to interact with some denizens and then do some exploration and then, you know, a variety of skills, it's better.
And it would be, and I agree. And I always wonder how, like, 5th edition, even you manage, folks do it just because, those combats at least are fairly, like, there's an amount of effort that you put into those.
Sure.
And they're fairly time consuming, and rune bearers are also.
Oh, sure. They're not quick.
Whereas, like I said, 1st edition D&D, where the whole idea, like, basic in 1st edition D&D, you just, okay, everybody's going to attack. Oh, there's 6 goblins. Okay, I roll, bam, bam, and you hit them.
Right.
Magic,
it's just quicker.
Done.
Right.
And then you're out. And then you go to the next one.
Yeah.
Like, it was
a little more
sort of thing. So anyway, okay. So.
Dungeons. Done.
I like them.
Sure, I like them.
But I do vaguely agree it's nice to have them do a thing. Now, I do have a little bit of that whole vibe of, the world's here to kill you. Once you go underground,
yeah,
like everything's different.
It's supposed to be worse.
Like it's
yeah.
Like,
no, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, like
because there is a bit of the, well, you went in here, you chose this. Like, you could have said no and walked away.
Like the door has teeth on it. Like, how did you go in there? Like, you don't do that. There's teeth.
Yes.
Go,
no, I don't. I think that's fine.
Fools go where wise men for the trade.
Yeah, I think that's.
Yeah.
I do feel like once you cross that threshold, that's on you.
Yeah.
Like, expect it to be worse than if you didn't. Like, so theoretically, there's a lure of something. Treasure, money. We got gems. Well, no, we didn't. We burnt the Temple of the Ground.
And you got 2 gems.
Well, somebody
knows. But anyway.
Yeah. I mean, I got what I wanted. The thing got destroyed. I mean, the dude got away, but we'll get to that.
Let's do this. Okay, so they go in.
Right.
They go down. There's an elevator.
Right.
So they're down deep underground.
Yes.
Floors are sandstone pieces cut, and they fit perfectly without mortar.
Right. Very ancient construction.
The blocks in the wall.
Right.
Again, set without mortar. Done. They are careful. They're not stepping on a pressure plate or something.
Sure.
That sort of triggers folks. And you go into the first room. The first room has a bunch of long tables and benches and chairs on the side. Mm-hmm. There's tables with food, but it's not food anymore. It's like casks of rotted whatever, right? And so on.
Like a spoiled mess hall.
It's like a mess hall or a lounge.
Right. Spoiled and, long since passed.
And that's where we get our first fight with the servitors.
Yes.
6
I think 6 servitors, yeah.
Yeah, so the servitors are zombies.
Sure.
Effectively. They are masked.
Modified.
They're masked.
Yeah.
Their eyes snap open.
Mm-hmm.
And they have various hands. Claw hands.
Mm-hmm.
Hammer hands.
Snippy hands.
And then normal hands. Just normal hands.
Right. Well,
like the claw hands are the snippy.
Oh, okay. Claw hands,
yeah. The ones with normal hands have drills or tools attached.
Right. Because that's fun.
So the hammer hands are the big damage guys. They bash.
Mm-hmm.
Do the big damage.
Sure.
The claw hands guys, and this wasn't as effective as I hoped. I'll just have to rethink the idea a little bit.
Oh, they were terrifying because if that works,
if they parry,
they potentially break your weapon.
They try to snap your weapon.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a huge deal.
Yeah. And then the normal guys would grab you and then use the little drill attachment or whatever to then drill into you, right? So they grab you and then do damage, right? That was the idea.
Good times.
I'll do the thing. And so they beat but this isn't a hard fight.
No, that was
first fight pretty easy.
Yeah, first fight pretty easy.
There's a lot of you. You're not weak. These things aren't so strong.
And we sort of got the drop on them, but they didn't really ambush us.
Yeah, right.
Right. That went fine.
So Percy tries to cast but can't.
Right.
Because it's actually Avilius.
Right.
And Avilius can't command the crows.
Right.
So the crows all sit there and bitch at him. So that's what get the party starts.
What's going on over there? Something's not right, but who knows? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So a little bit of that,
mm-hmm.
and So what you have zombies. Their noses are shaved down. Their eyelids are essentially attached to these masks.
Yeah.
They snap open. It's a little gross, but I like.
Sure.
I'm
slightly horror theme.
Like a little bit.
Little horror theme in there, right?
I always like to make people go, "Oh Jesus, what's wrong with that guy?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I take my meds.
You have dreams. You have dreams.
I have dreams. I have a lot of dreams." But that's sort of the lounge room. That's the first room they go into. They explore more. They find some exits. They go next into like a prayer room.
Mm-hmm.
The prayer room has some prayer benches, like the whole Catholic thing, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And then there's the floor is covered with rice and pebbles,
right?
And some blood, blood on the walls. And then the sister says, "Oh yeah, no, I know what this is. This is
yes,
please.
That's right.
I was at the nunnery for years, and yeah, fine.
Penitence.
Yeah, right. This is a whole. You kneel on the rice. You self-flagellate, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so there's prayers and there's offerings, right? Because you guys went to the next room and found
a little cache of people's possessions,
right? People would give up their worldly.
Should have stolen that right then and right there.
Yeah, well, that's good point. Can I have a little bit
more? Oh, you can have as much of any of this that I brought.
I do like the barrel.
I like that. I think that's
because it's freaking barrel proof, for Christ's sakes. I mean, there's almost nothing barrel proof that I don't go. Yeah,
it's good.
Sort of hit that.
Yeah,
and this is sweet because
it is sweet.
Sweet, but it is barrel proof, so it's still
a lot of heat,
right? Yeah.
A lot of heat.
So they go through the prayer offering rooms, and the next room that they sort of go to, which is of note, is the anointing room.
Oh yeah, the fountain.
So they go, and there's two walkways up around and then down, right? So it's like raised walkways, and then there's a snaky fountain in the middle,
right?
Spewing out of its mouth this anointing oil, which smells vaguely of lilacs.
Yes.
And then up to the north, you can see the windows overlooking. So, so there's a way to overlook this. Now, did you climb up there first? Now,
someone did climb up. Yeah, I think, but we couldn't. They couldn't figure out a way in through the windows.
Yeah.
So they came back down, but they could see that there was an observation room and like a
corridor.
Yeah, like a big corridor. So there's a way up there somehow. And then
because they don't. There's no spoilers for them. They weren't there. They don't care. Hey, what's up, Gino? Soul, hey, how you doing, man? Good to see you. So yeah, so effectively, picture there's a lower level, and there is a train that goes entirely around the entire sort of thing.
At an upper level.
Yes. And it takes people past all these rooms.
Right.
And shows them the rooms. Right. It's like a Disney room.
Yeah.
It's like World of Tomorrow. But it's World of Immortality.
This is what you, when you come here, this is what you get to see.
It's
the tour. It's the tour. Yeah, you got to sell it, man. Yeah, you can't have a cult if you don't sell it.
How are you tonight, Gino? I'm glad you showed up because maybe you'll bring some sanity to this process. I don't know, or not, probably.
I think that ship is sailed for us.
Yes, good point. So that's what they saw there, but they couldn't quite get in. They couldn't figure, so they climbed back up. So the anointing room, you got the oil, and as you said, some heretics took oil.
Some heretic, a wizard.
Again, because this is the cult which these guys think ended the world.
Right,
and they're right. By the way. They're absolutely right. Like there's no ambiguity about that.
No. It's in the histories.
Yeah.
Just because we wrote them had nothing to do with that.
The cult of immortality ends the world.
Right.
Yes, with their blasphemous practices.
Right.
This is
because they turned away from father and mother. Yes. Someone decided to take a sample of the heretical oil, which the sister proved with holy water was evil because it burns. Yeah, it burns. Yeah. So, that's fine. People going to do what you're going to do.
Yes.
I only feel bad because I had a great master plan at the end of the whole thing to give a little speech about whatever you take from this temple, it's your responsibility. But I was knocked down. But I was KO'd. Spoilers. But I was KO'd, so I did not give a speech. So no speech. Sorry. That didn't happen. Whatever.
So the next room they head up
to the butterfly room.
So there's a butterfly. So it's okay. So big giant room. They cannot see any of the walls. They can't see any of the edges. Right?
Dark.
They can't see across the way. It's dark.
but it's like it's outside.
Yes, there's the smell of wildflowers and grass, and there's butterflies,
Sure. Trees,
bushes, trees, the whole shebang.
Inside, darkness.
In the darkness. Pitch freaking black.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And, they do the walkthrough, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know who, but like some of you started to probe around to figure out what's going on.
Right.
Because it doesn't make any sense.
Right.
There's grass and trees.
Well, figured out that none of it was actually actual real plant life or,
The new Dragon Age type or not, brothers? I actually don't know. Probably not, is my guess, right? I mean, video games in general, if you were to bet on or against a video game, I'd
always bet against.
Like at this point in time, you bet against, right?
Yes.
Take the under.
Take the under in every video game.
Yeah, done.
Prove me wrong.
Done. Yeah. I mean, if it's great, then I'll buy it and play it. But yes. How about this? Starfield. Take the under. Done.
It's enjoyable.
Done. This video gets 1,000 views now because I said Starfield. I just put it in the title. Fuck, I'll put it in the title. Starfield.
Take the under.
Take the under.
Make that the headline. Done.
That would get 1,000 views. It's in a heartbeat.
Funny.
Yeah.
So people started looking. The mosquitoes weren't real. The earth wasn't real. The plants weren't real. They were all some weird oily.
Yeah, the butterflies aren't butterflies.
Butterflies, yeah.
Right. They dig around into the earth or whatever, and then
oily
oil starts seeping up.
Yeah. It's all some weird construct.
Right. And they start to
search
out. To the room. Yes. They start to search to the room.
Right. Get separated a little bit.
They get separated.
Oh, because someone had the right idea. I don't know who that was. It was me. It's like, we should split up and search the room to find another exit more quickly. You're welcome.
Yes.
You're welcome, Chris.
Yeah.
I'm just making it easier for the GM here. I'm like, this is going too slow. Look, we can't have 8 people standing around looking at the same blade of grass. Let's get stuff going here. Of course, then we got separated.
And then everybody got separated.
And then bad stuff happened.
We got separated. And then the butterfly started landing on, I think Avery was the first. Because he, either crushed one or something.
Maybe, yes. Right. I think Avery.
He started digging with the butterfly.
Yes.
And then they poofed in his face. And
it's more of that. Don't breathe them.
Toughness save.
Right.
He passed.
Right.
The mage was next. He had butterflies all around him because he's a Disney princess.
He is a Disney princess.
In real life,
he is a Disney princess.
He's a Disney princess. And so he's got the butterflies on, and they poof, and they turn, and they poof into his face.
He loves all wildlife. He loves all. Yeah,
he loves cute. He loves all wildlife until they're not.
Until they murder him.
Until they're not cute.
And he liked the Hellcats while they were trying to murder him. Just later,
because there was cats in there.
And they're cats. They're cute. They're cute. Cute while they eat your face.
Still cute.
They're cute while you're eating your face.
But nonetheless.
Yes.
He poofed. So
passed out.
Avery, the monk, passed
out. Right. Lanterns fall.
The mage, Lorraine,
L. Come on. It's just easier.
Fiona
right.
Gets nuked.
Right.
Percy gets
hit.
So 4 of the party passes out.
Right.
The rest of you make whatever saves you had to make.
Sure.
Right. So half the party is on. There's 8 people in the group. Half of them are unconscious. I think we might be missing the Vincents that week anyway, right? We might be missing Jeff.
I think you were.
Yeah, we're missing Jeff and his.
I think only Patrick, the NPC, Grim, and Lance was conscious.
Yes.
Everyone else was out.
Yes. 3 people conscious. Everybody else is unconscious.
Yeah.
So then all of a sudden the servitors enter the room.
Right. Because
once you knock half the party out, that's the time
to attack. Absolutely.
That's the fun.
Now you got them. That's right. So in the dark.
Yeah. So in the dark.
Right.
The parties, they're scattered.
Oh yeah. We're in 3 groups.
In 3 groups. Passed out.
Perfect.
Right.
Got it.
So the servitors enter the room. Yes. So Patrick, because Patrick and Fiona have this weird celibate, will they, won't they kind of
moonlighting
thing going on.
Yeah, I love that we just keep bringing the hot current references. We already had Doctor Who. I'm sorry if you missed that.
Doctor Who's
not your reference.
It's still current. Doctor Who exists today.
Fair point. Doctor Who, because it will never go away.
No, that's a thing forever, 100%. I mean, I don't love it ever. I never loved it.
I stopped watching it in the 80s. No offense to Doctor Who. It's a franchise I'm happy it continues to the end of time because there's so many things probably worse to watch. But I
could never watch them.
But I can't.
When they were a week long or whatever, like the old ones,
yeah.
I would fall asleep and be like, what the?
My Doctor Who ended with Tom Baker. And then I'm like.
The Scar.
The
Scar.
As we call him, the Scar.
Okay. So you got Avery, the monk passed out, the mage passed out, the priestess passed out, Percy the Crow assassin mage passed out. Grim, big warrior priest, but not
I'm a priest.
Yeah, he's a
don't you
Lance fighter.
Yeah,
and Patrick fighter.
Right. The beef is still alive and kicking.
Yeah,
the beef. All the beefcake.
Shield up.
The beef. That's right.
Meat shields up.
That's right.
So yeah, Patrick grabs Percy in one arm and Fiona in the other.
Right.
Lance and Grim are now fighting servitors.
Yes.
And there's like 3 of them, and you guys dispatch them, but then I'm like, oh, there's 8 more coming.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, God, let's
not. Yeah, we're not. Right. We know about it.
Right, yeah. Like, that's the...
too many.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
So Patrick ditches... because you guys are now separated.
Yeah.
Patrick has the other 2.
Yeah.
So the group is split.
Yes.
Because I'm an awful DM.
No, it's great. I thought that was... that was fun. I love that whole...
It was. But again, there's 8 of you. It's hard.
Yeah.
Actually, there's 4 of you. Guess what?
Technically, I split the party.
No. And that's fine. That's perfectly good. That's your fault. You're a terrible GM. I don't know what the hell you're doing.
Why don't we open all the doors at once?
Yes.
How would I say that next?
So the group is split. You have Patrick, Fiona, and Percy.
Right.
Lorian. So Lord L and Avery are left in the butterfly room.
We did.
Because you guys fled.
We didn't know what happened. They were gone. They were in the dark. Yeah, too bad.
Lance and Grim were together.
Yeah.
And then the Vincents are out there.
Sure.
So when our group, when we play, we have a super easy liberal policy about being there or not being there.
Right.
If you're not there, we will take you out, and if it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. We don't care. Poof, you're gone.
Yeah.
Like no one's running you, no one's
right. But you're just there when you're back.
If you need to,
right.
I will. Like if you have one skill that no one else has, we'll let the party sort of play your card and go.
Right.
Can he possibly roll this so that we don't get stuck for a week?
Right. Because we don't have the thing.
Because we don't lockpick.
Right.
And that's the only guy with lockpick shit.
Right. Percy, but yes. Yeah. But yes.
So we do. So that's the policy.
Right. And then when you come back, you're just back. Like there's no. Yeah, how did you catch up? You just show up again because
it's dumb and it breaks.
But who cares?
It's fine. It's way better
than all the other alternatives are worse.
It's way better than anything else.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna have people in.
And we're old.
And we're old. Yeah. And that's just it. So, so I think the Vincents were out there.
Yeah.
So they just weren't around.
Right.
And they would appear back with you guys.
Mm-hmm.
So half the party's unconscious.
Right.
You 2 are fleeing from dudes.
Right.
And L'Oreal and Avery are unconscious and still in the room.
Right.
Patrick at least is watching over Fiona and Percy. So then Avery, the unconscious people, Avery the monk, Elle the mage, Percy the crow assassin mage, which I don't know what else to call it.
I think it's hilarious. You keep doing it.
Fiona the priestess.
Right.
Wake up.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Because...
Sure they do.
Because I'm sorry. I love...
Dream sequence?
I love the dream sequence.
Yes.
The sort of back into... Like, I love that sort of goofy...
Yeah.
Out of time sequence.
Oh, yeah, it's great. Right? I'm a big fan.
So those guys wake up in a bright green, warm, pastoral setting, which is the butterfly room.
Right.
Right with trees and bushes and blah, 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 the whole thing. The whole shebang. If you watch Fallout, it's the vault.
Yes.
Right? They had the room with the crops and the fake sun. They're doing the whole thing. That's what this is.
Current reference. Well done.
And you're welcome. I will make other current references, fellow kids. with dozens of others, all wearing humble robes,
Right.
barefoot in the grass, right? It smells of lilac in here.
Mm-hmm.
And Fiona asks, "What the hell's going on?"
Right.
And these people are here. They're waiting for the promise,
Mm-hmm.
their immortality. They're calling to immortality. These are the cult of immortality. Mm-hmm. All these people are here.
Back in the day.
Remember, Percy has one of these guys in his head.
Yeah.
So he asks Avilius, and Avilius tells him, "Oh yeah, this is where my wife and child were taken up here.
Right.
Was they waited to go in
through that door?
Yeah. Right.
Right.
So he knows. Let's go look for them. Like Percy is talking to Avilius. Avilius is telling him, "Hey, let's head to the north because that's where my family was taken. Right, the chosen were taken that way." Because he saw sort of, I think, the tour.
I think yes. He did
north.
the tour.
Let's go north.
Right.
Right. So they go north, and there's two big burly immortality dudes, police, whatever guards there. They have a big book.
Sure, book of names.
The book, right? Whatever.
Which we'll never see it.
Yeah, right. Because John has it. I get it. Actually, I'm going to tell him. I'm going to say, John, I need you to go through your inventory and find any plot book, and please dig it out so that we can actually have it.
Oh.
Anyway.
Adorable.
We have a guy that's the death of all plot books. Like, he will take shit. Like, he'll be like, oh, I want the interesting evil thing. And then stuff it away in his pack, and we'll never see it again.
He's got the alchemy book.
Yeah. You'll never see it again. No. Like, it just disappears. Shit
I mean, I think he wants to learn alchemy.
Yeah, but that's great.
Sure.
But you got to take the book out of your pack. Like, it just doesn't go. My computer's on a super hard time limit. It will stop every so often. So anyway. So Percy and Avilius go to look for that. North.
Right.
Fiona can't sort of help herself. Because Fiona's character...
Because these are all heretics.
These are all heretics. And Fiona, frankly, not super bright. She's not subtle.
Not subtle.
Let's put it that way.
That's not subtle. That's not a subtle guy. She's
just not subtle.
She's a priestess of action.
So she's
not subtlety.
She starts telling these spirits,
she tells them all.
These people, you're all being deceived.
Right.
This is hell. You're going to black.
Right.
Causing the end of the world.
And then she gets a little,
And so she wants to make holy water. She has none because she's she's not in her garb.
She's in
fake robe.
She's in dream robe.
So she
starts
biting her arm. So she has a spell which will turn her blood into holy water.
Right.
So God bless her. She goes.
You wrote it. Again, a little bit of horror.
I love
never bad. A little bit of horror, never bad.
I love all that.
I know.
I do. I love all that. She
upgraded that spell.
Yeah, good and perfect. That's a good choice. She starts biting her wrist. She wants to bleed, so she starts biting at her arm. So she's like, "Oh, turn! Oh God!"
Right.
I can't actually do that. I have like implants and shit. I can't. So she's like,
that's a different episode.
Yeah, she bites her arm. She gets into it. Yeah.
Use leaf to make a little cup.
If I made her make a roll, or if I'm just like, go.
I think she was some damage.
She's just like, yeah, you got this.
But she used the leaf to make a little cup, made the holy water.
So she got blood. She bleeds into it, and she makes holy water. Now Percy, hearing this commotion, goes to the two guards and is like, "Hey, crazy lady down there."
I mean, he's not wrong.
Maybe
it's not even a lie.
No, it's not a lie.
It's not a lie. That's great.
Great.
You don't even roll.
It's really, there's not even a persuasion.
No.
Do
you hear the commotion? That's a crazy lady.
Crazy lady.
Yeah.
Maybe you guys should
check it out.
And so they do. So Avilius, because he can read the ancient tongue, because he is an ancient.
Right.
Reads the thing and knows his family is now in chamber C.
Right.
Done. And so they just walk through because the guards left.
Yeah, they're
the guards go to get the crazy lady. They do. They go to get Karen. Literally, her name is Karen.
Oh, please don't.
They go to
That's
Karen.
just wrong.
Anyway,
Jesus.
They go to get the Karen, or Karen, as we know her.
Mm-hmm.
And so she has taken this holy water into her mouth.
Yes.
So that when the guards come, she spits it at them in their face.
Right.
And it burns them because they are
heretics.
Heretics and spirits, whatever, right? Whatever construct the And so they recoil, it burns them, and then
she takes off.
And then Fiona wakes because
it's true. She breaks the spell.
Because, right, she gets a will saver or saver whatever. Because she is just so defiant, and she defies the context of this whole dream, right? And like, wakes up.
Sort of the I disbelieve.
Yeah.
Because I broke the spell.
She disbelieves.
Yeah.
And she pours holy water down Percy's throat.
Right.
And he chokes and wakes up.
Right.
Done. So that group is up. Unfortunately, I don't think Avelius gets to see his family because that's what
he gets yanked back to the present.
Right to the present. Yeah.
Sorry, dude.
So still in the dream, Lorien and Avery, Alan and Avery, go in, and they also go, right?
Well, he gets the book.
He takes the book.
Another thing. Oh, you were talking.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's going to key out.
So many books.
Yeah.
So many books. He's every book.
I like the so the Larceny wins over the piggy bank. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, it's very, very different, but I think absolutely agree.
Like this is a way hotter.
Yeah,
obviously it is. It's
barrel proof. I mean, I don't love the minty rye. It's fine. Yeah. Its best selling point is its proof.
It's tasty enough.
It's fine, but I don't love it.
I don't hate it, but that wins. That is.
It's a high proof bourbon.
Sweet the correct way.
Yeah, it's good.
It's a high proof
bourbon.
Good. And this is a minty rye.
Minty rye. And I did have some of the Knob Creek, and I just still way prefer that.
Yeah.
But anyway.
So they go to Chamber C also.
Right.
And they see rows and rows of glass coffins. Mm-hmm. It's cold in here. The windows are frosty.
Right.
This is effectively the vault in Fallout 4.
Yeah.
Tons of cryo chambers.
Cryo chamber.
Coffins, very cold, and they are met by a priest,
right,
wearing these gold robes with a snaky staff, and he takes one of their hands, or both, whatever, I don't know, and leads them and says, "It is time for you. This is the way. Come for your immortality." Right, blah blah blah, the whole thing, and they go like he is not convincing, but somehow compelling.
Yeah.
Right, they could not resist, and so they go with it. And I do love the switch scenes a little bit.
Sure.
And again, you sort of have to do that when you have different groups because you want everybody to you got
have some time.
Sure. So Grim and Lance are battling servitors and trying to make their way through this stupid butterfly room.
Right.
And they're being beset upon by servitors. And what they see as they make their way through the room, is they see servitors have picked up L'Oreal's and Avery's limp bodies, and they're carrying them north through,
so they
to Chamber.
So we follow it.
So you try to follow,
right?
There's a ton of servitors there. You guys are continuously getting dodges.
Right.
Percy, Fiona, and Patrick, now all awake, are also looking in Chamber C because they've seen the book, and Percy and Avelius knows to go.
That's the way to go.
Chamber C. Yeah. So they also make their way. They are worried about the butterflies, so Fiona douses masks in holy water, and they sort of makeshift wrap their faces, and then they go. And they're engaged by servitors also. So largely comes down to unrolling. Right? Do you evade them? Do you not evade them?
Evade, get through.
These guys
Patrick stops the fight, I think, at some point.
Yeah, you guys mostly make it through.
Yeah.
Once you
we sort of avoid them.
Once you fight the originals, you mostly make it through, and you are up into the there's effectively a 3-way junction into chambers A, B, and C.
Right.
The 3 vaults.
Right.
Really. Because, I'm not... Yeah. I typically try to keep the Bostonian stuff a little bit on the slide because I don't want people trying to guess, hey, that's a stapler. Hey,
yeah.
But this, let's face it, it's cryo sleep.
Sure.
Right. It's Vault 81 or whatever, and not 81, whatever the vault in Fort
76?
No, it's whatever the vault is in Fallout 4 that you come out of. It's not 81 because 81 is one of the ones you find. 111 or some bullshit.
Yeah, sounds right. I don't know.
But anyway, I'm playing the fucking game. I should know.
Yeah, I'm not the Fallout lore guy. That's actually that's Blake.
Yeah. I bet. So okay. So Fiona, Percy, and Patrick are looking for the vault. They get stopped by servitors. Patrick charges the servitors.
Right.
And then Fiona, and he tells them, just go.
Right.
Just do the thing. Go. And you guys dodge the servitors.
Right.
And you also end up north. And it all comes together in Chamber C.
Yep.
That's really what it comes down to.
Yeah, we all get there. We all let up there.
And I do love when the party is separated and you
reunite.
And you tweak, right? And don't get me wrong, it's all smoke and mirrors, not,
No. What?
She's not here.
What?
It's all smoke and mirrors.
It's not like...
You just tweak the time things take.
Sure.
And then you all get together.
Magic.
And it's like you wrote Holes. Or, do you ever read Holes?
No.
You ever watch Holes?
No.
Oh, you should read Holes. It's a great little young adult novel or whatever.
Okay.
Super clever. There's a movie.
Is it H-O-L or W?
It's like holes. Like literally digging holes. Like
It could be W.
and literally that's the whole point of the book. But anyway, but you get it all together and it's like, yes, I'm a genius.
Right.
But I'm not, because I just sort of manipulated all of it, right?
You are a genius.
I just made it so that everything would come together because I made it such
right,
that
sure.
Sure. Yeah.
That's how it works.
Anyway.
It's magic.
So in Chamber C, so they're all in Vault C. And so again, they see tons of these rows, coffins,
right.
all down. As far as they can see, it's dark, right? Because they're in the present time, so they don't see all the stuff, right? So the party's back together now. And Lorien, and Avery are getting, these servitors are packing them into these cryo coffins at the end of the room.
Yep.
And there's a bunch of servitors in here, and the party's on the other side of the room.
Yes.
So this is where the fight happens, effectively. So now our next big fight.
Yeah, big fight.
Right?
Big fight.
So big fight. So Grim Lance, Fiona, and Percy largely have to make their way through this room.
Right.
To get to the mage, L'Oreal, and Avery the monk, who are being packed into coffins to be frozen meat.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
And above them, you can see the withered priest. He's
right.
Withered. The same robes that the guy took, right? And he's all withered, and he's got the staff, and he's up above in the observation deck.
Right.
Up
behind the window.
Higher. And there you go. And he actually does, he does.
Little spiel.
It's been a long time since anyone has come from the surface to offer their eternal service. This pleases me. The rest of them have been like draining blood from a stone. Yeah, right, because he's been draining. So the meta is, spoiler, there is no immortality. The immortality is undeath.
I mean, you're not
spoiling anything for you. You knew that.
You're not.
That's the
dead. You're just dead.
And he's draining them.
Right.
For centuries.
Yep.
To keep himself alive for 1,000 years.
So immortality.
So it's immortality in a sense.
Sure.
But these bodies are spent.
Yeah, they're old.
He needs new ones.
And
you're welcome.
And we showed up.
And you're welcome. You guys showed up.
I think it's very nice of us.
You were kind. You were nothing if not kind.
We're really helpers. Look for the helpers.
So there's a battle. Yeah, look for the helpers. Mr. Rogers said it. Look for the helpers.
This is what he meant.
He meant, yes, play stupid games. So you guys, you're fighting servitors.
Right.
Charge
a lot of servitors. Big fight.
Percy does an end around.
Yes.
So there's a room, picture a room with several large rows of these coffins, right? So pick up a big room, rows after row after row of these things. Percy goes to the edge of the room and tries to do an end around the servitors
to get up
to get to the coffins that L'Oreal and Avery are being stuffed into.
Right. To save them.
Fiona sort of does a half end around.
Right.
Try to help Percy with her bow because she's an archer priest.
Right.
Primarily, her job is to stay out of the fight,
cover fire,
and do covering fire.
But she moves a little too close.
But she moves up and around. So she literally is. So if there's picture a diagonal front with the fighters down here, the priestess up here, totally exposed on the edge, and then Percy trying to do a total end around the side. The priestess is the flank. I mean, Percy's really the flanker.
Sure.
But she ends up being the end of the line of the line, and she gets mobbed by Service.
She just goes too far ahead.
She gets too far ahead.
She becomes the closest target for the
everybody, for freaking everybody.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, okay, you guys are fighting, and then I'm like, well, there's 4 of them. They're unengaged.
Right.
And the priestess is literally the
closest.
The closest target is her.
Never should be the closest target.
And so...
She gets mobbed.
It's gang tackled by 4 of these things, I think, at least. And she does actually do her job. Percy has a free run to the edge.
And she holds her ground pretty well.
She holds her ground pretty well.
Till reinforcements arrive.
I mean, it's
ugly.
It's not great for her.
No, it's ugly.
Because her offense drops considerably when she drops that bow.
Yeah, when she gets to go to the fencing dagger, she's... Yeah.
It's shitty.
She's fighting for her life.
Yeah, like, that's a shittier... That's definitely defensive. Like, she's not... Right. That's not her.
But
these guys are all beefy and they kick ass. Like, you, Grim, you, Lance, and Patrick are all like, beefy fighters, I got a shield, blah, 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 smack, right? And you guys all do that. She's a bow. She's an archer.
Yeah, archer with a dagger. Yeah.
And then, help me, I don't want to die, right?
Invariably, she's getting mobbed. When she does get attacked in melee, she gets mobbed.
Not great.
Hilarious.
Not a great deal.
It's all good. Works out fine.
So Percy's going around the edge. These guys are holding a line, and she's just trying to stay alive. She's no longer helping him. She's like, "Oh shit!
Right.
I made a big mistake.
Right. I've gotten overwhelmed.
Yeah. And they're coming in.
Right.
And again, for those of you that don't know, the game is fairly punishing of multiple 4-to-1.
Being outnumbered is progressively worse.
Like, you have a number of defenses. Like, based on your weapon skill, you can block.
Right.
If you have a shield, you can use a shield. Like, you can parry. Based on your weapon skill, you can parry. Based on your shield, you can block if you have one.
Or you can dodge.
And then you can dodge.
Right.
But each time you use those, they drop. Like, so your defense... It's like if every time in D&D you were attacked, your armor class dropped by 3.
Right.
Could be not a bad house roll. But
right. That's not how that works, but that's how this works.
But this works.
So the second or third or fourth attacker gets very punishing for you.
Dropping. Like,
at some point, you're just being hit.
Yeah.
Like, there's no
So you don't want to get mobbed if you can help it.
Because armor just soaks damage. It doesn't stop you from being hit. You have to actively parry, dodge, or block to not be hit.
And you can mix and match those.
Yes.
Which is fine. And some characters, like if you have a shield,
But every subsequent attack is a -3 unless you have some clever buff. Like, there are talents that give you a second block and things like that. But no one has any of that.
So she's just... It's a hard fight.
Yeah. She's pretty well considering it.
She goes from offense to defense.
Right.
Pretty much. L'Oreal,
I got to remember to remind her to give ground.
Right. Because
now, I don't know if she could because she got so mobbed, but that's a +2 to all defense.
Yes, that would have
helped. And she can try and work her way back to the party. Like, I got to remember to sort of, because that's a great maneuver if you are getting overwhelmed, to try and give ground back to friendly teammates.
Yeah, I need out of this.
Right, because it's a free 1x move.
Yes. It's actually way too good. But having said that...
Because it doesn't disengage, right?
No,
even if it disengages, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, that's...
Everybody has a chance to fall off. Like,
you don't really get away, but it's +2 defense globally.
It's a way to fix your position.
Right. You can reposition and get a defense bonus. And again, you're not worried about doing damage, so the offensive penalty is not your worry.
Right.
You're just trying not to be killed.
Because the game is reasonably positional in the sense that you don't want to be alone.
Right.
You don't want to be facing a 2-on-1 or a 3-on-1.
Or a 4-on-1.
Or a 4-on-1.
She was.
She probably,
I'm sure she was. At least briefly, until someone got to her,
So, and I think at some point Patrick disengaged. And
he just run for her. Yeah, he just, because, he loves her. I mean, again, chastely.
Moonlight. Yeah.
Chastely.
Yes. It is the true medieval chaste love.
It is.
It is the Arthurian.
Yes. It is Lancelot and Guinevere.
Yes.
It's Lancelot and Guinevere.
I'm pretty sure Lancelot back in Guinevere.
Oh, no. We've not.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely.
Yes.
But no. Not.
Yes.
I mean, yes, but no.
Yes.
Not in the books.
Yeah.
But yes.
Yes.
Anyway, maybe in the books.
But Patrick.
Yeah, chaste love.
You can't do that. Yes.
No, because she's chaste.
Okay, so I mean, we're stuck on this line.
Are we still on the second page, or have we gotten anywhere? Okay.
L'Oreal uses shocking graphics.
Yes. Oh,
so
you are going to mention how we just kept leaving the mage to himself, right?
Maybe if I remember when, because I didn't remember when, because we didn't write it down. So
we'll circle back to that.
Yeah, okay,
we'll circle back to that.
So L'Oreal just so their pack. So there's a servitor going bam into the coffin.
Right.
So he reaches up and he's shocking grabs him, which can daze them.
Mm.
And when you daze them, they lose their zone of control, so you can easily disengage.
Yeah.
So he dazes them.
Right.
He shocking grabs him. He dazes his captor.
Right.
And then leaps out of the thing.
Gets free. Right.
Avery, not so lucky. He gets shut into the damn coffin. he doesn't make a muscle.
He gets locked in the box.
I'm so strong, except I'm not. Bang,
in the box. It's a tough box.
Get in the box.
You're not supposed to get on the box.
Shutter him into the box.
I know, that's so good.
And then his coffin starts to go on a platform and gets raised. Like the column goes right up and raises him
up to the
old priest guy.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
Because he's ready for his snack.
Yes. Daddy needs life force.
Yeah.
Dorian Gray needs
snack time.
Yeah, 100%. Mm-hmm. So the party fights to reach Avery.
Mm-hmm.
Percy does his end around.
Right.
Fiona gets jacked up by servitors.
Sure.
Grim smites two of them.
Oh, yeah. Praise be Stratus.
Patrick arrives to help.
Right.
Done. Right. Percy smashes his coffin. So Percy reaches, he doesn't smash. Reaches the coffin.
Right.
And grabs it. And I sort of cheesed it because he doesn't really have enough
to grab on.
Yeah, he grabs
it up.
And rides it.
Yeah. Because he doesn't really have the skills
to climb, doesn't have height, so I sort of okay, you grab it.
Sure, he got there. He did the effort to get there.
Yeah,
shouldn't be unrewarded entirely.
Right. Yeah.
You feel like if you made the move,
you risked.
He could have got killed, but that was Fiona, so it's fine.
Fiona sucked that up. She actually
did. She did exactly what.
The funny part is,
she did
exactly what she intended to do.
Just not the way she intended to do it. That's all.
She intended to Legolas them all to death.
Right. Instead, she just FaceTimed them. With her dagger. Good point. You know what? It still worked.
It did work. So Percy reaches the coffin and rides it up. So it's Percy and Avery. And Avery is smashing the coffin to free himself.
Right.
And he does.
Right.
Before they get to the observatory with the dude.
Right.
The fight below is won by the heroes, like Grim, Lance, Fiona, Patrick.
Carry the day. Enough beef showed up to.
It was a big fight.
That was a good fight.
Patrick does show up to help from his battle before, and he helps Fiona.
Yes.
He goes immediately to Fiona.
Yes.
Like he's like, I'm helping Fiona.
Right.
And again, the guy's like, hey, you've intruded on this sacred. So these guys are riding up. They're on top.
Yes.
Right. It's late, I think, at this point. I think it's the end of the night. You fought the fight. So listen, hold on. Give me a moment.
Yeah.
You fight the fight.
I think you're right.
You're winning. You win. Percy and Avery.
We stop with the cutoff of.
They're up top.
They got up there, and then
they get up there.
Yes.
And then the dude booms down. You have intruded on this sacred temple for hundreds of years, and I will not allow you to end the circle of eternal service. And then he opens all the coffins.
Right.
So,
and now there's
crazed, withered zombies.
Right. 50 of them. Whatever.
100 of them, or whatever.
More than we can fight.
Yes.
And he takes off. The evil priest runs.
And zombies are everywhere now.
Right.
So the group down below, which is Grim, Lance, Fiona, and Patrick, and the Vincents are somewhere, but they're not here that week.
And the wizard.
And the wizard.
He's with us.
Right. And then Avery and Percy Aviligus, these spirits,
are up with the evil priest.
Who's backing up.
Who takes off.
Yeah, he doesn't want to necessarily fight. Yeah. He doesn't want a 2-on-1 either.
Sure.
The coffin's open.
Right.
And I did imply that all the coffins open in chambers A, B, and C.
Yeah.
Because there's 3 of these chambers.
And if we don't, we'll be...
And do whatever, good luck.
We can run.
But you guys
we
decided
run.
Maybe we should back them.
Yeah, we're not fighting. That's not a fight we can win.
So you guys back off.
Right.
and the whole place is there's zombies everywhere.
Right.
You guys back off.
They come spilling out.
Are spilling out.
And we're full running out of there. Yeah. We're trying to get back to the early rooms to avoid the.
So you go back to the butterfly room.
Right.
To try to and lock the door.
And
but break the door.
Spike the door, close behind us.
So that's
and then have to
So the zombies are released from their chambers, A, B, and C, all 3 chambers. So there's 300 zombies. Let's
pretend. Yeah, it's right? We're not fighting.
The group retreats. There are zombies close behind because when they go through this picture that there's a 3-way junction,
right?
And they were over here, and they run out and they see zombies over here,
right?
And they run south, and the zombies follow them down,
right?
They shut the door.
And,
the butterfly room.
Percy and
Avery
give chase after,
and they're sort of giving chase, except Avilius,
right?
When all of the zombies come out of chambers,
takes over.
Avilius takes over Percy, and he sees that's my wife and
his family down below.
There, they rose out of the coffins, and so he leaves Avery by himself, and he heads back down.
Right.
He's like, "Nope, I'll see ya.
Right.
Good luck."
So,
and he heads back down.
So Avery's
alone.
Chases the evil priest alone.
He spent a whole week thinking he's dead. By the way, all week I'm like, he's dead.
Right. He can't fight the priest by himself.
My kid is going to go try to fight this priest by himself.
Sure.
He's going to get his ass beat.
I mean, we know how that went later.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Well, and then the priest is rough. Spoilers, the priest is rough.
Priest is rough.
Having said that.
Yeah.
So Percy, Avilius, is heading back to the
zombies.
Down back to the zombies.
Right. To his family.
You guys are fleeing. And Avery's like left up there going, dude, what?
Right, by himself.
Okay.
With a room of zombies below him.
And
a priest running. Right. And that's where we stopped for them that night.
That's where we stopped.
Right.
Yeah. So
that was a good cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Because we're like, we're all going to die.
That was a good cliffhanger. And no one's watching, and that's fine.
Just for anyone that is here, I'm having Fatheads Headhunter, which is one of my favorite IPAs.
Speaking of having, I'm going to try the Elijah Craig now.
This is just the normal Elijah Craig.
The Larceny is my favorite.
Well, sure.
Right now.
Yeah, I mean, this
is
just like easy bourbon.
It's a high, it's a.
This is
it should be my favorite. It's really what they.
It is the
barrel proof Larceny should be my favorite of those.
Yeah, I mean, I think
although the Whistle Pig theoretically is expensive.
I think the whiskey peoples thought this rated well this year.
I like the Larceny. There's nothing.
It's good.
Say, and actually, the Elijah Craig is good too.
Elijah Craig's always solid.
It's a solid
I do like. I mean, obviously the barrel proof version more than I have because who doesn't want 36 more proof?
Yeah.
I mean, your liver, but what does it know?
Good point.
But it's a solid. It's a very classic bourbon profile.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean,
again, I drink.
I still would.
I drink all of them. And I drink the Knob Creek.
Yeah,
I drink the Knob Creek first.
But I mean, I would drink
the Larceny.
But I probably like the Knob Creek bourbons more too.
Yeah.
This is good. I'm not, and I do want to try that with the Elijah Craig barrel proof as a side by side because I think it'd be a fun. Anyways.
So it's the next week. So it's a whole week later.
Right.
So we spent a whole week, and I'm thinking I'm going to kill Avery. 100%.
Was it even more? Because I know you went.
I don't know.
You went on vacation somewhere in there.
Well, my daughter came in one.
Oh, that was it. Yeah. Anyways, that was it.
And I'm like, I don't want to spend it.
No. You spend time with your kid, obviously.
Yeah. She's here special.
Yeah.
Her boyfriend's here, and I'm like, I don't want to be. Let's be.
But it was at least the next
fun.
It was either next week or the.
We should have done a gigantic Magic Realm game Saturday.
Yeah, whatever.
Plus, we're going to a power game, and it went.
Oh, that's true. We did a power game
18 times.
Oh my god, that's
right.
Like
rain.
I remember that. We were texting. Yeah.
Shit out of them.
Yeah, that was
Anyway.
Yes.
So
sidebar.
We play the next week, the week after, whatever.
Right.
Avery and Percy Avilius, the spirit. So Percy Avery starts chasing down the old priest.
Right.
But ultimately, as soon as servitors appear,
run into servitor. Yeah, then he's like,
he's like, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah,
like I'm not gonna. And I did vaguely expect him to do something not clever, like go, I'm gonna charge that guy.
Right,
trying to get the one shot on goal.
Because the priest was basically took cover behind like 4 or 6 more servitors.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, you will not win that fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
that's a death.
So here's my thought.
Right.
My thought was, are you going to go and take the attacks of opportunity
right.
by charging through
right.
to get the one shot on goal you have?
Right.
And I thought maybe he does. But he didn't.
Yeah.
And
he backed off.
I think that's probably a good choice.
Oh, sure.
Because I think he loses that fight 100%.
I mean, he could just die there.
And you could die. Because, I mean, we have a very liberal death sort of mechanic, and we'll talk about that in a minute because you guys are going to suffer it.
What?
A bit.
Does that happen? But you can be KO'd.
But you can be KO'd, and worse, if you're stuck if you're stuck,
you're in a coffin,
and the bad guys are there.
You're getting life drained.
And who's to say he's not draining you until you're dead?
Yeah.
Right.
Good point.
So
bad spot.
The rest of the group then goes, well, Percy and Avery are gone, and the priest is there. We need to go find them. And so you guys go on this odyssey,
this weird loop to try and get back, but avoiding all of the 300 zombies.
So you go south,
right,
and try to find
the way out.
The things, and
you do.
You have a little bit of a mess because the room. The butterfly room tries to eat you.
Of course.
It tries to.
And there's more servitors.
And there's more servers. It's like a little bit of a mess, but it's not anything.
But we do get through it.
Yeah, 100%. Like it's not. Largely comes down to just I
think Fiona uses some more holy water
to burn. Yeah.
Right. And we do manage to get through that. It's a little dicey. Right. We get out of that room and good riddance because that room sucks.
I love that room.
That room's great.
But you guys had to. Back to
the anointing
room,
right.
And then back to the lounge,
right.
effectively, and try to find a way up to effectively the railroad track.
The upper level, yes, which we do.
So you did go up there.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. So you guys ultimately get up there.
Yeah.
I am cutting some bits out.
What? No.
But you guys do get up there.
Yeah.
And
it's a railroad, sort of. Like a wagon for their carriages, whatever you want to call them.
You know what? I did something. So hold on. Wait, something. Hold on. Yes, there we go. Okay. So my page got out of whack because of the fan. Okay. So I'm like, what the hell happened to... Okay. So yeah. So Percy, Avery backs up.
Right.
Returns to the observation room. He does have the servitors are chasing him now.
Right, of course.
And they fight him.
Right.
And he's trying to bust out of the room.
Right.
And find the way out of the room because he came in through like a little slot where the coffin comes
it's closed.
It's closed. So he's trying to bust out or jump out or whatever.
And doesn't he see Percy talking to the zombies?
Percy down there with the zombies.
Like, and having a hug fest.
And he's like, hey, buddy.
Hug fest.
He's getting mobbed by zombies.
No, but it's like a hug fest.
No, he's getting mobbed.
He's
sure. Desperate to get out, right?
No, whatever.
Or no. So he does shatter the window. The servitors end up in the battle.
Right.
Like they hit him a couple times. The servitors shatter the window.
And he busts through that.
And he busts through and leaps to the platform.
Right. Oh, he does the leap. That's right. Escapes
to the coffin. And he escapes.
Right.
And the servitors can't do it.
They're not agile.
And Percy and Avilius are down hugging the zombie. He's having a love fest with
his family.
With these withered zombies.
I mean, that's his family.
Because he sees them as they were.
Right.
Because Avilius sees them as they were.
Right.
He sees his wife and child.
Sure.
So he tells Avery, hey, come on down. They're fine. It's fine.
It's my family.
It's my family.
And all my friends.
All my friends are here.
They won't eat you.
It's fine. They're not going to eat you.
Which he's not wrong.
And he's not wrong. And he does go down.
Sure.
And has the love fest.
Right. With a zombie.
Love fest with zombies.
Good times.
So yeah, so Avilius has effectively met his family and talked to his family, and he has talked to the zombies in Chamber C, and convinced right, and said, hey, it's all good. He's your friend. He's my friend. Blah. Right. So all good.
Right.
And I think that he sends them up. He tells them they were all deceived.
Yes.
And then
sends them on the servitors.
Sends them, and those guys do like a World War Z
climb
thing, and they climb up each other.
Yeah.
And they start just mauling the servitors up,
right. which are better fighters,
stronger,
but
but
it's a lot of zombies.
Yeah,
it's a lot of zombies. So
the Chamber C zombies are roughly on your side.
Sure. Right now, yes.
In the meantime, the rest of the group is sort of searching around the southern part of the temple, trying to find a way up to this observation deck.
Right.
And they do find, indeed, a stairwell up to the railway.
Yes.
So there's a railway going up, and it seems to circle around. They don't know this at first. They have to sort of discover
the whole thing.
But it seems to go around the whole thing.
You pick a direction.
And there's a bunch of places with windows they can look down on the butterfly roof.
It's
the vaults. It's the tour.
Tour route.
It's the tour. It's, hey, look at what you're going to get for your only $999.99.
Just for your soul, you get this. And all your money.
100%.
It's a great cult.
So the group searches around.
Right.
They find the steps up. Mm-hmm. And while they're in there, they do hear a rumbling. Right?
Yes.
You guys did have to duck off to the side.
Right.
As a train of 3 wagons went through. Mm-hmm. 2 of them are covered. And then one of them has one of these snake statues in it with the gems.
Yes.
Right? And it goes through and goes past you on the track. And I think you just avoided that.
Yeah, we decided.
You didn't try to dig with it. No. You just avoided it.
Yes.
So you circled around, so you actually followed around.
Back to
back all the way around.
All the way back to C.
You ended up back at C. And you're like, what the hell's going on down there?
Right. Because we see all the zombies.
Killing Avery and
Percy and Avery. And
right.
So we bust in.
So at that point, you bust in.
Climb down. Right.
And the party is together.
Right. And Avilius explains what's going on.
Like the whole thing.
Right.
You've met with family. You're right. He tells you what's going on. These are all my neighbors or whatever.
Right. And they've driven off the servitors by then.
They've driven off the servitors.
Right.
And so now the party in earnest is trying to find the old priest and find him.
Right.
And take care of him.
Yes.
So now it's just... So
I think this is where you did a bit of a...
So here's where the dungeon falls apart.
You're like, let's cut to the fight. Like
not yet.
No, I thought...
You did a couple rooms.
Okay.
I actually did a couple
I don't remember.
Or I don't know if you found this earlier or not, but I think...
Well, we did find the oil, the room with the mechanism. That's true.
Actually out of order.
We did find that, and I forget when.
Yeah.
It might have been on the way up to the rail line.
Yeah, maybe.
But we did find the mechanism and the flammable oil. You should probably talk about the flammable oil.
So as they're searching the dungeon.
Right. That's good. I forget.
These guys find this odd room. There's a conveyor.
Right.
These bodies, some of the old spent bodies are being shunted onto a conveyor.
Right.
That then leads to sort of a grinding.
A machine, a grinder.
Right.
And
it grinds them up.
Into oil.
And they're processed into this some weird black tarry oil.
Which is the basis.
This oil is being pumped everywhere.
Right.
There's a bunch of pumps.
Yes.
And they recognize this stuff as the stuff they saw when they cut in the butterfly room.
Right.
It's the same black tarry liquid that was underneath everything in the butterfly room. And
we determined it's flammable.
Lord Vincent played around with it a bit.
Right. Like it's diesel fuel.
This is
sort of.
It's not going to explode.
No, it's sort of like diesel fuel.
Burn hot.
Right. It's like a diesel fuel-ish. Right.
Well,
and it's pumped throughout the whole complex.
A whole thing of pumps here.
Right.
There's a lot of pumping going.
Right.
So Lord Vincent thinks, well,
if you light this on fire,
maybe we should light this on fire.
The whole place will burn.
Right.
But not while we're in it.
Right. It's a different story. Yeah, it's a different
timing is everything.
So that's where things got slow in the dungeon. Right. They're just trying to find the priest now. So at this point, So at this point, it's like we're just trying to find the priest, the end condition.
Right.
And there's 20 more rooms.
Which we didn't know. Which we
by the way.
Right. Which we were not aware of.
Back and
I'm sure.
Servitors, blood, that. Right. There's this whole
But we didn't know where he was.
Right.
Right.
And so at that point, the command decision was
cut to the chase.
This is not going to be super fun.
To just wind through room after room after room. He gets away.
There's no more plot points.
Right, and we whittle ourselves down with all these server fights.
Because a lot of these places were there because there's 2 ways in.
Right.
The dungeon
we could have gone from the exit,
the garage,
and the garage.
Like a different way in.
Or just another way coming in the way we went.
A different way. And that is different.
Right.
But at this point, the goal isn't to explore the dungeon.
It's to have
the goal was to
boss fight.
Get to the priest.
Have the boss fight.
And so after a room or two, I'm like, hold on.
Right.
Let's just
get there.
Cut this.
Right.
Cut to the chase.
Right. And I appreciate that.
And that's where the dungeon could get slow.
Sure.
If you had to go through another dozen rooms.
Oh my God, Karen would have lost her.
and half, and you know,
we'd all be dead.
Well, but and more to the point, you know, some of them would just been servitor fights,
right?
That either would or wouldn't have been meaningful,
right?
So it literally at some point was a command decision. We should cut to the chase.
Yes.
And so I'm like, okay. So you go through a couple rooms,
mm-hmm.
You see this and this and this other thing, right? We just go bam, 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 and then you end up
the garage.
And so they end up there's two rooms close by each other, and the first room is like a storage room.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
For 40 of these snake statues, which have no eyes.
Right.
So, and interestingly, Lord Vincent muses that these might be the engines for the trains.
Right.
That these might be what drive
the wagons.
Because every one of these wagons has like there's multiple wagons, but one of them has one of these.
A snake statue.
With gems in its eyes.
Right.
None of these have gems, these 40 statues.
Right.
But you have gems. No one knows it, but you have gems.
Right. Alphonse has 2 of the gems because he took them from the first snake statue he found. Secretly.
The other room, so you head to the other room, and there's a garage.
Right.
So effectively.
Big room.
There are 6 wagons and a 7th.
Right.
In a line.
Right.
The 7th one, the priest is getting it. And
you're
on, of course, the other side of the ring.
Right.
He's over here, you're over here.
Right. Servitors in between.
There's servitors here.
Right.
Good luck.
Big room.
It's a big room.
Yeah.
He's sure. Patrick immediately charges the servitor.
Right.
And it was a funny moment because Patrick immediately charges, like without hesitation. Right. He immediately charges in the middle of the servitors.
Sure.
And then Lord Vincent looks over to Lance, his sergeant, and goes, "Really?" And Lance goes, "Well, sir, he is a badass."
That was a great line. He's not wrong.
He is a badass.
He is a badass.
And then Lord Vincent and Lance charge in.
Sure. Well, they're brave too.
They're brave also.
Yes.
They're just not badass,
right?
Presumably.
And Grimm and Avery are trying to do sort of the end around to get to the priest.
To get to the priest.
Right.
So
we're sprinting.
The priest bangs his staff.
Right.
Onto the earth, the dirt, the cement or whatever.
Right.
And it causes
snakes.
It blows up some dust, and then he summons 6 snakes.
Why did it have to be snakes?
6 of them.
I know, indeed, right?
Yeah. 6. So now you have a bunch of servitors, you have a bunch of snakes.
Yep.
He has a nice line of defense.
Oh, he's got a lot of blocker there.
Grimm gets bitten, but doesn't
succumb
to the poison.
Praise be Stratus.
The paralytic poison.
Praise be Stratus.
The rest, the archers are trying to hit the priest, but they can't.
Karen hits him once, but I think it's a graze.
Hits him once and does a wound, but it's a graze.
She
rolls scrappy, and it's like
because that could have ended the fight.
It could have.
If she just rolls a 12 right there,
she just drops it.
We just win.
Yeah, and she doesn't. She rolls a 1.
Okay.
It's like, yep, you grazed him. Ow.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. It does actually quite a bit of damage.
Oh, it did.
Like 13 or something.
But not effectively not a win. Yeah.
So he tries to get up into his wagon.
To get away.
And you guys are battling. The dude's battling. You guys are battling the snakes.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the group is battling servitors.
Right. And I think the wizard L also joins us in running for the priest as well.
Yes.
And becomes snake bait.
Yes, he does. He actually gets yes. So
perfect.
You're saying Christopher Metal that you were given to by the father that
Father Nicholson.
Senate
Yes.
burns hot.
Yes.
and you call out St. Christopher.
Good timing.
So you now gain the ability momentarily to use inspiration, which you have like 2 of between you and like.
I think I had 2.
Yeah, you have 1 and Lance has 1.
Oh, that was it.
Right? Or something.
Yeah.
To use inspiration to smite as opposed to your 3 a day.
Which are already burned. Which I'm out. I've already smitten. I smoked. I smote all I can smote.
So now you have that.
Right. So we smite snakes.
You actually hit 5 of them and they go away.
Right.
So
smite snakes.
You just nuke them. So that was actually good timing.
Yes.
Because that opens the door.
To get to the...
Because otherwise...
He's getting away.
Yeah,
he's just getting away. So then, so I know Grim and Avery jump on his wagon, his carriage.
Right, so he closes his wagon.
Right.
And it starts to move.
But we jump on.
And you guys jump on.
Oh, well, I think Grim runs up and
Avery,
does the drag.
Avery.
I think I do the drag, like, you know.
You're like...
Again, Indiana Jones. Back of the wagon. Back of the truck.
Avery drags you up. The rest of the party is left behind.
Fighting
They fight.
The surgeons. Winning, though.
And
that fight goes well.
They're going to win the battle. Like, you guys
just slow them down.
It slows them down. They're not on the wagon.
Right.
What they do, which I thought was sort of fun.
Right.
They grab one of the snake statues.
Right.
Put it in the wagon.
Right.
And then
Alphonse gets the 2 eyes,
gems and
puts them in.
The snake, and the wagon.
And then L'Oreal can activate, because he's a wizard. He wizards it up and can activate some magical artifact. Right. So then they get on the wagon.
Now you're chasing.
Now it's a chase.
Now it's Car Wars.
Now it's Car Wars.
Snake
Wars.
And so
we have the fight going.
So you guys go up this winding, right? This parking garage. You've been to Pittsburgh.
Hey, what are you doing?
Up,
around.
They're chasing each other.
Yeah.
And you guys open up into the valley.
Right.
The valley you were in at the beginning with the ruined wagon.
Yeah, and we're racing. We're racing away.
And you guys are trying to get through. And he goes, "You have vexed me for the last."
Yes.
Oh, Avery opens the door.
Yeah, he gets in.
He gets in. And he goes, "You have vexed me for the last time." And he raises the staff.
Right.
And then all of a sudden there's this hideous grind of metal. Right?
Yes.
This shriek of straining metal.
Steel. Yeah.
Steel. And the whole train.
That was up there.
Car.
Yes.
Of train.
Right.
Pulls up like a
like a giant snake.
Like a giant snake.
That is no bueno. No. And I think, and that's where we quit. That's where we end the night.
That's where we end.
Another cliffhanger. Yeah.
That's where we end of the night.
That was good. I like that.
Wagons, you're chasing them.
Right.
You're on the wagon.
Right. And they're giving chase, but they're behind.
There's that 20-ton
metal train snake, ready to crush us like butter.
Crush you like butter.
Yeah.
That's where we ended the night.
That was good.
So that was session 2.
A nice spot there.
Yes. Oh, no.
It's good.
Look.
And it just gets worse.
That's timing. Timing is everything.
That's what they say.
So you guys are. So now the rest of the fight's a little bit of a mess.
That was great.
It's a great fight.
I thought it was fantastic.
It's a great fight.
I thought it was one of your best fights. Like, I love that fight. It did not end up the best for me.
Sure.
But I really enjoyed the interplay between the priest and battling with his death staff and the burn man, the giant train snake doing its, like, we had a giant, it's like having a giant monster. It's like having one of the Godzilla battles in the middle of your other fight.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I thought it was fantastic. I thought that fight was great. Everyone got to do, like, fun things. And, whatever. It's just a few lucky rolls, and I think it's a different... We win there. Like, outright win it. Yeah. And a few unlucky rolls, and someone's dead.
Yeah.
And so we hit somewhere in between.
Sort of, yeah.
Did not win. No one died. We just had...
Yeah.
We had a soft death.
You've death saved.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So, okay. So you guys are on
That's great. I enjoyed that.
The first attack that the train does is it comes flying down at you guys.
Right.
It goes over, turns over.
Right.
Because remember, there's 8, 7, some number of wagons.
And they're all full of
zombies.
Of some version of zombie.
That you didn't open.
Right.
And so it dumps a bunch of the burned men down onto your wagon.
So now we got 6 more of them to fight. Or whatever. Yeah. Yep.
In the meantime, there's a little bit of a duel between John,
Mhm.
L'Oreal, who's driving the wagon, and their wagon,
and trying to catch up, trying to intercept.
You get Burn Man. Fiona shoots one, knocks him off.
Sure.
Right? So there's a little bit of a fight on the wagon.
Yes.
There's the folks in the wagon who are crawling out onto the railings,
right,
shooting,
right, which is Alphonse and Fiona.
Alphonse and Fiona, the archers.
Right.
John is driving the wagon, trying to pull up alongside.
Right.
The fighters are a little bit left out in the cold.
Yeah, I mean, Lance and Patrick are waiting to get close enough to jump over because they don't have range attacks. So they're just sort of biding their time. And then Grim and Avery are fighting for their lives, either on or in the wagon with the Burn Men, the evil priest. Yeah. Then he does his... Okay.
So the first thing is, it says... Grim tries to enter the wagon building. It's part's way there.
Mm-hmm. Because he's not agile.
Right.
Grim is a beefy fighter, but he is not like action hero, unfortunately. Avery's better at that.
So the evil priest hits Grim first? Like that's early?
Yeah, I think because as I was coming in or about to come in, I think he takes a shot on me, and I thought he.
Oh, but you saved.
Well, I saved.
He didn't drain you. You took a hit point.
I took a hit point because
you took one.
I took one.
You made it.
Because I wasn't
right. So
I was low-ish, but not like I wasn't super low on hit points at this point.
So that's the difference.
So yes, I made the save.
So the first time he hits him with the step. So here's the step. Is the golden step.
Staff is bad.
He touches you.
Don't get touched by the staff.
You make a power save. Willpower.
Yes.
If you blow it, you're dead. Now.
Right.
Now.
Yeah, it is literally a save or die.
But our rules are very weak on death, sort of.
Sure.
So when you could be dead.
Right.
You have to make a death save. And a death save is DL8.
Which is low.
It's a low, easy DL. Sure. Versus your highest step. Now remember, you're rolling a D12 and the GM is rolling a D12. So there's a swing of plus or minus 11.
Right.
It's a bell curve.
Sure.
It's going to mostly be 0, 1, 2, 3.
Right. Sure.
So you're rolling 16 plus a D12.
Yes.
And I'm rolling 8 plus a D12.
Correct.
9, because you already died.
I already died once.
So it's a very low chance that you're going to get.
But every time
every time you make a death save,
every time you succeed, it goes up by 1. It gets worse.
Death save gets worse and worse until you are dead.
Right.
So during the campaign,
you'll see how this goes.
Yeah. So as the campaign goes,
right.
You're just going to be like, well, my death save is 12 now, or my death save is 14, or whatever.
Yet?
No, it's 11.
Yes.
God. Okay.
Because it went up twice in this fight.
And you save.
Right. But now it's a 10.
No, because you didn't. No, because it wasn't a death save. You saved the power.
Oh, that's right.
You made the save.
I made the save. Right.
You made the save.
I just took 1 hit point. It was fine.
You're fine. And then the Burning Men grab you.
Right.
And drag you down on the wagon roof.
Right.
And they're trying to essentially throw you off.
Right. But the Sunbringer, Grim, is immune. He has a special talent where he is basically immune to all the special attacks of all the undead in the universe. Because that's his special Sunbringer. Right. So he cannot be drowned by the Drown Men. He can't be burned by the Burn Men. Yes. Like they can stab him to death.
Very, very creative naming scheme.
It was good. He can't be blinded by the blood. No,
it's not that.
No. But he can be ripped to pieces by them.
Yeah.
Which does happen. But their special attacks
to pieces, which I want to think about how they look.
Okay.
But anyway.
They make their hands burning.
Right, so he makes a hand. He tries to get his face.
It doesn't do anything.
He does, but he doesn't do anything. It's free.
So you
actually get a free.
Again, crazy strength.
Yeah. And then Alphonse shoots one.
Right. Knocks another one off. Right. So we're starting to win the Burn Men battle.
You're winning that battle.
Right.
They got you down. They
right. Another one flies off. And they come away. Right. That fight was great. I super loved all of this. The last fight was, phenomenally.
He tries to smack Avery, but Avery has a staff. He does his good block.
He is. Yes. He's a good fighter.
L'Oreal trimps to move closer. Misses the attack on the wagon.
And then the serpent train's coming.
Yeah. Then yes. Let's see. You knock a burn man off the
Sure.
roof.
Yeah.
And it gets rolled over by the other.
Oh yeah, sure.
Right?
Because you know.
So we got the whole thing going.
Yeah,
it's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Right.
That was a great fight.
So Avery tries to get in.
Right.
The evil priest casts a spell. He does the deceive. I mean, he invokes the deceiver and casts mirror image for all his purposes.
Yeah. So
there's 2 mirror images.
So yeah,
they look like every hit is going to hit something wrong.
Right. Because I think if he didn't do that, I think Avery just wins that 1v1. Potentially.
Well, because the priest, for all intents and purposes, is not really an awesome combatant, really.
By himself.
He's okay.
But he's got snakes, he's got burn men, he's got all the things.
He's not like
right.
He's not like, oh, you're fighting Strahd or something.
Right.
He's better than all of you.
Yeah, he's not that guy.
He's a withered old priest who has been draining corpses for 1,000 years.
A little less withered.
Yeah.
As we'll get to.
And he's,
right.
he's got the super magic evil staff.
Right.
And all that.
But he's an old man.
Yeah, but he's an old man.
He's an 800-year-old man.
So there's this whole battle. So
right.
Avery's in facing the staff guy and his 2 illusions.
Right.
Grim is wrestling, not being thrown off the thing.
Right.
The archers are shooting the burn men off of him as
right.
best they can. L'Oreal is trying to move the wagon such that the fighters can jump onto the wagon.
Right.
Patrick jumps and totally misses and hits the ground. And he's done. He's done because the whole battle leaves him.
Yeah, he tried.
He jumps. He fails. He fails. Bam! Hits and he has a handful of hit points left. He's fine, but he's done.
Out of the fight, functionally.
Lance, I think, leaps across.
Yes.
After a couple rounds.
Yeah.
He leaps across. Fiona, I think, leaps across after a time.
I think she does as well, I think.
Right? So everybody's on the damn wagon.
Right.
The giant snake comes.
Yes.
And hovers and attacks Lance. And yes.
Yes, I think so.
Now, was that before or after?
I thought it did the ram thing first. And that's
okay, so what happens is...
L'Oreal did the maneuver.
So essentially,
the
giant snake is coming in.
Right.
And I give L'Oreal, I give the mage, it's okay. You can either back off,
break,
and it will miss,
right?
Or you can roll like a dodge,
right?
Or you can actually be aggressive and roll a harder dodge,
right?
To try to get and pull up and get the snake to miss you,
right?
It's largely, do you want to auto,
right?
Do you want to auto succeed and just
lose ground, no?
Or do you want to try a dodge and keep steady? Or do you want to be aggressive and get forward?
Right.
And the thing, and hopefully the thing misses you. And he goes for the aggressive.
Because he sort of hopes that he'll dodge at the last instant and it'll hit the priest wagon.
Right.
Okay. He goes for...
There was 2 of these.
He goes for...
There was 2 of these.
Yeah, that's true. This was later.
Right, there were 2 of these.
That was later, right.
So there's 2 of these.
Right.
So the snake goes once.
Right.
And he does I'm going to try to dodge it.
Right.
And he does.
Right, he does. That's right.
And then the snake wings around.
Comes another shot.
Around, it's going for another shot.
Right.
And he's like, can I get between me and the wagon, the priest wagon, and get the snake to slam it? Right.
And dodge at the last instant, so it'll hit the priest wagon and not me, and blah, blah, blah.
I'm like, yes, that's
the hardest roll.
Good luck. Yes, you can do that. Or you can do these right.
Right. Or you can back off.
The options are always easy.
Right. Medium or hardest.
Medium or hard.
Right. He went hard.
He went all hard. And he blows.
Yeah, he does.
And he totally blows. There's no...
Right.
He just blows.
Yeah.
So
it slams into him.
Slams into his wagon.
Their wagon tumbles.
Tumbles.
Right.
Really poorly.
They're sort of out of the fight.
Right. And
it's upturned.
Yeah, right. And they're, taking damage, they roll, that kind of thing. So that wagon's out of the fight.
Yeah.
Him and Alphonse and Patrick try to right the wagon, but they can't.
Yeah. It's too heavy.
So Lance, Fiona, Grim, Avery are all on this wagon trying to get inside.
Mm-hmm.
Avery is dodging and blocking and trying to figure out who's the real priest.
Right.
Avery hits an illusion. Poof, gone.
I think do more burned men show up, or there's still burned? I forget if there's still burned men.
Like one or two,
because I think we're still fighting.
There's one or two left on top. Fiona gets inside. I think you get inside.
I do. I find because we try to do the double kick in,
get past the burn men and jump in,
and I roll worse or
and
something.
You do,
right?
But you sort of come in ungainly,
right?
And he pops you.
He hits me, and that's where
you fail.
I fail the save, and then I have to make a death save.
So he is quote unquote dead.
Right.
But when you die, you get to make a death save. Now your death save is 9 already because you've already gone to 0.
Right.
You've been killed.
Yes.
And you were again.
Yes.
And so you make the death save because the death save is and your best stat versus a 9.
Right.
And you're going to make that 99 times out of 100 or
some number. Sure.
Not probably 99, but a lot of times out of 100 you make.
80 plus %.
And you do. And you're alive.
Yes.
But you were, I'm say stunned.
Yeah, I think you didn't
like. You were down to. You're not dead.
Well, I wasn't out of hit points left, but
yeah,
right.
But you're theoretically you would have
stunned.
You should have been dead. So you were trying to regain your sense.
I was stunned and sort of out of the fight briefly, but not KO'd completely.
Right.
Right. And they're all fighting down there.
So they're all fighting. Everybody's just fighting. Grimm's incapacitated but alive. Right. Avery attacks the priest. Priest parries.
I think he gets
Avery's trying to figure. Yeah, he kills one of the illusions. There's two of them.
Yeah.
And he's trying to figure out who the right one is, and he does discern it for one round.
Right.
The snake, in the meantime, comes back.
Right.
Hovers over the priest wagon because the other wagon's gone.
Yeah, it's
the party wagon is dead.
Yeah.
And the priest wagon is still going and trying to escape.
Right.
And the snake goes in, and Lance is there.
Yeah.
And he tries to slam Lance.
Right.
Tries to sort of swipe him off the roof.
Right.
And Lance dodges, I think, and then tries to jump on.
Which he does.
And succeeds.
Ride the monster.
So Lance is on the head of the monster snake train.
We have a history
of riding giant
monsters. It's mostly Karen's characters because she loves to do that. But we do have a history in our campaigns of players riding
dogma.
It's riding giant monsters, man. That's what we do here.
So Lance,
and now he's better at it.
Lance is on the giant monster. He has rock.
Right, and now he's a talent.
He has a skill.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's riding the giant monster. Mm-hmm. So he dodges. The monster misses.
Right.
He now rides it. The rest of the group's in there. I think Fiona tosses a bottle of holy water on the evil priest.
Sure.
And burns him.
Right.
But then he retaliates.
Yes.
And he hits Fiona with this stuff.
I think he does, yes.
And she blows her.
Right. So she gets a death. And
she is dead.
Right. So she's stunned.
She succeeds, but she's also incapacitated.
Right. Yes. And now it's just really Avery fighting. It's just
Avery and the dude.
That's all that's left.
That's all that's left.
Yep.
Lance's Patrick and everybody else is behind.
Yep. They're out of the fight.
And then Avery's fighting him. You two are incapacitated in the room.
Right.
In the
wagon. Yeah.
Lance is on the giant snake wagon.
Yes.
And that's it.
Yes.
And so they duke it out a little bit.
Yes.
And then Lance. So when the snake goes into attack again,
right,
Lance cuts the head off.
Right, cuts the cable.
Right,
keeping it together.
So each of these is connected. So imagine this is actually a train.
It's like a train connected by cables.
Yeah. So
right,
Lance cuts at the cables which keep the trains together.
Right.
And knocks the one down.
Sort of decapitates it
onto the priest's wagon.
Right. And it wrecks.
So then
big time.
Everyone has to make a big roll.
Right, ton of damage. Well, and we're also low on hit points. We all die. So problem is, Fiona and Grimm then die.
So you guys are already.
So we have to make another death save.
So here comes a giant wagon.
Right.
Smashing.
I think Avery didn't even have to. I think he didn't have hit points.
Saves.
Oh, he saved. That's right.
It does whatever damage. But
it was 3d6 damage.
It was like everybody does 3d6 penetration.
Yeah, and I think,
like handful.
I had 7 hit points of time,
like
and she had 2 or something ridiculous. So we have to
we
make
died
this.
again.
We died again. Grim and Fiona die again, and we both make dex saves.
So now Lance rides the decapitated head of the train down into the valley, and it makes this gigantic cloud of smoke.
Right.
And dust.
Obscures everything.
It obscures everything. No one can see shit. It's 9/11 like dust.
Right.
It's been enough time. We can say 9/11 without Rudy Giuliani has been discredited, right? I mean, it's
another old reference?
Yes.
What?
So here we go.
In this stream?
So we ride it down. It creates this giant cloud of dust. No one can see shit.
Right.
You guys are thrown.
Yes.
Laying on the ground.
Right.
Already stunned.
Yeah. I mean, some of the party is completely KO'd.
Avery rolls out.
Right.
But takes whatever.
Right.
And you guys take 3d6 and you both go down to 0.
Right.
You're both dead again.
Dead again.
You both have to make new deaths.
Which
you do.
Which we do.
So you are broken badly.
Right.
You're out. Like, you're not getting back up.
No, we're KO'd. We're way KO'd.
And largely, I made some people make some rolls. Because now they're like, well, where's the priest? Because I'm waiting for him to. Dead.
Sure. He could have been dead. He wasn't.
He had sucked 2 of your lives.
He did. So he is feeling... he's feeling younger these days.
Spoilers. The snake staff eats people's lives and gives it to the priest. So he actually... He got 2 lives worth.
He got 1 of mine and 1 of Fiona's, I think.
So he gets...
I mean, mine, not as good because liver.
He has quite a bit of hit points.
But yes, he feels better.
So he feels way better than he did. So he took the damage.
Survived.
But now nothing can, no one can see anything.
And so he escapes.
And so to some degree, I'm just like, I mean, they're looking for him. I'm like, 50-50.
Sure.
Right?
But he does get
awesome.
Yeah,
and he gets away.
He does get away.
The old priest.
Which I think is fine.
Gradianus, I think.
Gradianus is
his name, but we didn't say it.
No, because he gave a line.
Yeah.
At some point. I put it, it's in the law. Yeah. So Gradianus is his name.
He escapes. He just absolutely outright escapes. And I'm like,
you could have made a Graziano, but it hit too close to him.
That's a reference no one gets. But you and me.
Well, you're welcome.
Just someone we lived with a while ago.
Let's say a while ago.
It was a long.
I mean, 30.
Yeah,
30 years ago.
So, by the way,
yes, he gets away. Now we have an awesome vampire, reoccurring villain.
Yeah,
like this is like look. Would I rather that we have won and defeated him? Sure, Grim would be. But as a player, I'm like, oh, it's awesome having an ongoing villain. Like, ongoing villains are great.
Yeah.
I love a good ongoing, especially one that's relevant, right? I mean, he's trying to resurrect the cult of immortality.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as Grim's concerned, this is the campaign. Nothing else matters compared to this.
Now, so meta gaming. What I didn't want to do, and that's fine. Grim can have a goal, right? He's a lot. That's a good.
I have more than one goal, but that's
what I didn't want to do.
Yeah.
I didn't want to bring the campaign to a weird head.
Oh, you didn't want to be just
Adventure 2.
Yes.
Right.
Sure. No. I get that. You don't want the entire campaign to be derailed by this one.
You can't go. We have to kill he ends the world.
No. Yeah, and I don't think Grim feels that way. Right. I think Grim feels just like, well, at some point, look, he's happy they destroyed the temple. Which, by the way,
so
there's more epilogue.
Vincent and Percy are in the temple,
right?
And they're setting up effectively a
fire
fused candle, whatever, to set this place on fire.
Right, we're using all of the oil, the combustible tar, which is running through the whole temple to set it all on fire.
And Percy has traps, so he can set fuses and stuff like that.
Right.
And Lord Jeffrey has mechanics, and he has matches. Actually,
yes.
So they light, I think, a candle for 20 minutes or something,
right?
And then they
escape. And they come out to this. Disaster.
Right. And then they go, we got to move.
Right. Because it's going to blow up.
This whole place is going to go.
So we get everyone out.
So it burns.
Go back.
It doesn't blow up.
No, it just
burns.
It just burns.
And the whole valley sort of collapses.
Right.
Because all the metal melting and the
right. It's like,
the whole thing.
It's like ant tunnels when
right.
it, you know.
Right.
Yes.
And makes a smoking crater.
You're welcome.
Resident Evil.
It's on the map.
You have Resident Evil now.
It's on the map now.
Yay.
Smoking crater.
Is it Resident Evil? Yeah, Resident Evil. Was it Resident Evil?
I think I've seen one of them.
Is it Resident Evil or the other one? Silent Hill. No, you made Silent Hill.
Oh, well, okay.
You made Silent Hill. You made Centralia. Yeah.
Oh, he did.
Right?
Still burning.
A mind, yes.
Mind fire is a terrible thing to waste.
Undead mind fire.
Undead mind fire.
So, okay. What did I like about...
I liked all of it. I thought it was great.
This 2 sessions. So, I enjoyed it. For the most part, I thought it was pretty good. I give it whatever, a solid B, B+, whatever, right? It was a good adventure. I was a little disappointed with me, mostly, at the end. Because I didn't think there wasn't the conclusion was a little bit, yeah, right?
I mean, sometimes it's just...
Yeah, no,
it is. That's what it is.
And I'm okay with it. Like, yes. I actually like that he survived a little bit.
Yeah.
Because now that rumor's in the air, right? Like,
sure.
I don't know who brings it to the goblins, or, right? Someone brings you a rumor of, you know.
Sighting
yeah, right.
Yes.
This guy's...
Well, that's actually when you mentioned the ant habit, I was like, "Oh, is that? Oh, it's not him." That's
right. Yeah.
Like I thought that was the first sighting, but I was like, "Oh, that dude's an inside guy." So different guy.
Yeah. So we have a whole section in between. Like there's not a section, and I don't know what. Yeah, we probably won't talk about that one. Maybe we'll save it. Maybe I'll talk about it just because it's town. It's very town.
Yeah. It's
not super exciting. It's business.
A lot of town stuff.
A lot of business.
Yeah.
A lot of business.
Business.
And there might be some business this tomorrow. Tomorrow night.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I think there's a little.
And Hellcat hunting.
And cats, yeah.
And cats.
So.
Although I did like the rescue.
Well, we'll get there. That's a different. Let's see.
What?
So what I liked some of the dungeon.
Yes, I liked the dungeon.
It was ultimately too big, but it's one of those things where you go, well, I didn't know.
You don't know which.
I just made it to make it.
You don't know what parts people are going to see.
It made it to make it, right?
Yeah.
It made the things that would have made sense.
Sure.
And said, well, we'll see where they go.
Right.
Right? And it was that dungeon was, let's say, very Gamma Worldy, if that makes any sense. Because it was... Bostonia is like, hey, this is post-apocalyptic, but it's really fantasy.
Yeah, it doesn't feel post-apocalyptic.
Post-apocalypse is just a thing.
Like you can get the references.
It's for me, not for you.
Yes.
Post-apocalyptic is for me, not for you.
Yeah. It's just
this
fantasy.
One was a little more, it's for you, not for
closer.
It's a little bit more out front. Like this one was like,
because what really was an ancient site. As some of them are just ancient sites that are now ruined.
Corrupted by magic.
They're ruins, or they're corrupted, or something where whatever the original ancient purpose is now buried enough that it's not necessarily obvious. This is literally a cult of immortality from 800 or 1,000 years ago, and it's sort of pristine.
Yes.
With the caveat of, all the inhabitants are now zombies, but the place works.
Yeah.
Like it's functional. It appears current. Ish.
So it felt very Gamma World to me.
Yeah. So
Gamma World, that sort of
this was a lot more, this is the like weird science.
Yeah.
This was a lot more weird science than, because a lot of Bostonia is really fantasy. There's a what do I say? Aftermathy undercurrent.
But it's for me.
But it's
for me, not.
But it's a fantasy world. Yeah. Whereas this really felt like weird science. Gamma World's a good, comparison to it. It did not. It felt less like a fantasy dungeon and more like a weird science dungeon, right?
Yes, I agree with that.
But I liked it. I thought it was cool. I mean, I don't think anyone was like, oh, it's too it's too referential. Like I think nobody balked. Like none of the players are like, we're out of the moment. Like it wasn't so.
No.
It wasn't like sci-fi.
No,
you know what I mean?
No one was trying to find the state.
Right. I still remember that. That was Rick.
Yeah.
So it's a stapler, and then you're like, well, now it is, because once you sort of call it out like that, it can only be a stapler.
Yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't that.
Well, I mean, the answer is that sort of gave. I mean, that told me you need to change the paradigm a little bit.
Right.
That's that moment, right?
Yeah.
The stapler moment,
right.
which I always refer to.
Right.
Always told me.
Or not Rick. Dennis or Rick?
One or the other.
Yeah.
I always get them vaguely confused.
They're the same person.
They're not. Dennis way more successful than Rick. I mean,
I think
they're both reasonably, but
Dennis, we're gonna do we're gonna do a little online short session with him this summer sometime.
Cool.
Yeah. Again, like we did in past once or twice.
You need to change the paradigm a little.
It has to be less referential.
Yeah, you should obfuscate more.
Right. I agree.
And hide it a little more. It's a fantasy world first and foremost.
Sure, and it can be a little bit of
that it's after some.
Yeah.
Like if I want to pretend that the father and the mother are some kind of AI satellite system.
I mean, they are.
All right, or they're not.
Or they're not.
Or they're not.
Or they never were.
I don't care.
It doesn't matter now.
Right.
Because no one thinks of it in those terms anymore.
Right.
So it never was true, or at the very least, it doesn't matter if it was true.
I can use it to use it to inform what you might want to do.
Sure.
But you can then ignore it.
Yeah. I agree.
The rules of the fantasy world are the rules of fantasy.
Right.
Just do that.
Yeah.
So I liked that a little bit.
Mm-hmm. I thought it was good.
I thought there were some fun parts. The dream sequence sort of I liked.
I liked the dream sequence.
Like it all sort of came. Oh, hey, we got the dream sequence gave us the story.
Yep.
Right, gave us the plot.
Yes, it's a good.
Right.
Yep.
You
get the backstory.
Played into that whole thing. That gave us the plot.
I liked all that.
The fact that, hey, I'm possessed, but it's actually a boon.
Right.
Not a detriment.
Well, unless he didn't give him up.
Well,
but he did.
Yeah, but it's one of those things, right? I mean, they did their thing. He persuaded him. Like, he actually rolled persuasion checks and shit. Like, they had a back and forth.
Sure.
So that was sort of fun. Mm-hmm. And he gave you a lot of insight.
He did.
Into the universe, and ultimately gave you 100 zombies.
Yeah, like sort of the getting from reconnecting with Percy / Avilius to the final fight was largely aided by Avilius going, okay, all the zombies are going to go fight all the servitors. Yes. And that brought us the ability to sort of then travel through the rest of the dungeon effectively unimpeded.
Yeah.
Because all the zombies were now friendly. They were fighting the servitors, keeping the servitors out of our hair. So that was sort of the reason that we were able to wend our way through and get to the final fight with the priest without having to deal with really any zombies or any servitors, because they were having their own little fight, which was actually pretty fun. Yeah. That was a fun bit.
I like that.
Yeah.
I thought the final fight was
great. I thought it was great. I thought it was fantastic. I really liked the final fight.
It was a little disjointed, and sometimes those do get like that, right?
I mean, it's a lot of players.
Runebear is very... So, Runebear is very, I want you on a hex map.
Yes.
And I want initiative.
Right.
Right? The rules really lend themselves to that. It is designed
for
that. So there's a little bit of...
When you go loosey-goosey, you're over here, you're here.
Right? It doesn't break down.
No.
It's not horrible.
But it's
you do...
It's not a theater of our mind combat system. It's a hex...
And a lot of combat systems aren't. Even ones that aren't, sort of.
No, but even ones that aren't, you can hand wave more. I feel you lose less when you hand wave them, Whereas Runebearer feels like you lose more because it is a little bit more. It's in the heart of it. It's a tactical wargamey RPG combat system.
100%, which is by design.
It's what
we have talked about.
It's what we want.
Yes,
I'm not sure. We have us at the table. Actually,
by the way, we've had this discussion.
I'm not sure anyone else at the table prefers that, but it's what we want.
No, there's two of eight.
Yeah,
one quarter.
So that's a quorum. You're wrong.
It's a center.
Cheers.
But we gerrymandered.
We did. We gerrymandered the combat system to what the wargamers wanted.
So yeah, right.
Yeah.
I mean, we have totally. It is a tactical war game.
Yeah.
Man-to-man tactical war game.
Right. And an RPG.
And we've thrown a story around.
Yes. Like you do.
But every so often, you're
right.
just in this man-to-man tactical.
And it's not like, it's not crazy or super complicated. Because it's weirdly, I don't feel a very arcane or complicated combat system. And yet the vibe is very much a tactical minis combat system. But it's not hard to do. It's not hard to play. No. It is not super fast.
No.
And that is where 8 players and a sufficient number of enemies to make that fight, that's where it does bog down a bit.
The game is written for 4 players. Like every other fucking game in the universe.
It is.
It's written for 4
players. Is the perfect system if you have 4 players. I sort of feel. If you have players, well, you're going to have a little downtime.
I think,
you're a little downtime.
Yeah, sure.
You're a little downtime.
But I like a lot
if you played D&D 5e with 8 players, it wouldn't be fast.
It'd be way worse.
It'd be way worse because everyone has so much more stuff they can do. Yeah. I mean, Runebearer characters, I mean, you have one or two weapons, maybe you have spells.
Well,
it's not like, I have all these abilities and this laundry list of things you know.
Like when we talk about
this position. Yeah.
There's 2 types of that game.
Right.
Right? D&D 3 and D&D 5 are build games.
Yes.
And Swordsphere, Runebearer, we actually played there's a totally different
That's a build game too.
It's
a build game too.
Is a build game.
Yes.
But this version is a position game.
Yes.
It's you have a couple things you can do.
Right. Maybe.
But more important is
position in the battle.
Where you are versus where your allies are versus where your opponents are.
That is the most important thing.
Fiona, her mistake was being exposed on the edge and taking all those attacks. Now, mind you, that was good for Percy.
And it worked out. But if she'd been 5 hexes back...
But she could have died.
Right. If she'd been 5 hexes back, she still could have shot people with her bow, and she wouldn't have been mocked.
Yeah, like Patrick would have been better to be the edge. She could have literally stepped back and shot a bunch of dudes, and they would have been in the same formation, and it would have been way more effective.
It probably would have achieved the same effect more safely.
Yeah. Well, and more effectively, because her offense...
Oh, yeah. She's doing... way more damage as an archer than as a knife fighter. Yeah.
So back to where we're...
Yeah.
Again, no one's watching us. It's fine.
I love
We can say anything.
It's
not because...
Oh, no.
Because we still work.
Sure.
We still have lives.
Yeah. But also no one watches this.
Taking it back.
But no one watches this, so who...
Yeah. So I liked most... Hey, what's up? Gino. No, he's not great. He's gone. He's way gone. He's like, I asked my Dragon Age question.
You know,
and you guys,
the comment was not helpful, and I'm
pretty much.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair. It's all good. I liked the dungeon.
Yeah,
I liked the few rooms.
I liked the dungeon a lot.
I loved the servitors.
Servitors were great.
I didn't love the priest because he didn't really make a good. He wasn't a good.
He didn't
because it was. He didn't interact enough.
He wasn't very characterful, but he was dangerous. I mean, I am very nervous at facing him again with that stick.
Yeah,
because I'm probably going to face a number of death saves.
How many death saves can you take before you're dead?
I mean,
not many.
No,
because I'm going to roll good one. One of these times I'm hitting a 12.
I need all the archers to bury him in archer fire before we ever get there.
Yeah.
Like, we need so many arrows hitting him.
Yeah.
We need to recruit more archers. Because that's how you fight him.
You need hirelings.
We need 12 archers.
Yeah.
A dozen archers.
62 archers.
Dodge this. Yes.
Yeah.
I want 100 arrows in flight at him and go, good luck with that. Use your stick now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because meleeing him is terrifying.
Dangerous. Yeah.
Because he will just...
It's not terrible. And
it is terrible.
And he's going to hit you. But I mean, he's not a bad combatant.
Yeah.
He's not like, I have a 6 or some bullshit. He's
good.
Equal with a 6.
Yeah, he's comparable.
He's like, foop, foop.
But every time
he likes to touch you.
It's a death save.
Doesn't have to do damage. He just, hey, buddy, poop, here you go. And you're like, I got to make a save. Oh,
yeah, it's not the amount of damage. It's the death save every time.
Bam, 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 right?
Yeah.
And so...
a lot of archers.
But I didn't...
Yeah, I liked him.
I just didn't think that he popped. Like
next time.
Like villains...
Next time.
Yeah, maybe, right?
Yeah.
Maybe. That's what I'm sort of thinking. Maybe it works. Next time he's established, and it's not just this weird combat chase scene.
Right.
It's more of a scene. He's doing a thing.
More of a set piece.
Well, he's doing something.
Right.
He's captured the school bus of children. Not that there's a school bus of children, but you know what I mean? Like, he's done a thing. And he is gathering power or something. And you guys now...
Right.
Like, that's a thing.
Can't
At the very least...
terrifying.
I think everybody's nervous about
it. I'm fair.
So I think in that sense, he's effective.
Yeah.
He just wasn't a super fun villain in the sense that... and by the way, I'm sorry. In the sense that, say, Nanophage was in the superhero game, who kept appearing, and you knew him.
Well, this is our first meeting, too.
Right.
Like, you can't judge everything off, like, the first vibe, right? Like, I have this. I could easily see having 2 or 3 or 4 interactions with him before the final, maybe get lucky and do better, but, the final, conflict, and it could be a nice reoccurring villain, right?
Yes. I agree.
We keep trying to shut him down. He keeps trying to do something terrible. And sooner or later, he murders all of us or we win.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, something like that.
All have extra characters. It's fun.
That's what we're for.
So I liked them.
Yeah.
But I didn't like the...
But yeah, he's not super... he wasn't super, per se, charismatic.
Yeah, there wasn't a thing.
Yeah.
So I did think that sort of fell flat. The last fight was good.
Yeah, I liked it.
And it played a lot of that, Indiana Jones.
I did like the giant serpent wagon thing, train. That was great.
Right.
It was a good fight.
The whole shebang there. I thought at the end, I'm like, well, how do I resolve this? And largely, to be honest, with the rolls that people made on searches, I just said,
he gets away.
50-50.
Right. It's not...
I literally was like...
it wasn't definitive enough one way or
another. If he rolled super poor, I'd let him, write what cough. Because he's still a human.
Yeah.
In the dust, cough or something. Right. Someone spots him.
Right.
But he rolled well enough, I'm like... And it literally wasn't super great. It's just like,
good enough.
50-50. It was literally like, well, 7 or above. He gets and 6 or below, someone can spot.
Right.
And I rolled, enough, and I'm like, fuck it. He's out.
That's fine.
He just escapes. Let's end this. We already have 2 dead.
Yeah.
Incapacitated.
Right. That's true. Any subsequent fight now gets
any fight is clunky and people aren't participating.
Right. Then you have...
let's just let it go.
Sure. No, I think that was a good resolution for it because, it's less fun for those that are KO'd. And then you're just like, well, does he now get, are we just basically going, is he going to have another chance to get away? And we maybe make other people roll death save? Are we really getting much out of that? We just had the fight. We could just leave that with...
I think the good thing was, we set him up.
Right.
And shit, if he touches me with that thing...
Right. Now...
I'm fucked.
No, the important thing is...
I need to avoid...
The important thing is 2 things. He can summon snakes.
Yeah.
Well, 3. He can summon snakes. He can do an illusions of himself, mirror image.
Yeah.
And he can death touch you.
Yeah.
And so that's knowledge worth having for the next encounter.
Yeah.
Don't let him death touch you. Ideally, figure out a way to deal with mirror image if you can. And by the way, snakes.
Yeah.
Expect snakes.
Yes.
Expect snakes.
He can summon defense.
Right. Expect summons, right? So, and I think that's good because now the next time you face him, he's going to do at least those three things. So you should be forewarned.
So I thought that was nice to set him up.
Yeah.
Right? I didn't love the end, but I was like, okay.
Yeah.
I can live with it.
Sure, I think it's fine.
I did think the call to shorten the dungeon was good because I could not imagine going through another dozen rooms.
Yeah, to point
like
one.
You're pixel bitching. You're like literally trying to luck out.
Right.
At that point. Well, north, south, and east. I suppose we'll go east.
Pick a thing.
Or whatever, right?
How many more encounters do we have to have?
That wasn't fun. I think those are fun when the goal is to explore the thing.
Sure.
When the mindset is
when you don't know what's here yet.
When the mindset is
what's
let's
here?
Explore the thing.
What's here? Like once you already determined the evil priest is here, you just want to get to that.
You just want to do the thing.
Like, okay, did we miss out on treasure? Well, we missed out on treasure.
And you got literally, by the way,
got zero money. Nothing.
You got zero cash.
Because we burnt the whole place to the ground.
The whole place collapsed.
We burned it to the ground.
It's a smoking crater.
We got
all the cash, whatever they got is
gone.
It's gone. They got 2 gems.
Which we had already.
Which Alphonse already had. And
so,
you guys don't know about. I mean, you know about.
No. But
we
got nothing out of that.
You're a poor party.
Oh, we are very poor.
For succeeding in 2 missions.
We are very poor. Because the goblin thing we got almost nothing out of.
Because you burned a place?
I mean, we got a few potions and a book, which
no one's going to see.
Right.
But L'Oreal, John.
Sure.
And this one you got nothing?
Nothing. 2 gems.
2 gems.
Which basically are evil artifacts and you probably shouldn't have.
But they have.
Well, I'm aware. I mean, I'm not aware. I just assume.
You're unconscious.
Right.
Vincent took them.
I mean, half the party knows they have them.
Sure.
Because they put them in the
Holy rollers don't know they have. Because
technically.
Still.
Technically.
They could tell you.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, that was we left them. And they collapsed. Sure. I don't know what these are. These are
Look, whatever you're doing though, don't lick them.
These are creamsicles.
No.
They taste like lime because they're green.
Don't lick them.
They're green.
They're evil. Don't lick evil things. Don't lick evil.
Mom.
Number 1 rule.
It's evil. I was there for a reference and no one knows.
I don't even get that one.
You don't get that one?
No. Miss me. Oh, that's old.
The end? The charcoal.
If we go back to 1986, you're welcome, everybody.
The charcoal in the oven. They're like, Mom. He's like, Mom, Dad, don't touch it. It's evil. And they touch it and they disappear. You don't remember that? The end.
No,
the very end.
Because
guess what you're gonna do when you go home? Watch fucking Time Bandits.
No.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
That shit up.
I have watched Time Bandits in my 30s years ago.
By the way, this is outing me as a shitty geek. I didn't love Time Bandits. I thought it was boring.
No. I love Time Bandits.
But I'm going to watch it
when I was 20. But I don't remember
You're watching it again because Mom, Dad, don't touch it. It's evil.
I'll just YouTube it.
Okay. You're a bad geek.
I mean,
no, now you're a bad geek.
Sure.
So, okay.
Yes.
So, how was the adventure?
Great. I mean, I am 3 death saves closer to dead.
Yeah, but you like that. I think you actually enjoy it. I think you love it. I think you actually
okay with it as a player.
You're good.
Because I'm like, look, Grim is never it's a weird. I will say I do have a sort of a weird mental because I have a very clear mental construct of what the character's like.
Yeah.
And and he is a conflicted person. Because Grim, I'm basically playing me if I was a holy warrior. I'm playing a middle-aged dude who's at the end of his career, who doesn't want to do anything, because that's how I personally feel. I am a middle-aged dude, and by middle-aged, I mean I'm 55 in a week and a half, and I don't want to do anything, and I just want to relax, but apparently I have to keep working because reasons. And I feel that's my character, except he is a holy warrior.
Yeah.
And he is divinely driven to fight against evil.
Find evil and
for
fight it.
For Stratus. And so he is conflicted because on one hand, he wants to sit around and relax and do nothing. But on the other hand, when he's confronted by the cult of immortality and the deceiver and its minions and the undead, he's like, we have to do...
I suppose we're going.
Yeah, he's not so beyond, he's not so whatever.
He's not derelict.
He's not derelict.
He's just lazy.
He is, yeah.
Different level.
Exactly. So he's like, we have to do this. And the problem with that is anytime this priest shows up, whenever it may be, Grimm's like, we have to do this now. We have to do it again. We're going to take another shot at this guy. And I know that every time I do that, my death saves go. Like, I am aware that Grimm is putting himself in mortal danger every time he encounters this adversary, because that's what this adversary does.
So, our death save, just make sure everybody knows.
Right.
Right? Death save.
And I'm okay with that. As a player, I'm totally okay with that.
Difficulty.
And Grimm is, frankly, okay with that.
I roll a d12 and add 8.
Right.
And you roll a d12 and add your highest stat.
Right.
But every time your death save goes up by 1, so I roll a d12 plus 9, d12 plus 10. The whole game is opposed roll.
And for Grimm, it's an 11.
Yeah. So the whole game's opposed.
And don't get me wrong, it's not a 16 anymore because my muscle went up.
Yeah, you went up.
So because that's why I picked that over the other one.
Hey,
I went to 17 because I need to beat death saves.
Yeah. So every roll in the game is opposed.
I'm the strongest dude in the party.
Every roll in the game is opposed.
Right.
So when we roll skills or whatever, it's your skill plus d12. And
so I'm up 6. So I'm up 6.
Yeah, plus the d12.
But I can fail that.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I roll a 12 and you're like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Because there's no re-rolling it. It's not like it's...
No.
It's just...
No, if you roll a 12, I have a 50-50 chance.
Yeah, like it's all...
At that point.
Yeah.
So I think I'm...
Wait, you roll a lot of 12.
Me too.
Like,
I think I still feel I'm probably 75% successful.
You're fine. It's fine.
Well, until I'm not, but yes.
You're fine.
But I'm okay with that. Because, again, look, Grimm is going to fight this guy. Because when this guy shows up again, that's what Grimm's here to do. That's exactly what he's supposed to do. You have to fight against evil. But also, you could die.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Grimm can only fight him in melee. And thus get hit with a stick of death. Whereas Fiona can shoot him with arrows, theoretically, all day from complete safety. Yeah. So...
And she should.
Well, what are you doing otherwise?
Yeah.
No,
so
bad on me for having no range skills.
It's good. I'm glad.
But
that you enjoyed it.
I had a great time.
It was good.
Yeah.
I thought it was a decent adventure.
I thought it was great.
I think
I had a great time.
I
mean, both that adventure and the whole Poison River adventure were I thought
I thought that was fun.
Really fun.
Good. Yeah, I thought that was good. The first 2 adventures were pretty good.
Yeah.
Look,
and the more sort of in between downtime stuff still been good. I liked all of it. I'm sure you too. I think this campaign's going great.
No, me too.
So I don't.
I think it's going fun.
I think it's having a good time.
I
like all the characters.
I obsess over how everything goes.
I like all the characters. I like the 2 main adventures have been great. I like we got a recurring villain. I like that we've got Vincent trying to get his town stuff going.
Yes.
Like I like that that he has non-adventure administrative things which are still very important to do.
Sure.
Right? He now has discovered, which will get
right. So it's not a big deal. Right, we come back.
Right.
You guys are convalescing for
like 4 weeks.
Yeah,
we're out.
like it's ridiculous.
We're like we're laying in the church going, I nearly died.
Yeah,
for 4 weeks.
Yeah, there's a lot of
right.
Vincent tries to set up his mill.
Right.
So he's trying to set up a sawmill.
Right. Lumber mill. Yeah.
Right, lumber mill.
Yeah.
To help build stuff effectively. Right. So essentially, what I've done, I've created an Excel spreadsheet that goes to the person and tracks the cost benefit of each person in town.
Yes. And how many people is that roughly?
It's
350.
Well, it's 100 farming families, which is 500.
Oh, Jesus.
Plus a couple hundred, so, 200 to 300 plus.
Okay. So it's like 1,000 people.
So, like, all the noble folks are drained.
Yeah, sure.
They don't contribute.
They don't produce anything.
They don't contribute to the economy per se.
Right. Eventually Vincent will.
So all the soldiers,
right,
that every family has,
right,
and Vincent and his servants,
right,
all drag the economy down. They are net losses. They have to be fed.
Because they don't make food.
They don't do anything.
They just eat.
Yeah.
Those bastards.
Right. Then you have adventurers, tradesmen, merchants, the tavern, the laborers, and so on. Everybody else in the town is. I'll give you the sheet. Yeah. Everybody else in the town, right? There's a category of folks.
Right.
And I just arbitrarily, to some degree, picked, okay, the laborers, -1.
Sure.
You have to pay them to do anything. And otherwise, they don't contribute a lot to the economy.
But they keep things moving.
Then you need them.
Right.
Because you need dudes to build shit.
Right.
But they don't contribute anything to the economy otherwise.
They don't produce.
They go to the tavern is the place where everyone contributes.
Oh.
Because the tavern generates a certain amount of income based on everyone in town.
Right. And
then you get some percentage of it.
Okay.
But the laborers are -1.
Right.
The clergy -1 or 2, I think. Every priest.
All we do is eat.
Every clergy is like -1 or 2.
We adventure for you.
It's a minus.
We don't know.
The tradesmen are a +X.
Right.
The merchants are a +X.
Sure.
Everything they do generates money for the economy.
Sure.
And then all that money goes into this kitty, which I then divide into some, effectively by a 12. Mm-hmm. A third of it is taxed to the nobles.
Okay.
And 2/3 goes to the townish.
Okay.
And then 1/4, because there's 4 noble houses here.
Right.
Then every noble house gets that much.
Okay.
And then that much minus their people.
That's how much they're in the
hole. I'm
sure they're all in the hole.
Right now they're all in the hole.
Right. Because they don't produce enough to make up for what they cost.
3 months, everybody's in the hole. Right. Now, the funny part is the third month, everybody's doing okay, except the Mother Superior came back.
Right.
With 20 Templars and put them all in the hole.
And they're eating, baby.
And they're eating.
They
produce, by the way, nothing.
They produce nothing.
They do nothing.
They produce holiness.
Yeah. No building. They're going to build the temple.
Well, sure.
But they don't produce jack.
And the temple doesn't produce anything.
No, it's just
although
joy.
It produces piety.
There's no score.
Is there no score?
It's not Crusader King.
Come on. How do we not have the score? I think we need a piety score.
To do
like it's a town morale score.
By the way, they're drained. The churches are drained on the economy. It's
but
great
not
for everything else.
Not on piety.
No.
We're bringing you the love of the father and the mother. So if you would just listen.
Like he gets his sawmill up and running.
Sure. Then it helps.
Right. It helps.
He gets some
his
quarter.
His end.
Right. Same with if he gets the mines going.
All that goes up.
Right.
At some point, by the way, he'll be in the black.
Oh, sure. At some point, he'll be rolling in it, I imagine. But it might be a game year from now, right?
But you've got to clear the shit out. And you've got to blah, blah, blah.
Next week, Hellcats.
And I'm sure there's...
Fighting the Hellcats.
And I'm sure there's events and blah.
Sure.
The whole thing. So we're getting...
That's good.
So I do like that.
Yeah, there's like a town administrative sort of game going along with the party adventure game. Yeah. Which is, I think, fun. I mean, it's mostly the Vincents is part of that because he is a baron. He's a lord.
Yes. He
and his son Alphonse are the 2 local some of the 4 noble families, so he's, they are 1/4 of the noble families. So 2 of the players are directly connected to town administration, and the rest of us are more or less ancillarily connected to that.
Yeah. I mean,
the church, I'm sure, has opinions.
Yes.
But whatever influence we have, we have.
This is designed as a. This is designed to be a town game, right? With everybody having their little town encounter.
Right.
Now, that might be a bad design for 8 players. Don't get me wrong.
It's fine.
I'm going to go with it.
It's what we're doing now.
Fuck them.
Whoever. Get on board.
Yeah, get on board.
Either find a thing to do.
Yeah.
Like either get on board or at least pay attention. Or pay attention and show up when you fight. You got to fight.
So everybody.
If I do make another character at some point down the road, I'm going to probably try and make it more directly town integrated. I
don't think that's a terrible idea.
Yeah, so I'm going to stick with the ones that have.
I love Father Grimm.
I love Grimm.
He's pretty high on my list.
Oh, I love Grimm. I just look at the saves going, I don't think he's making it. I'm not sure he's lasting a year of gaming. Maybe. But who knows? Maybe he does. But if he dies, or if I get tired of the other guy, or he dies, then I will probably try and figure out someone who's more integral to the town. And also by then, I imagine the town stuff will be more evolved.
Sure.
Right? We'll have more NPCs. It'll be easier to integrate because that situation will be known better. It'll be more advanced. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So I think that will be my goal if it comes down to another character down the road. But I'm not going to worry about that now because Grimm's great, and the other guy is just a dude who can always do a mission because he works for the Vincents, and therefore he can always go on the mission. He's just you can always bring him. He always says yes because he's employed, and he's just a really all-around functional character. And he has no specific. Oh, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Whereas Grimm could go. That's not my jam.
Which is great. And you can pull another character.
Right.
That's all.
If we go hunt Hellcats, I probably will bring Jack and not Grimm because I don't think Grimm cares about hunting Hellcats.
Right.
He's why would you invite the Sunbringer for that? Are they the dead Hellcats?
So we have
he's not a hunter.
Right. So they have so Lord Vincent has sent prospectors out into the wild. They've spent 6 to 8 weeks out there. They have found silver and iron.
Yep.
But the problem is there's some wild cats. Hellcats. Cats. They're like felines, but with overly extended limbs.
Yeah, it's
right.
Because you like a little bit of horror.
It's a little scary, right? a little
can't just be a mountain lion. God forbid we just have mountain lions.
It's not a mountain lion. It's a
articulated, limbed.
It's a mountain lion that skittles.
If you mix a mountain lion with, I don't know, a giant spider, that's sort of the vibe I got.
Done. That's what is blocking the mine area. You've got to clear those out.
They're a scourge.
Yes. That's what they're going to do.
So I think that'll be probably the adventure of this tomorrow.
And there's a couple things. We'll get into that. We probably won't cover it tonight. That's fine.
Yeah.
Right? But that'll be
the next big adventure.
Sort of the next big adventure. And we'll get into that. No, I enjoyed it. I liked the last fight.
Oh, that was great.
I always worry a little bit about those, and I worried about the end where it's I don't know. He just got away.
Well,
sort of. And but you know what?
If he had just, you could have gone, oh, he's right there,
right?
And then had the problem with that is twofold. One is then you have to have another fight. And some of the party is out, so we're just going, well, okay, I guess Karen and I will just go home because we have no one to play here, and because we're KO'd. And so then you either defeat him or not. Again, that also feels vaguely anticlimactic to me.
Yes. No.
It doesn't feel better I sort of like that he gets away because again, you set it up with the whole, 9/11 dust cloud. I'm like, he gets away. Everyone's pretty hurt. No one really wants to get into another fight with a dude with death saves. Another boss fight with death saves. Like, you're just really putting the rest of the party in more mortal danger.
I don't think it's a bad choice.
No, I thought it was fun.
Yeah, I don't think it was a terrible choice.
Yeah, it always sort of vaguely sucks when
the
bad guy escapes.
Yep.
And then, like, oh, okay. Like, it's not super satisfying, but I mean, I don't think there was a
That's one where I go, I think
there wasn't a better option.
I think player groups in general
Yeah.
should be okay with it. I think in the Supers game, it had to be very
right.
Like
Villains escape.
Villains escape. That's sort of the gig, right? And I think here,
and look, this isn't like just some random dude. This is clearly like a supervillain, right? I mean,
the first adventure with the Exile he died. You got him.
Oh,
and he was invisible, and you got him.
Yes.
And he was trying to escape, and you got him.
Yes. He could have got away too,
and he could have.
If it weren't for,
I think Avery got him.
Avery got him.
He left it out. He did the thing,
but he could have escaped, and he did, and that would have felt, I think, okay if he had, but not great.
Sure, but again, he did.
Right.
This one, I was just like, man, there's a dust cloud.
Yeah,
everybody's jacked up.
Well, and again, part of it's just because Grim.
Roll searches. Everybody else
I can feel that's a good recurring villain because a random goblin alchemist escaping is less interesting than a priest of the cult of immortality.
I mean, he's an immediate draw to Yugo.
Right.
You wouldn't care.
Right.
Instant.
No, but I mean, I'm sure every right-thinking Bostonian should feel that way.
No, but you don't have any of those, believe it or not.
I'm aware. I'm aware. That's why I'm giving a sermon.
Yes. We'll get to the sermon. That'll be another one. That'll be another one.
Because these people are lacking in their devotion.
They are.
They're bad Bostonians.
So, should we take 2 minutes?
We should, because I would like to get some water. Yes.
And then we'll talk about the 44 words. I wanted to rant about this for a week.
I'm ready.
I will put a message.
Send a message.
I will put a message. Not, again, no one cares, by the way.
It's just you and me, man.
Yep, I'm good with that.
You and me in the tree. No, I'm good.
All right. Oh, let me get the message off there. Okay. Sorry.
I downloaded those. I read them all.
So yeah. Okay. So second, because with that, we're here.
What are we doing?
We're fucking here. Like there's no point. I gave you copy. By the way, if you there's one of those papers right there.
No.
You don't have to look at your phone and do your glasses or whatever. It's
I mean, I have to. I don't even think I don't use my glasses to read anything. You're hilarious. I can make these first of all gigantic. All right.
So I mean this. So we're gonna end the night, I suppose, talking generally about gaming, right? And this guy posted my DM. Sent a message. 44 rules for D&D, right? Yes. And this was on RPG Horror Stories, which is a Reddit site, which is like, oh my DM wanted to role play, gross shit between like that kind of stuff, right? Sure. It's like the worst of the worst,
right?
It's every DM horror story. Now, keep in mind, I have no good reference anymore. For 40 years, I played mostly with my friends. Like even back in elementary school, I played mostly with my friends.
We are very insular,
right?
Like right.
I don't belong to the tabletop hobby, anymore. Like I watch YouTube a lot,
sure,
and I read Reddit a lot, but I don't actually belong. Like I don't play at conventions.
No, I
don't play on Discord. I don't play on right. I don't go out and and random try to find random games.
No, we
I've known John since I was 13.
Yes, and we've played together since you were 18.
18,
right? So
you got 5 years. He's got 5 years on.
Okay,
that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
And then Karen since 20, maybe 21.
Yeah. So it's a pretty insular group.
Right? I play with my friends most of the time,
and a lot, and the people that we are currently playing with, we have played with for decades, even the Coles.
Jeff, and for quite a while. Yeah.
Right.
And most
grown up playing with your kids.
Most of them are gonna go with whatever, right? And we're gonna go right. So it is. It's
yeah.
I imagine that there's a lot of folks that don't get to play with their friends or family.
Right.
Right.
They're playing with.
It's not a majority. It's maybe I don't know. I don't know the percentage.
Yeah, game store people.
Right. There's a lot of games.
Online people.
So there's a lot more negotiating the social contract.
Sure. People you don't have a history of playing with. And I mean, and I, to that point, I will say, when other people, outsider people, have joined our games, generally hasn't gone great because I think they have a different viewpoint, have had a different viewpoint than we do. They're not used to our dynamic. We are not used to their dynamic. And generally speaking, that's never worked out. Or rarely worked out.
I think.
And I'm not saying it's them. Nope. Might be us. But I'm saying...
I think the person that tends to bring those in has a bad sense of what's going to work.
I don't know what you're talking about. I just think we have incompatible viewpoints.
Sure.
And,
Sure.
Yeah. And we'll leave it there. That's hilarious. But
I played a game store.
Right. That's true.
I've done game store.
You have, and I've done a little bit of that, but much less.
I'm relatively open to all that. But like I said, I think the point of that is I am relatively blessed in that I do not have to worry mostly about I'm going in with a bunch of randos.
Sure.
And I need to figure out sort of where this all sits, right? Where we all sit in the social spectrum,
right?
The autism spectrum,
well, and what
the creepy spectrum, all the spectrum,
but also what you are looking for in a campaign,
right? What am I looking for in a game?
What level of rules adherence to versus loosey goosey are you expecting? what level of lethality in a campaign. I mean, sure, all those things I think we have sort of, I don't think have been necessarily verbally declared, but we played so long together, we sort of know where we sit in that.
But to call back, all the people that have come in and failed in our group, that's not been the issue.
No,
it's not been a. It's not been a campaign. It's not been a. It's not been a campaign expectations issue.
Correct.
It's been a table etiquette issue.
It's been how well you get along with the group.
Yeah, right.
And it's
been very much more a human.
And I don't disagree with. I think the concept of we're not and I speak for people that aren't here, so I'm saying I'll say it. I'm not looking for outsiders in our game. Like, I'm not looking
We have 8 players. I'm not looking for anybody.
Well, no, but
I'm looking to kill a couple kids. Like, can I do like a Job bullshit?
Not actually.
Can I do a Job thing and get rid of a couple?
He means his characters, but if they stop playing, we'd be okay with it. No, but even when we didn't have 8 players, and I'm sure my wife weren't looking for new people to join us. I think we felt we had a good group. We had a big enough group, So I will say,
care. I'm all in. But
so that I will say that tends to make us picky because we can afford to be picky. I'm not just saying it's all them. I don't want to throw other people under the bus and just go.
No, they were bad. Having said that.
I agree with you, but
my take is this. My take is this. If you were the new guy,
yes,
fit in with the other guy.
Yes.
Like, did your job.
That would be my critique.
That's your job.
It's your job to figure out how you can fit into this group that you are the outsider.
Like,
it's not your job. It's not, you aren't here to go, no, I call the shots.
Yeah.
You're the outside. You're auditioning. Look, you should be very clear, or somebody should have told you, that you are coming into a long-established gaming group as the outsider, and you need to find a way to fit in and not ruffle feathers.
This in mind. Most people
are bad.
In the world
are bad.
Do not have that level of self-awareness.
Good point.
Social awareness.
Good, fair.
And gamers
are
historically
terrible.
So let's talk about.
Sorry, gamers, if you're out there,
rule.
You're all trash at this.
So some dude posted a thing on RPG Horror Stories and said, "My G."
That's the point.
Posted these shitty rules.
Yes.
Isn't he an asshole? Pretty much was the gig.
And we have a list.
And he got freaking burnt.
Oh yeah.
On Twitter, on Reddit.
Oh, I'm sure he did.
Reddit was ridiculous. Like I said, Reddit had some stuff which oh, well, this guy is he is using the same, I said this in the video.
Yeah.
He's using the same tactics that fascist regimes use to make their people submissive. I'm like, whoa, what the fuck are we talking? Time out, Skippy. Hold on.
Let's look.
What the hell on?
If this video is going to get views, this is how it's going to happen.
No one cares about this. By the way, I'm good.
Well, here's the thing.
It's a quiet night. It's just you and me now.
Look,
it's you and me on camera.
When you post this,
it's the first of all world. It's just us, and you still have to be careful what you say, or else you get fired.
First of all, that's highly unlikely because I have a lot of worker protections that
Okay, I don't.
You get fired. I'm like...
So, it's just us, and I'll still get fired.
Good point.
But
I'm just saying, so when you post this, you lead in with the 44 rules rant, because that gets you views, because us talking about your homebrew campaign, nobody cares about that.
But I'm still doing it because...
Oh, sure. I like doing it. I like it. I mean, I'll do a live stream of our after action report anytime you want.
Me.
Yes.
This is for me, not for them.
Well, I'm just here for the booze, so.
Me too. So.
Why can't we get a sponsor?
Come on, somebody, anybody.
Look.
Any Pennsylvania brewery, any Pennsylvania distillery.
Or, no offense, Knob Creek or Larceny or Elijah Craig. I mean, look, I'm not even going to say Whistlepick Camp.
Look, I have almost 500 subscribers.
Wow, 500? That many?
80 something. It keeps.
Oh, so you
like, can't reach a plateau.
So you can't hit 500.
No, seriously, I can't. By the way, I can't. I plateaued. I lose as many.
How many Google accounts do I need?
Presumably about 15.
That seems like work. I don't.
Anyway.
I'll tell my son, hey.
So this dude posted on RPG Horror Story.
I love we almost started this.
I'm good. It's late enough. Like if
it's 11.
Hey, Jeff Coulter, hello nerd.
What?
Jeff, hey, how are you?
I don't think we threw you under the bus.
We didn't
Not you. I mean, everybody else probably,
I'm
but
always happy with you, Jeff.
Yes.
You're my puzzle solver. My thing.
I did one puzzle once.
You did once, and Karen figured some stuff out.
She did. Or Jeff. Otherwise, it's Jeff.
Otherwise, it's all Jeff.
Yeah, if Jeff doesn't show. If you do a puzzle dungeon, Jeff better be there.
Yes. If I do puzzles and Jeff's not there, I'm like,
okay,
it's not hey, jackals.
Okay, nerds, figure it out.
Go. You figured one out, which I thought
did.
was actually very good.
Yeah, the word puzzle.
The word puzzle was good.
I'm better at words than other things.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. That was just very clever.
Yeah.
I do. Look,
can't take that from me. It's all hands.
I'm not that smart, but I scour the internet for fucking shit and puzzle. How are you, Jeff? Good to see you. Happy Father's Day.
Yes.
You too. By the way, you too. Happy Father's Day.
Thank you. And happy Father's Day to you.
I mean, it's not Father's Day, but it will be.
It will.
I will see you before. Well, I will see you then. I will see you before that.
When is Father's Day?
Sunday.
Okay.
I don't actually fucking. You know what?
Look,
you know
no dad cares.
Don't Father's Day.
No, all dad. Look, every time.
I'm going to mow my fucking grass. That's pretty much it. Like that's.
I'm gonna probably mow my grass on Father's Day. That's what I'm gonna do.
Actually, my Father's Day is I would love someone to mow my goddamn grass.
I just want to be left alone on Father's Day. That's all I want.
Yeah.
Actually, I think we might go to the local brewery because they are doing. It's funny. Oh, okay. She sends me like, "Hey, here's a craft brew thing, and here's another thing," and I'm like. Like I don't ever never dissuade anyone from suggesting.
Your wife, very sweet. How long have you been married?
A while, since '98.
Very sweet. She still does shit for you. By the way,
she's the best of the two of us.
Doesn't give it.
That's fine.
She's done.
It's not. Look, it's not for you.
She's done.
But I think we're gonna go. As is appropriate.
She's like, whatever.
I think.
Happy Father's Day. Let's get the kids kidded tomorrow.
Killed?
Killed. I like killed, but kidded, sure.
Either. I'm not picky.
Kidded. You mean killed by goats?
Yes.
Baby goats. Done.
Oh.
Done.
Baby goats with articulated legs.
Done. Yes, kidded. Done.
No, I think on Sunday we're going to the local brewery because they are doing a sea shanties. Someone's going to come and do sea shanties, and I'm like, I can listen to beer and sea shanties, or drink beer, or listen to sea shanties. I don't really any order of there is fine.
Beer, yeah, it'd be like a slam poetry. Fuck it.
You had me at brewery.
Yeah, like they'd be like
the other one was like drive to Greensburg to a beer thing, and I'm like, I don't want to drive to Greensburg.
Cheers, Jeff. Jeff says he's working on his gin. I am working on quite a bit of rye or bourbon. Yeah, you pick it, and
I think I just poured the Knob. I just poured the Knob Creek again, the rye.
So the Knob Creek is my favorite still.
Oh, that's a great one.
I think the Larceny wins. Aside from Knob Creek, the Larceny wins.
I want to try this.
I drank a little
more later.
The piggyback, and I don't hate it, and I like it more as we go because, well, fuck, I'm a little liquored up.
Yeah, and it's 108 proof.
Yeah, and it's good, and it's fine.
It's so minty.
But it's so
minty.
But
so minty.
Having said that, I would never buy it again.
No.
Like, you could convince me to buy this.
Yeah.
But not this.
And actually, I would buy this because it's not expensive.
Yeah.
And it's just a decent, basic bourbon. Like, look, probably by the Knob Creek 9-year over this.
Yeah, but I don't.
But it's perfectly
I don't
good.
want Elijah Craig. Again,
The barrel proof of this is better.
None of these are losers.
No, they're all good. Yeah, this.
But again, this one is my favorite. Yeah. Second, third, fourth, probably.
See, I would just swap 3 and 4 probably. Although I have to try them again. I don't know. So, anyways, right. Where were we? You got more. You got more. We have not.
Says he's working his gym. 44.
Good for you.
So, yeah. This guy posts on RPG Horror Stories and says, "My DM posts these bullshit rolls," and the internet lambases this guy.
Yes.
And rightfully so, right? I mean, this dude, look, if you read these, there's a lot of 14-year-old fuck around and find out energy.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of... The quick off the cuff is, this guy's a douchebag.
There's a lot of...
Right.
Right, so rule 44 is, I'm never threatening, I'm promising.
Right. Are you 13?
Okay, John Wayne.
Yeah, I mean,
look. Slow your roll. Jack Reacher, slow your roll.
It's like, are you 13?
Like,
that's some real, rules to say, here's my reference. That's some real Call of Duty Xbox energy right there. That is...
They're 20s for sure. At least, because they're driving, they're smoking bongs.
I mean, they might be... here's the thing. I'd be worried if they're 30 or 40 or 50 and they're still acting like this.
But this dude's like...
And I don't mean just the GM. I mean anybody.
Sure. Never threatening you. I'm just promising you. And
like, dude,
okay.
Just get over yourself. Right, okay? Yeah. That said, I read all 44 and I agree with the majority of them. That's my TLDR.
Glad you said that.
Because I'm an old gamer.
Here's my thing. So again, I read these.
Sure.
And and I watch videos and shit. Like
you do. Well, more than I do.
Because I
don't watch a lot of RPG stuff.
Into TTRPG videos, right?
Yes.
And so I watched and I'm like, here's the thing. As a...
Your sticky keys are on.
Oh, okay.
Is it sticky keys?
No, because because something was touching.
Oh, yeah.
So here's the thing.
Microsoft.
I played games, TTRPGs, for, what am I, I'm 53. Oh, God, I got to do math.
Yeah, I've played since 85. I know you. I know you you played as
I was 8. I started when I was 8.
Yeah, I was in high school.
So 45 years. 45 years. I played for 45 years.
Yeah, I came relatively late to.
I have GM'd. Give me an estimate. What's my percentage?
98% of the time.
I can count probably on 2 hands the amount of times I've played a campaign.
Okay, 99.9% of the time. Absolutely.
More than once.
Yeah.
Like a campaign, like twice or more.
I mean, the one I ran.
Jeff's game.
The one I ran.
Yeah.
I remember. I think it was another campaign.
I played with the Blake.
You did. I think actually 2 campaigns I ran. The one was very short, and then the one was the Middle Earth one, which you talked about already. And Jeff's campaign, which I thought was a great campaign, actually. Mostly because our duo was hilarious.
I enjoyed that campaign. I hate Warhammer.
No, Warhammer's... Sorry, Jeff, hold your ears. Warhammer's trash, but I really enjoyed that campaign because the characters were fun. I always felt like you were the sidekicks to the actual
whatever it is,
everything.
Doesn't matter what.
And yet somehow you have to make everything okay.
Warhammer.
Yeah, it's
like you're good. You have a 38% chance. Good luck. Like, hey, I'm good at this. 38% chance. Good luck, buddy. Hey, like that's what I don't like.
But you know what? I pulled a wagon like a boss. You can't take that from me.
I don't even know the character's name, but I love the fact that I cut the dude's de-gloved the guy to put this tattoo on so that I could do the thing.
Yes.
And I don't know that I don't think it worked, but nonetheless, I'm like, okay, that's freaking psychotic. I'm in. Right? I think that
I got a whole wolf cloak. I was leveling up, baby. I got a wolf cloak.
I think that's the spirit of Warhammer.
Yeah.
Like I de-gloved the dude, put his hand tattoo on my hand.
You are appropriately in it, right?
Yes.
No, that campaign was great. Rule set's terrible. The campaign was great.
I don't like Warhammer as much. I really don't.
No,
I don't, because I think you have. It's one of those where you have no chance to succeed, sort of.
You probably have a 33% chance of actual success, and then a greater chance of
maybe you might mutate and you get a tentacle on your face. Like that's Warhammer. Like that's most of Warhammer.
Okay.
Like Warhammer. I loved the Middle Earth game.
That was fun. That was easily.
I loved it.
I did like. Oh, you played in my Newcastle Pulps game. Lord of the Arrow. I like that
game. It's less memorable than the Middle Earth game.
Well, because
I love the game. I love that character.
Better payoff. Like
that character was crazy.
Those I think were the only two things that I've GM'd that I felt were like actually successful. The Newcastle Pulps was like we didn't play much, like you and I, but I played that off and on with various people over the years. The Coles, boys, a bunch of people Sean.
Jeff said it worked because they were afraid to tell a person wearing someone else. No. Yeah.
You know what? That's a success. Do you see this?
Hello.
Yes. Is it my skin? No.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about it?
Isn't it?
Isn't it? You're going to tell me it's not good enough for you?
They're like, hey.
Yeah. So I love the Newcastle Pulps campaign.
And
I love the Middle Earth campaign. But of all the things I haven't GM'd that much really, but those are the two I'm actually proud about. I enjoyed both of those. Everything else was like, whatever, you do a thing. Anyways, where were we with the list?
So aside from me dommering Jeff's campaign with my skin,
I feel we've got
we're good
to get through.
Look, we're just chatting. We did the AAR.
Oh, sure.
If anyone gives a shit,
and nobody does.
Valerie, if you're out there, you can go through the AAR and stop the video. You're good. You've done me.
And
got a view.
I might recommend that.
I'm good.
Because now we're
yapping.
Drunks yapping.
Super drunk yet? Although keep in mind, I've not eaten much.
Oh well.
I fasted most of the day. I ate a little bit of chicken salad.
Good for you.
Look, I hate anyway. We're done. Different set of videos. I will do therapy somewhere else.
I pre-game before we got here.
No.
And here we are.
You're it.
So, but
so this dude posts 44 rolls,
right?
And everybody's like, "Oh, what a shithead."
Sure.
Here's the thing. As I said, I played 45 years, or 40, whatever. As a forever GM, because I've literally, I will say, 99 some percentage. It's 99 plus some decimal percentage of GM.
Yeah.
I don't love playing as much as GM.
Sure.
I just don't get the same vibe.
Right. And I'm the opposite. I don't love GMing as much as I like playing.
I just don't. It's a different vibe.
Yep.
There's a different set of receptors, whatever, brain that it hits, right? It just is. It's a different universe. As a forever GM, I read these and I said, I want to hug this guy. Like, I feel for this dude. Like, I just want to go give him, hey, buddy. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You just cry. Cry it out. Your players are assholes. Cry it out. Right? Like I'm sitting there going, what the fuck is, what these people are assholes. Like, I don't even know what this guy could be a douche. I get it. Yeah. But it sounds like.
Look, assuming it's not all hyperbole, assuming there's legitimate critiques at the core of all these.
Did this guy post this? No. He sent this to his players.
Right.
And one of those assholes posted it. Right? One of those douches said, well, I'm going to court of public opinion, fuck this guy. And it's like, you're a douche too. By the way.
Yes.
You're also a douchebag.
Right. Because you could have just read this and go, maybe this isn't the table for me. It's time to move on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's an easily solvable problem. You could have looked at this list and said, look, I don't want to play with a guy who's going to write this. And they're wrong.
I don't give a fuck if it's unfair in your opinion, because your spells are harder. You don't know what the square to move to. You get 1 minute to know all the actions you want, or to take one. And yes, that's overly aggressive, and that guy is sort of an asshole.
While I agree with many of these points, I would never play with this GM. Because I feel, even while most of these points are valid, if you have this much anger, like if you read this, if you have this much anger and you come to a tabletop RPG with this much anger, I don't think that's healthy for you. Like, sure. I think you should find a different hobby. Well, but also, I don't want to be part of that. Like, that's not going to make, like, that's not better. Like, no one wants to participate in this. And it's not because he's categorically wrong. It's because he's so mad about everything that happens that how could that be? I can't imagine how anyone's having fun at this table.
I think
not him, not his players.
I think what happened is it just reached a point where
I'm
going to do this thing. I'm posting it. Fuck y'all. I'm posting this shit. And the fact is,
okay.
No, I don't actually. I'm not making excuses for it.
But you should just not GM.
I think at some point you go, you're done.
Yeah.
You know, not GM. I think these people are not your people.
Sure.
Like, everybody should just go away.
Yeah.
At that point, break the fuck up.
Fine.
Like presumably, I think they're online. My guess is they're online. Well, then they talk about driving.
No, they're in person. Because he's talking and worried about his stuff getting destroyed.
Yeah,
people bringing drinks and food. No, they're at someone's house.
So so these people know each other. Yeah. Which is even worse.
They might not be friends. They might just be.
Which fucking sucks more. Actually, like, now that you said that, I thought about
they're not online gamers.
They're not.
No, because if you're online, you just go ham out.
I'm good. Well,
I won't log in. It's fine. You know what? I'm going to go. But
they do. They're physical.
They're physical.
They can theoretically punch each other if they want to do.
And after reading this, I'm surprised they haven't, because there's so much anger in here.
They can punch each other. Like,
I have never wanted to punch a player. Baby Steve.
I mean, there's a bunch.
Baby Steve.
Actually, a lot of them.
Baby Steve. It's a sapling, Steve.
He's a dumbass.
I know. There
are other guys that were worse, actually, in my opinion.
I don't know if I played with them.
You played with the guy at the table. The table, the superhero table. The speedster who wanted to do his own thing. John brought him in. Sorry, John. John brings in all the bad games. What?
You're not wrong. He's not going to watch us.
No, never seen it.
Good point.
I love you, John.
Love you, John.
Having said that, you bring all the bad games.
Your gamer radar is broken.
No, it's fine, but it's a thing.
Well, the speedster. Okay.
Yeah,
I remember him.
Hid the weapons, blah blah blah, and then decided he wanted to subvert everyone at the table.
Right.
And again, at that point, you're playing a different game.
I remember
you're playing cutthroat diplomacy, and the rest of us playing a role-playing game.
I remember in fantasy, the original guy with the portal room, who basically wanted to use his charisma skills as an outright, I can tell your character what to do because I have charisma skills and I just roll it, and therefore.
I don't remember it.
Well, he did. He lasted one session, or maybe more than one session.
I don't remember.
I remember we were here with John, and you were grilling on or John was grilling at your grill out back.
Sure.
I remember us having a conversation with John, going, "You have to uninvite him."
Yeah. No, I don't remember who that guy was.
I just remember him going, oh, well, I have skill in persuade, and so I can just roll that, and if I succeed, I get to persuade you. And we were like, that's not how this works at the table. We don't lose our autonomy because you have a skill roll. At least with anyway.
So okay.
Sidebar.
So it's all good.
But again, that comes down to, I think, table expectations, right? What is your expectations of how the game works with the people that you play with? And clearly, this guy is not on the same page. And I don't know. So I'm not saying who's wrong, who's right.
I think expectations is some.
Yeah.
Right? I think that's session 0 some of it.
Absolutely.
I think some of this is basic etiquette.
Oh no, some of it he's not wrong.
Don't get Dorito dust on my shit. Like right? Like
there's a look.
I bitch. Like, hey, bitch. By the way,
there's a lot of
like when John brings shit up, and I love you, John. I really do. I do. I appreciate all of it.
Keep throwing him under the bus.
I do. I'm sorry.
How dare you?
But when you start throwing shit on the table, food.
Yeah.
Like stop. The table's for playing the fucking game.
Yeah.
If we wanted to just have dinner, we could do that somewhere.
Sure.
But we are playing a fucking game, and I need this space.
Right.
So do not bring plates of shit onto the table.
Sure. Put it in the kitchen.
We have a place for it, and everyone's going to still eat it because they can walk.
Which number was it? Which number?
All of them. I don't know. It's. But the guy said, hey,
yes.
Don't just randomly order food. We either order together or not at all.
Yeah.
And don't. And largely there was a lot of, hey, don't get your food near my shit.
Right.
Right? And I get that.
Yep.
Because, like, I by the way, I recorded this like 4 times. Yeah.
What do you mean?
I recorded a video on this several times.
Oh, really? They didn't come out?
It's just one of those things where it's hard to... I'm not super scripted, right? I don't write a script, right? And so sometimes you're just like, I don't like what I came up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna dumb that.
So wait.
So
hold on. This is gonna go back.
Well, this is what it is.
Right.
When we play Magic Realm,
right,
which is arguably a $200 game, which I've owned for 44 years.
Yes.
Let's keep that in mind. Like, let's think about that for a second.
As I have too.
Right?
Yeah.
I have owned a copy of this copy of Magic Realm, not this one, but the Harry Potter one.
Which copy of
I own 2.
Which pristine?
I own 2.
Why don't you have a third?
I'm getting there.
I know. I bought mine in the mid '80s.
I've owned this copy. The copy that's held in that Lego. 40. The box is disintegrated, but the pieces are still there.
Oh, I don't have
44 years.
I don't even
44 years.
Have the box anymore? I'm not sure I have the box anymore.
So when I pull that shit out, and then people slap down a drink,
right,
I get antsy.
Yes.
Right? Like it's
that's
$200+ worth of
cardboard. You can't just buy that again.
It's $200 for the cardboard.
Yep.
And again, I don't care in the sense of $200. I mean, this is $100 right here.
There's 200. There's $200 here.
Yeah, right on this.
We're about to drink $200.
Yes. So
but
forget it.
It's hard to find.
But Magic Realm, right? I've owned it for 44 years. I've owned this game for more than I've known John, you, my wife.
Wow.
I have. It's been with me longer than anything.
Yep.
I don't give it that much emotional weight.
But
it is. Yeah. So when someone slaps a drink down,
like,
okay. Oh, hold on. Let me restart my heart here.
Chicken wing time.
Yeah. Hold on. And you're like fucking Cheeto dust on this shit.
Yeah.
I'm a little annoyed, right?
I got you.
Like, why do you not give a shit as much that I do about this relic that I own?
Okay.
This artifact.
Right. Good point.
So this guy, I get it.
Yep.
This guy's like, hey,
don't mess up my stuff.
Don't mess my shit up. I think it's rule: no food or drinks near my D&D gear. If you wreck something, you pay for it. I let one person trash my DM screen, and I never had it replaced by them. In fact, one person attempted to gaslight me into believing they didn't wreck my shit at all. I'm not stupid. You're an adult. Accept responsibility.
That's fair.
If someone dumped water on my shit, I'm sure they'd go, I'll pay for that. And I
Sure.
get that. But why do we even get there?
Yeah.
Like, just respect people's shit.
Yeah.
It's easy. Don't let your fucking Cheeto hands fucking shit. Like, dude, just, like, how is that not basic etiquette?
Yeah.
I think there's so many basic...
I agree.
So much of this is, like, I would say 2/3 of this is just, the fuck are you, 12?
Yeah.
Get a grip.
Yeah, it's
like...
Yeah, my only real critique of it, other than a few of them, is a few of them are just ridiculous. But other than a small handful of them, it's mostly just the anger that he had in his presentation. Like, these aren't...
They're not unreasonable requests.
They're not unreasonable requests.
Oh,
but
show up on time.
But they are written...
Really? Should you show up on time? Like...
But they are written by someone who's so...
Yeah. You're a 14-year-old that has a John Wick fetish.
Angry.
Yeah.
That I'm like... I almost can't take it seriously because it's like...
I get it. I get it.
Why are you still doing this?
But again, I told you, as a GM
yeah.
forever,
No,
I'm like, hey, buddy.
Right.
It's fine.
But
these guys are assholes.
But 30 of them are absolutely on point. Yeah.
Like, show up on time.
Sure.
I mean, you don't... Look, I get it. We're all adults. Like, we play. We have 8... Like, right?
Yeah.
I get it. Just call me.
Mm.
Or tell me ahead of time. Because here's the thing. I do feel there's a divide between people that GM all the time and people that don't GM all the time.
Yes.
I do. I think that's where the GM shortage is and the Matt Mercer effect. All the tropes that you've heard in the past year or 2 years
Sure.
or so, I think come down to there's people that GM all the fucking time.
Right.
And people that don't. Not to pitch, because you're literally my favorite game of all time.
What?
Let's understand something.
Can we highlight this
Yes.
section here?
Jeff, you're my favorite gamer some of the time. If you're still there. If you're still there, you're my favorite gamer some of the time.
Every puzzle ever.
Because
puzzles.
I will say, Scott, you're a lazy gamer.
Oh my God, yes.
Jeff, you're not a lazy
Jesus
gamer.
Christ. So lazy.
So, there's you two are my favorite gamers. And Karen's my favorite gamer.
If you could merge us.
Like, she's also my favorite gamer.
Could you just merge us?
Like, there's a weird... Like, if I could get pieces of you all the time
Sure.
into one body, I would cut you up. And
I mean, I would too.
yeah, so I would totally,
That's fair.
I would tell the American Psycho the shit out of you. And
You could stitch us together to be the perfect gamer.
Done. I think there's a divide between people. Jeff said, witness. I think
That's fine.
there is a divide between people that GM all the time and
Right.
not.
Yes.
And I think, okay, you have all backstories, you all have shit going on, you all have agenda.
Right.
And I'm like, okay, now I'm going to plan around your agenda.
Right.
And you're like, hey, I'm not showing up.
Right.
You should fucking tell me.
Right. Right.
Because I just planned a whole night
Sure.
around your agenda.
Right.
And you've given me 10 minutes notice? Thanks.
Right.
Or no notice. Like these guys
Right.
just don't show up.
Yeah. That's not cool, right?
It's like, do you want any?
Yeah, if we're doing if I'm planning to do your thing this week, you have to be here, or you have to tell me early enough that I can plan to do somebody else's thing.
Yeah. Right? I mean, it's. I think people don't.
That's fun.
And I get it.
You asked, or technically I asked on your behalf. So what do we want to do? This.
And who answered? Almost nobody. By the way, you're all dicks. No one. Jeff answered. You answered. Done. That's it. You win.
Yes.
No one else could be bothered.
Yeah.
So fuck them a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm getting drunker.
So
I'm literally fucking I'm fucking my plan. So,
I mean, whatever.
Which
we're hunting Hellcats because
literally the fact is, look, that you could help out and say, "Hey guys, I would like to do this thing."
Right.
So help out.
Yeah.
Right. And these guys are like, "Well, I'm just not showing up."
Right.
And again, it's that.
No,
it's just a game. It's not serious. And I agree. You should never feel obligated to show up to a game.
No, but that's the same thing. If you and your friend plan to go to the movies, you would tell them, by the way,
yes,
I can't make it to movie night. You wouldn't just not show up to movie night. It's the same consideration, and the difference, frankly, is
he said, "Now I'm worried. Now I'm worried."
You should be.
You should.
And the difference is, compared to movie night, there's no prep.
Yes.
If you are a friend of someone, and say you see movies every Saturday with your pal, great. And if he doesn't show up, well, that's annoying if he doesn't tell you.
You're just seeing the movie.
You're just going to go anyways. And go, you look at your watch, you send him a text, and he's like,
instead of a large.
Oh, yeah, dude, I can't go. Yeah. And it's 10 minutes for the movie, and you're like, well, I guess I'm watching by myself. But if you spent, the week prepping for an adventure, and then the guy doesn't show up that's the lead in the adventure, that's a whole different
There's
thing.
1,000 reasons to not show up to a game.
Sure.
Any emergency.
Right.
I have a headache. My wife seems frisky. I don't give a shit. I'm dead serious. Any of those, I would be like,
fine.
Yeah,
right.
Done.
Just tell me.
Just if you could give me more than 10 minutes notice.
Right, yeah. If you can
I would be appreciative.
You can tell me.
Because we've agreed to get together and do this shit.
Right. Yeah.
And I have planned to do this shit with you.
Right.
So if you're going to not be here,
right,
tell me.
Right.
And these guys seem like they're just like, I'm bailing.
Yes.
Because I'm high.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Because you know what? I smoked too many doobs. And I've smoked 3 joints instead of 2. And now I'm... I don't see a problem. And I'm literally talking to Cheech Moran.
Yeah, well, bring him too.
Done.
Bring him to the game. What's the problem?
I am communing with Timothy Leary.
I mean, Tim can play.
Done.
Tim can play.
Yeah, Tim can play. There's 1,000 reasons to not show up. If you just tell me, I'd be...
No, I think
that amount of etiquette would be...
Most of these complaints boil down to just general etiquette.
Yes.
You just don't be a douchebag. Respect your fellow gamers and your GM. And, that solves 99% of the problems. But, man, he went on a rant.
But I think it just got to a point where...
Sure. He'd had
and the main issue, I would guess, these people aren't friends.
No,
they're gaming.
They feel like people he plays with, but not. They weren't friends before they gamed together. They felt like they ended up being gamers together. I mean, we weren't friends before we gamed together, but we then gamed so long together, we turned into long-time friends, right?
Yeah, it didn't take a time.
Right.
Yeah, it was...
because we met at gaming.
Yeah. No, I mean...
But that doesn't strike me as this does not strike me as someone who's complaining about his friends. It strikes me as someone who's complaining about people he games with.
Yeah.
Which is different.
Yeah, show up.
Yeah.
Don't ruin my shit.
Sure.
Why are we having this drama? The drama is the other thing, right?
Sure.
So they're meeting in person, but then they have a chat room to bitch about the guy.
I don't get that.
It's okay.
I don't understand
if I was 14, I sort of get it.
Sure.
Right? But if you're
adult,
30, 40, 20, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
It's where is it? Hold on. Saying anything to me, number 27.
Oh, well.
Saying anything to me about other players not liking me or doing X or Y without them saying it directly to me will result in me kicking you out of the group. Don't use someone else to push your own agenda.
Sure.
So presumably, I'm coming to you as a GM and going, well, Bob hates your... Jeff thinks you're an asshole. It's like, dude, how old are you?
Yeah.
Fucking...
That does feel like
13-year-old. Yeah, stop.
And I can't... It doesn't...
Or Trump. People say.
I've heard.
Experts have told me that you're a bad GM. You know what? Really clever experts.
I'm going to need a Sharpie.
Clever experts have told me.
Right.
You're a bad GM.
Sure.
What are we doing?
You know what you do with bad players?
Bleach.
Nuke them.
Bleach.
Both.
Right up. Drink some bleach. UV up the butt. Done.
stuff.
Yes, I get it. So
Yeah.
saying we all met over a game table. Yes, I mean, I didn't know Jeff before. Jeff Boys, I think, right? Jeff Boys was up.
I think Boys brought in the Coles, as to my recollection. Yes. And now he's gone.
And now we're going. I feel bad.
Sure. But I get why he moved back.
Nah, yeah, he did his thing. He did his. I mean, you gotta do your thing.
Absolutely.
Like, life is more important than any fucking stupid gaming group. I get it. Which is why.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yes. I mean,
hold on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Life is more important than any dumb gaming group.
Yeah, Boys.
If you're listening.
That's what he said. Boys did.
If you're listening.
But yes,
right.
Like there's a weird level of drama that I would not expect out of adults.
No.
If that makes any sense.
No, so this is a weird list because it does feel like at one point he's 30 and at some point he's 13.
Yeah.
And I can't quite figure out. I took notes and I didn't bring them. I feel bad.
I think here's the thing. I will say this. And again, you guys will probably all a little laugh at me, but I think I've always said to folks.
I actually like some of these.
I have always said to folks, the gaming table brings out the best and the worst of people, even though you think it's silly. It's silly as shit.
Sure.
But the gaming table brings out all of people's weird vibes. It truly does. I believe it does. Like if you go, wow, if you want to see the true character of man go into a foxhole, I'm like, no. Play fucking D&D. If you don't want to die, D&D first.
Yeah,
like just
that's a better first step.
Right?
Like we don't have to go to war for this.
We don't need to be in mortars and with live.
No, I think that's fair.
If you just roll some D20s, you will see this guy at his worst. And people somehow dissolve under the fire of being cooperative.
See, I don't like this one. 19.
Which one? 19. 19. Discussion of metagame details. In-game. Will result in instant damage to your character. No, I think that's dumb.
Because
I think metagaming is fine. But see, we have a vibe. I'm okay with that because I'm like, well, fuck. Of course, you describe you metagame details.
Yeah, I'm not saying play your character out of character. I'm just saying there are considerations, and because this, frankly, to me, this reads of player etiquette. There are meta considerations. For instance, no one would do this. Don't go off on your own.
Sure.
That's a meta argument.
Sure.
Because you could say, as a player, my character would do this. That the classic fallback. And I would say, as a GM or a player, you are uninvolving the table. If you decide to do a thing on your own, and that's metagaming. That's 100% metagaming. But that is a bad thing to do because you are deciding, I am going to do a thing all by myself and interact with no other players for whatever reason. I don't even care the reason. That is absolutely a metagaming decision. And I think you could have a discussion about how about we don't do that? How about you find a reason to invite everybody with you? Right. I'm not saying we can't do your thing. Yeah. I would love to do the thing you want to do, but you should find a way to get everyone involved in the thing you want to do, and then you're not doing this weird side quest with just you and the GM while the rest of us go, well, I don't know, he didn't tell us where he went.
Right.
But that's a metagaming. That's metagaming. But I think there are good reasons to metagame, and then there are probably bad reasons to metagame.
No, I'm mostly okay with metagame.
Right.
Like if you have 8 players,
right?
Sometimes the spotlight's on 2 of you,
right?
I don't think metagaming is terrible,
right?
As long as you're not, I don't know what you want to say. As long as you're not
doing things that
imposing on people,
or doing
this decision,
or doing things that are just very contrary to character campaign, whatever. Like you're, you know.
And in a fight or in a mass combat or something, metagaming, I mean, I don't hate all of that, right? I don't hate it.
Yeah, because
I think it's fun.
Sometimes there are considerations that aren't just, what would given my character's knowledge, what would I do in this place? Sometimes there are a little bit of like, bigger picture sometimes matters. And partly just, mostly in those circumstances, I feel, because I don't want to disinvolve people. Like I
want everybody to be involved.
Any choice that uninvolves players is generally a bad choice.
Yeah,
like find a way to do the thing you want to do that involves as all the players. So that's the metagame. I think that's the metagame that matters. Like everyone should metagame that.
I think that's one of the.
But I'm sure there are some things that are just. Look, I do get like. There clearly are mechanical decisions that you may choose. Whatever, which don't make sense, but make sense to you because whatever, the rules or what. I don't know. Maybe that's a case for that, but I think there's a lot. There's a lot of good decisions for.
I think.
So that's one I just.
I think that's one thing. So again, I talked about this a little bit. I don't think my video was great. I thought it sort of rambled, by the way. But I think one thing I would love to kick back to player is, look, guys, you're sort of also responsible for the table.
Sure.
And I think a lot of folks don't think that. I think that's part of the problem here. A lot of folks don't think they're responsible for the table. They think the GM is.
You mean running it? Or
generally, the table. The gestalt of the table.
Okay.
So what you said, hey, maybe you shouldn't go off on your own.
Right.
Without telling anyone, because that then disinvolves the rest of them.
That's not necessarily your job to
That's not necessarily me.
Right.
That's everyone going, hey, guy.
Right.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Not because it's a bad idea.
Right.
Like, I don't care what, like that might be a good in fiction choice.
Sure.
It's a bad on table choice.
Sure.
Because you are disinvolving everyone else.
Right.
For a period of time which is unacceptable.
Sure.
So find a way, much like, remember the Shelley problem? No one knows Shelley. So we had this player who for the longest time, she was lovely.
Lovely person.
No, we are all there to tell us we are all there to tell a story. Yes. So for a long time we had a player. Lovely woman.
Yes.
But she would do this thing where she had a character and other players would be doing a thing and she'd go, I'm afraid. I'm not going to go.
I wouldn't do that.
I can't go.
Right.
Or I can't do the thing. Or I can't go there with you.
Right.
And the answer is, well, Shelley.
Right.
I get it.
Sure.
But you're now saying to me, I don't want to play for 4 hours.
Right. Because you don't participate.
Because these guys are going to go do the thing.
Right.
And you're not going to go do the thing. So what would you like to happen?
Right.
Because what you just said is, I'm not going to go for 4 hours.
Right.
I'm going to sit here and watch them do the thing.
Right. That's right.
So I think a lot of players still, and this is fucking 2024, like it's not 1988. Like we know how this game goes.
Sure.
I think a lot of folks still have the problem where they don't quite get it, where they go, well, my character would do this thing, and everybody goes, look, dude, stop it. If you can think of one reason to not go, you can think of 10 reasons to go.
Right. Find
one.
Find a reason.
Right? The Stephen King and Sanderson and George R. Martin Tolkien, whatever the fuck his name is. More R's. 82 R's Tolkien Martin. Their character would go.
Yes.
So figure it out.
Yeah.
Because you're just telling me you don't want to play.
Right.
So fucking find a way to play, please.
Yeah.
And I think there's a little bit of that in here.
Yes.
There's a little bit of that in a lot of players. They just go, well, my character would do this stupid thing, which is against the party. And they go, yes. And all their characters would go, we don't want that guy. We want the guy that comes with us.
Yeah. We're going to leave you behind.
So we'll leave you behind and do it.
Right.
That's where I answered. I don't know if you saw my comments.
I don't think I did. Yeah.
So when I said 29 and 10 strike me as a forever GM, 29 and 10 are the ones that hit me hard and actually made me go, yep, no, this guy's a gentle soul that needs to be nurtured and derided.
I do love 10 a lot.
Yeah.
And I totally agree on 10.
Right.
Every time a player does that, I really cringe.
So
it's like you either are.
Let's read 10. Hold on. Let's read 10.
Okay, sure.
Every snide comment you make to an NPC will be remembered and paid back in triplicate. You all seem to believe there is little consequence.
I think actually that's the best of all 44 because I feel that gets to the core of.
We all need to work together, just like today. Yes, of course.
The thing with that one is, first of all, that's not me. Like that's not an angry comment. Like some of these are just angry. That is one where whoever he's referencing, that player, does not respect the world in which their character operates and does not believe that there's any realism, that there's any validity to anyone's actions. So, like if you take I can disrespect every merchant I run into, I can talk back to the king, I'm an adventurer, I can do what I want to do.
Go one step further. Because I think there's a metagame portion, frankly. Now you gave the in-game portion, right? And I agree with you.
Right.
But I think there's a metagame outside portion, which is simply that player is saying to the GM, you're not going to do anything because you're going to be the dick. If you do something, you're the asshole.
Nope.
It's the same thing with
put you in jail.
It's the same thing.
I'm 100%.
You have because there was again at the game store. You see these guys all the time. Well, my character would throw the grenade
when the party's in there.
I was panicked. I threw the grenade, or I stole from the party because I'm a thief.
Well, my
character would do that.
The rest of them would kill you.
The answer is, but the other ones would never travel with you
or execute you,
and they would kill you in your sleep.
Right.
But they won't do that, and you know it,
right?
Because you're betting on them to be not an asshole.
Right.
You're the asshole because you're saying to them, "You're not going to be the asshole, right?" As you take shit from them and do stupid shit because you know they'll be the adult in the room.
There are no repercussions because the other players will respect the generally conceived etiquette of the table, even though they don't.
So you are absolutely like it's beyond. I in character like you, and it's beyond the.
And I'm not even 100% against a little player friction. Like, I think in the right campaign, not every campaign, but in this campaign, I think there could be a little bit, because you've got 4 different noble families. You have, how about this? Because of the town structure, you have definitely competing factions.
Yes.
Like, you could have some conflict, but
that's not this.
But no, that's different. Like,
this is, so let's ignore this town.
Yeah.
Ignore this game. Your characters have committed some heinous crime.
Sure.
And you were dragged into the chambers of the local lord.
Right. The judges or whatever.
Right? And they're judging your shit.
Sure.
You have nothing. And you are still standing defiant. You guys are nothing compared to my magnificence or whatever. I don't know what the hell you say.
I mean, I'm not saying you can't take that task.
Right, you can.
But when you get thrown in jail, that's okay.
But what you're saying to the GM, I dare you to fuck with me, because if you do, you're a dick.
It's not fucking with
You're
you.
not being a dick.
It's repercussions.
I'm not being a dick. You're going to be the dick. It's the same with people I stole from the party.
Yeah.
And I know, but then when the party goes, yeah, I slit his throat at night, they go, whoa, hold on. And you're like, no, why did you think there was anything else coming to you?
Yeah, that's how that works. Or they just leave you.
Why did you think I wouldn't give them a roll to detect?
Or they
you were fucking with them.
Or they just, they just leave you.
Like, why do you get to do a thing and they don't get to roll against you?
Yeah.
Why do you get to do a thing and they don't get to they caught you, right? They're going to cut your hands off and leave you in the why is that not okay? But you're stealing from them's okay. Yeah. Well, because I expected you guys to be the reasonable ones, and
that's the thing, and I don't even have a problem with. Frankly, I would not want this, but if someone wanted to be sort of confrontational within the party, as long as they're willing to accept the consequences, I'm like, well, that's not my preference in the campaigns we run, but I'm okay with that as long as you don't mind that consequence.
Here's the thing.
I just
I get it.
I just wouldn't prefer to be in that campaign.
I agree with you. That's not number 10.
No.
You've all done it, by the way. Sure. Everyone's done the I'm going to stand in the face of something which is ridiculous to stand in the face.
This is my dick move.
A demon, a god, whatever.
Right.
And go, I defy you.
Right.
Because and the question is, what do you expect to happen?
I mean, I won the dice game.
No, and it's good. That's different. It's totally different. It's different.
I mean, I did do that.
It's totally different. There's a different beast there. Sure. Again, I think he is bitching because every NPC that comes up, they go,
don't care.
It's like, I would say, don't get me wrong, I've experienced this way before this.
Sure.
I would argue it's the Joss Whedonization of dialogue. Oh. Where everything is gauged in how snarky it is.
Oh, I see.
Like, no one can respect, it's the sitcomization. No one can respect anyone.
It's too fun to do that to not do it, right? It's the...
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's no one can respect anyone. Like, everything is quips.
Sure, I got you.
Right?
Yeah.
There's a little bit of that in the universe. And I think that harms the universe.
Right? I mean, quips are fun if they are meaningless. Like, you know what I mean? Like you're not, I don't know, they're harmless. But if you're absolutely disrespecting authority or
so someone does that and I go, okay.
Right.
He has you executed.
Right.
Done. What?
Right.
Right? I mean, okay. I'm okay if you're like, okay, that's cool. I was executed. I'm like a new guy.
Yes.
Like, if we're the game we're playing, then that's cool. The king goes, kill him. Yeah. And then the 6 guards kill you. Right. Because you're in chain.
Yeah,
You're not getting out. You're not.
Well, I mean, look.
You got nothing.
It's funny because on one hand,
like, that's okay.
That's one of the things I like most about Bostonia is because it has a very hierarchical structure, which is pretty rigorous.
Sure.
You know,
I mean, we don't mostly engage that.
No, not at the level we play. Yeah. But, you know, the lords are the lords.
Sure.
The church is the church. You know, and they have power.
Sure.
You know, and
if Jeff,
right, and
if you truly wanted
and
something
flying directly flying in the face of it has or should have repercussions.
Yes. Now, having said that, that is not Bostonia. That's every fucking world in every fucking game in the universe.
Sure.
Like any GM, no game in any GM's game does not have some hierarchy.
Sure.
Which the players at some point are not at the top. Right? I mean,
think
about it.
It's just...
Like, you're playing Forgotten Realms.
Yeah.
You're not the boss of Forgotten Realms.
Mm.
You were some local adventuring party doing something.
Sure.
You go up against the king of the Swordlands or whatever the hell. I don't know anything about Forgotten Realms. Like,
there are definitely things in Forgotten Realms.
Lords.
There are lords. You know, the Forgotten Realm lords.
You literally, right? But there are.
Yeah. Right. That's
like. Yeah. There's no game that you just said doesn't actually map. Like that doesn't.
Sure. I guess my problem is
the funny part.
I don't know any of the other. I don't.
Just
I played Estonia so much. I don't know the other ones.
You're just saying any.
Yeah. Yes.
Campaign world.
They should.
If you're dragging
presumably they have kings and barons and
that over some random third level yachts.
Right.
And he just have him beheaded at a heartbeat.
And I'm okay with that.
And again, and I'm okay with that too.
Yeah.
But I think my issue is with that. Number 10, easily just said.
Yeah.
You do not like. It's not that you don't respect the social order of the game. It's that you don't respect the social order of the campaign world, and you're relying on me to not pull the trigger because
to treat you with kid gloves.
Right.
Yes. When there's no reason to.
Because we're at this table.
Right.
And I could just say, make a new character.
Yes.
Yep. Sorry. Bye-bye. Make a new character.
Yeah.
We'd like, what? What are you, oh God, what are you doing? You're a dick. And you're like, no, dude, sorry.
That's how that goes.
You bitched at the queen of all fairies.
Yeah, don't do that.
Fuck you. She
sent
your shit.
She sent your fairy assassins to murder your ass.
He killed you.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
and yet they're level 20. So whatever you can do, it ain't them.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Make a new character.
Yeah. I think that's fine.
And then, yes. But then, right? I mean, but there's a table. The problem is there's a table discussion at that point that then becomes different. Oh, Chris is a dick.
No, I don't. Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Presumably they have a chat room against this guy.
Then you're at the wrong table.
Yes.
That's all.
It all comes down to you're at the wrong table. It all comes down to
that. Is if that's the game. If that's the game, if that's the game you want to play, then you need to find someone else to play.
If you think,
right?
Yes, right. And I totally get it.
If you think telling off the king,
it hurts my heart a little bit because I get it. Because I totally get it. I get where that is.
Sure.
I've seen it. I know it.
Yeah. If you think telling off the king is cool at your table, then you just need to find people that who agree with that. Because
like the game works better if you all buy into the same reality.
Yes. Yeah, I agree.
As dumb as that sounds.
It's a shared hallucination.
Yeah.
Right?
And if you
don't hallucinate the same, like if you can't all buy into whatever the weird mythology that we are trying to, do together cooperatively, then it's not going to work. Like you all have to be on at least roughly the same page of how the world works.
Yeah.
How the characters work within the world. What are the stakes? Is it high lethality, low lethality? Like you need to all be roughly on the same page on all the major points. Otherwise, people are going to be unhappy. And if you are unhappy, you should not, do not play at a table that makes you unhappy. Like that. It's not worth the, whatever this guy's doing. He should find different players.
It should be done.
Posting
that wasn't worth it.
No,
he should have just said.
He should have said, what, guys?
I'm good.
And
my mother's dying of cancer. And I'm going to take
my dog has AIDS, and I gotta go. Look, there is a table that would love to play with this guy.
Yes, I agree with it.
He just absolutely. There are some hardcore,
and honestly, these guys are dicks.
Oh well, if it's all up front,
he might be. I'm not saying he's not or he is,
but
I'm saying these players are dicks.
Sure, there are some old school D&D players that would love to have this sort of by the book, hardcore GM as their GM because they want to run effectively a adversarial game. They want to have players versus GM. They want to get the loot. They want to survive the deathly traps. They want that level of stakes, and this guy seems to want that level of stakes. This is not a touchy-feely, light game.
No, I don't. Be honest. I don't even know that's where this guy was. I think.
I mean, he seems
he
like
is there because he is there.
Well,
I think. I don't know that you're wrong.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. I think there's a causal,
weird thing maybe he got to that.
He's like,
maybe got to that point.
Yeah,
maybe
y'all. I'm gonna put landmines in my shit. Good luck.
Maybe he's got to that point.
Like, I don't know.
But there is definitely a table of players.
It's why two of fours exist. Gygax is like, fuck you. I'm gonna make a dungeon.
Too easy.
Yeah.
How about this? Yeah.
Screw you.
And I think there are people that want. There are players that want that. There are players that would look at these 44 rules and go, "I'm on board," right? But he needs to find those people because clearly the people he's ranting about are not those people. They want a different game than he wants, and both. I'm sure. Look, he may be a douchebag. They may be terrible players, but I feel they both have to be very unhappy. I can't imagine how any of his players enjoy this, because clearly he does not enjoy this game, right? And you should not do an activity that you don't enjoy or cause you this much anger. Well, it's just no one's having fun here.
Yeah, I think
that's really my takeaway from this. While I do agree with most of these, no one's having a good time.
Sure,
and do not do that.
I agree with
you. I'm sure I complain from time to time about various things that annoy me, but I always have a good time. I don't ever not have a good time. I always look forward to every Saturday.
You complain? No, I'm sorry. Wait a minute.
Not about you.
Let me write.
I don't know.
I
know. I mean, no one's
here. Let me get some roll. Hold on.
No one's here.
No, I think.
Don't go off. Look. Don't go off on your own.
I think. So here's the funny part is, hey TV, what's up? Did I come in at a bad time? No, you're a little late.
What?
Because we're like 82 drinks in.
We are not 82. We barely touched these.
And so many bourbons in, I can't count. But yes, hello TV, how are you?
Hello.
So here's the thing. I think. So it's funny.
Yeah.
Because I think.
I did enjoy it. I enjoyed looking through this because it's interesting.
I think it's an etiquette problem first.
Yeah, sure.
I think there's a lot of just basic human.
Yes.
We're in a group doing a thing, and you're not.
Be cooperative.
You're not right. Respecting even that.
Right. Respect my stuff. Respect each other's time. Respect my time. Just look, they could be playing cards.
Yeah.
And I feel like if you have this rant about card players, you're like, stop playing cards with these assholes. Yeah. Like if the fact that it's D&D is immaterial.
Clip. I don't know what that means, but yes.
Hello. Don't stop interacting with each other. That's what takeaway from this.
I think that is rule 0. Like if you read those, you go, that's not your group.
Don't play together. Stop playing together.
I think the second thing is just a basic etiquette.
Sure.
Show up on time, or tell someone.
Respect.
Don't touch people's shit. Don't fucking cheat. There's a couple in there where you're like, well, those people are cheating.
Yeah.
I know they're cheating, right? Oh, yeah, you're spellless. You should tell me what those are.
Right.
And when you roll the dice,
tell me what you're doing.
There.
Tell me what. Yeah, stop it. There was a lot of what are these idiots doing?
Cheating.
Yeah, what are these idiots doing? Look, if you need to,
you're cheating, stop it.
Yeah,
don't cheat. Show up. Don't be an asshole.
I don't get that. Yeah,
and don't get Cheeto dust on my shit. How basic is that?
That should be gaming. You're saying there's only needs to be 6.
There's yes, there's gaming 0.
Yeah.
There is a complicated. So okay.
Yeah.
So you're right. Those 4 rules, and then have a session 0, and everyone's expectations are the same. That's what you just said. You said, look, we should all have...
We don't always do that, but I think that's partly because we've played together so long that...
How about this? I feel...
We don't need to.
feel...
But I think
that for the most part, you guys trust me enough.
Yes.
They go,
look,
whatever
none of us are going to go...
Whatever stupid shit...
I wonder what Chris will do this campaign.
Like, whatever,
we don't, it's not like we... Yeah.
Whatever stupid shit I'm going to do, you're like, it's probably in a tolerable... Like, we're not talking about spider assault.
Can we?
I mean, yes. Okay.
Look, here's the thing I know. Here's the thing I know. Here's the thing I know. Whatever campaign you do will have some elements of horror because you can't not. And that's fine. I'm not opposed to it. I'm just saying...
What is horror?
Just a little bit...
Or ghouls horror?
No, just a
zombies horror.
No.
What's horror?
A
little extra.
A little bit of.
So what?
Yeah, no, it's not critique.
No, I'm
just saying.
No, I'm not.
I'm just saying. You can't not sprinkle. It's like fairy dust. You can't not sprinkle a little fairy dust of horror.
Sure.
Because your campaigns have that little bit of vibe of just, it's got to be a little creepy. I'm not saying it's too much, and some of them more than others, but like you got to have a little bit. Like you can't, like you would not run a really vanilla fantasy campaign without any elements that I would call a bit of horror. It just goes against your nature. And I
don't know what that means.
Okay.
Like, see,
because it's your nature, Chris. You don't know. It's like
so.
It's like saying
the zombies don't have eye attached to the mask. Like,
right?
What do you want? Like the zombies don't have their noses haven't been shaved down.
Right.
It's
like saying I don't know. What describe your GM. It's like, well, his name is Chris. He's white. He's not aware of that. Because it's like he's unaware of horror.
Like, what do you want?
It's part of his nature.
What do you
like there has to be a little bit. I'm just saying. I know that for a fact. I know that
undead meat meadow.
Meat meadow. There's a goddamn meat meadow. There's a meat meadow, Chris. This meadow was made of meat.
Was it?
It what? Are you saying the tar didn't come from creatures?
I'm just saying, whatever. It was tar underneath the field.
Right. Anyways.
Have you not watched Beverly Hillbillies? Black Gold.
You know, it's the same
he
thing.
Moved to Beverly. What's your problem?
I'm not saying it's a problem.
No, I get it. I love...
Just a little bit.
I love horror.
What?
I love it.
Do you?
I love it.
Okay, shows up once in a while. Just saying. I expect it, and I
love old. What's his nuts?
King.
No. I love. Where is
he?
He's up there. Clyde Barker.
Oh, Clyde Barker.
Not new Clyde Barker. Not.
Oh.
No, new Clyde Barker's like, I'm all good and happy.
I've never read anything by Clyde Barker.
No, I love it. I do love it. Having said that, sure, a little bit creepy.
Yeah,
I'm all in.
Yes,
I'm all in.
Yes, we're aware.
Well,
no surprise.
Well, I don't know how you avoid that, by the way.
Oh.
Like I think D&D in itself.
There's no way you couldn't do it.
I don't think there is.
It's gotta be hard. It just comes out.
Like if you do D&D, like play D&D.
Look, I want you to run it. I want you to
orb with 1,000, with whatever, a dozen others.
Sure.
And one of them disintegrates your enemies.
Okay.
Like, tell me that's not cosmic horror.
Okay, sure. Good point. Yes.
And there's spiders as big as your face, and that's the small one.
Yeah, but a spider's not horror intrinsically.
What's horror intrinsically?
Every piece of wood in this house is a potential advertisement. Yes, the house is trying to kill us. Yes, that's horror, Chris. The Puppet Master, Jesus Christ. That is the most horror thing you've ever done. The Puppet Master is horror. Why? Look, I'm just saying,
You just
accept it, embrace it.
I do.
Just, okay.
You said that. I just don't know how you avoid it.
Oh, you can't. No, I'm aware.
I think D&D is.
I'm aware you can't avoid it. I've been playing this guy with a long time. You can't avoid horror.
I'm fighting a spider that's as big as a house.
Okay.
That's fucking horrific.
No, it's just
No, it's
a spider. It's
See,
a spider.
somehow that's okay.
Yes.
Like, to me, that is the scary part.
I mean, as Scott, I would agree with you. As an adventure, I would go, it's just a monster. The horror is the other thing. It's the talking baby statue. It's the fortune teller saying behind you. It's, oh my God, it's so many things. I can accept the fact that you like.
I do.
I like it. Totally. This is my rant. This is my rant.
I just don't.
I don't disagree with it. I just accept that you
accept it.
Every campaign's a horror campaign.
No.
To some extent or another.
Sure.
Okay, good. Same page. No notes.
As D&D philosophy, I go, every D&D campaign is horror.
No, it doesn't have to be. It's
Are
not.
You sure?
It's yes.
Are you sure?
It's you. Don't take this the wrong way. I heard you tell me your dreams. It's you.
Sure.
It's you. And I'm good with it. I'm just, what do we? What
I need an opinion. I need a third opinion.
Every campaign is horror, Jeff. Get on board. I've been at this a long time. Anyways, I'm good.
Having said that,
I don't know where we were, but it doesn't matter.
I think at some point, I think these 44 rules come down to etiquette.
Sure.
There's a session 0 component.
Yes.
A lot of, low magic, high lethality, low.
That's preference. Right? That's just
session 0.
Session 0. This is what the campaign's going to be like.
I think there's a weird etiquette.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be a dick.
Don't be a dick's a good rule in general. That's a good life rule right there.
And I think some of what's happened is you have players which go, well, my needs aren't getting met. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to be a dick.
I'm going to do what I want to do.
Yeah, right?
Sure.
Or I'm going to talk shit on chat.
Right.
Right? Or whatever.
I mean, people are terrible.
And, again, I did. When I read all this, I'm sitting there going, just come on, buddy.
Yeah.
Give this guy a hug. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. They're dicks.
Yeah.
It's fun. You're good. It's good. Just go find someone else who will value you.
He just needs to find a different group.
Walk away.
Yeah.
And just do the thing.
Yep.
Right? It's fun. And he might be terrible.
Sure.
He might be. Like, I don't know. He might be Patrick Bateman, for Christ's sake. Like, American Psycho. Oh. He might be a nutbag. I don't know.
Sure.
But nothing in there said nutbag other than I'm
angry.
Really pissed off.
Other than anger,
guys.
yes.
You guys have pissed me the fuck off.
Right, to do this.
And here I am.
Right.
And that's what I got out of that. Like, everybody else, there was really...
I didn't watch any of the reaction videos because I'm like, I don't care. I just want to find the 44 things. I don't need to see your reaction to this because again, that's just more idiots on the internet. I don't need to see more idiots on the internet.
And none of us do.
Right. So
we should all get
But I said, I read through all these. I took notes. I wish I brought them. And I would probably agree with the vast majority of these. With the caveat of, you're super angry, you should probably just either stop GMing, or at the very least, find a different party.
Stop GMing now.
Yeah, stop GMing now. Because this will never work.
It's on your crew.
No, if this is your 44 notes, if these are your notes, you can't play with these guys anymore, right?
There has to be an element of horror to point to this is bad. See, Jeff gets it.
Sure.
It's all horror.
Yeah.
You go into a dungeon, it's horror.
Doesn't have to be.
It could be. It is.
Okay.
It fucking is. Like, that's the whole... That's sort of it.
It just could be dangerous.
Nah.
They didn't have to have masks with their noses shaved off and their eyelids attached. They could. That's fine. They didn't have to.
And that's not horror. Is that horror? Is that really horror?
It's horror adjacent.
I'm glad I creeped you.
We just started
the here's the problem.
We just started the camp.
I'm like, yeah, that's not horror. And yet I'm like, I'm so happy I creeped you out. That's good. Like
I know.
Like, yeah.
I know this is just
it
step
worked
one.
by heart.
I know this is step one. I know it's going to get worse.
It worked by heart. You're like, yeah, that was fucking a little creepy.
Right.
Like, you shouldn't have done that. I'm like, shouldn't I have?
I'm going to do it again.
You know what I mean? How many? Can I keep doing that? Because I just keep doing it. Like, how?
I'm aware.
Yeah. I will eat your tears.
Wait till we go to the ant place.
Hold on. Here, put that. Here, put that. Put that right here. Is it? Yes. I will drink of your tears.
I know.
It is glorious.
That's fine.
No, I don't like horror as a tabletop genre.
I agree.
As a tabletop genre, horror blows.
It's a dash. It's a just dab it.
Undercurrent.
Dab it in. Dab it in.
Undercurrent to a general campaign.
Yes. Yeah. Dab it in.
It's glorious.
Dab it in.
As a Call of Cthulhu.
No, I would never. No, I would never.
It doesn't work as well.
No, because it can't be all horror all the time, because then it's not scary anymore.
Yeah,
You're just like, hey, we die. We all go crazy, we die.
Yeah, right.
Well, that was a fun week.
Yeah.
Right, that's no fun.
Yeah.
No, you gotta be judicious in your dabbing.
It should be normal shit.
Sure.
What the fuck did I just walk into?
Right.
Normal shit.
Right.
Oh God, I wish I could go back to normal shit. Right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, that's what you want to do. You want
what we're going. That is what we're going to do.
You want this.
Yeah, sure. We want that.
A little bit of ride. You want what is going on? Like when you choose to go into the giant helmet.
Don't do that.
You should be like, well, why did we choose to go into helmet again?
We shouldn't do that.
Like, why?
Let's say don't do that. Don't do that.
Right? I should back out.
Yeah.
The dungeon hates you.
I'm going to back out.
The dungeon hates you. That's what you should understand. The dungeon hates you.
Okay. So no dungeons.
Or dungeons, but they hate you.
Tell everybody, no dungeons.
They have great shit in them.
Do they? Have they?
Look it up.
Good point. We burned it. We burned it.
Just like it's ergonomic design. Yeah. I mean, so anyway. Yeah. Back to the 44. I did do an entire bitch rant.
You didn't post it?
What?
Did you post it?
20. I did.
Oh.
29. I did.
Okay.
I did. I actually went back and forth on it. I posted, didn't post. I had it scheduled for yesterday, today, Sunday, private, and then I just said, "Fuck it, I'm going to post it." I didn't think it was great. I didn't think it was like a clever.
This is way better.
I didn't think it was. I mean,
it's way drinkier. I'm sure of that.
It's way more cogent.
Is it?
I don't know.
Really? Holy! I can't believe that's the
saying shit like so. Here you go. So it's late, and I get it.
Is it?
We're keeping going. Saying shit like, "Guys, come on, we're not here to have."
Oh yeah.
We're here to play D&D.
No,
this is serious business.
It's not.
Is rude and dismissive of how much work I put into this. I will simply go home if I hear this shit. I cannot tell you how much I was like, "Yep, fuck that, fuck those guys."
Sure,
that guy's right.
Yeah.
Those guys are assholes. Yeah. They should die in a fire. Like, you cannot imagine how much I just was like, yes, this unhinged bastard who's dropping F-bombs like fucking is right.
Yeah.
Those
if anyone actually said
assholes.
If anyone actually said that,
they should be ground up into black goo and burned by Jeff and make a smoking crater in my heart. Done. Wow. Assholes. That is the asshole move.
Sure.
Like I get it. Right? Because I can see it. I've done it. I've been there. You're all sitting there yapping.
Yeah.
oh, hey, blah, 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 my day, my week,
Right.
whatever.
And you're like, let's start.
Going,
let's start.
And I'm standing there. I've done this like literally in the past month.
Yeah,
I've stood there.
Right.
Quietly.
Yeah.
Waiting for someone to look over and go, hey,
we should start.
The GM, who's probably spent more time than any of us thinking about this yet, during his fucking free time, is waiting for us to quiet the fuck down and get started.
Yeah.
And you're all still talking, and I get it. We all want to talk about our day.
Sure.
I get it. And yet, here we are.
Yeah. Yeah.
And at some point, you're like, guys, we'll never get done if you keep going.
Right.
And so someone, and so that's fine. To sit there and not notice that the GM is maybe waiting for you to shut up.
Right.
Is okay. Because you might not notice.
Yeah.
But when the GM says, hey, it's 9.
Right.
And we're going to play till 12 probably.
Right. Let's start.
Let's get started. And you turn and go,
oh, yeah.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
I was talking, well, I suppose.
Right.
We're here to play D&D and not have fun.
Right.
And you're like, hold the fuck on. You can go home.
Yeah.
And have all the fun you want.
Implying that what I'm spending my time doing isn't fun.
Right. Yeah. I'm like, no. Time the fuck out.
No, that's a crazy no. That's a crazy person.
Yeah, like you crossed a freaking line. Like there's a lot. Like we're all adults.
Sure.
There's a lot of things we write and we do, and there's a lot of things. And I've even gone to the table and said, hey, if we don't start now, you're gonna go to what? How long do you want this to go?
Right.
Let's do this.
Yeah, we want a session. Yeah.
Get it. Everybody's talking.
Sure.
We're all talkers.
Sure.
I can talk about my week for 6 days too.
Right, but we got to get started.
Do you want to get started or not?
Right.
If you don't,
yeah,
fine, tell me, and I will just sit down and have a drink with the rest of you.
Right.
But if you want to play a game,
yeah, we have a limited amount of time.
That we actually spent hours dealing with.
Yeah, and we don't start early.
And again, I think this is a difference between people that GM and people that play.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm like, hey, I would like to talk about this bullshit that happened this week. Me too.
Sure.
But you know what I also did this week? I prepped 6 hours for you. So could you just fucking pay attention?
Yeah.
And again, it's a little dicky of me.
No.
And yet...
I don't think so. I mean, look, we have a window of roughly 8 to 12.
Yeah. Right?
One day a week.
Yes.
And,
you want to do this or not. If you don't want to do it, tell me ahead of time.
Yeah.
And we will all just get together and talk.
Right.
That's a different...
Or play a board game.
That's a different thing.
Because there's no prep. If we're going to play Magic
and here's the funny part.
Right.
Some people wouldn't show up for that.
Right.
And those people would still talk through the 4 hours.
But right, we can play a board game. There's no prep on your part.
Right. It's a different gig. And you tell me what you want to do.
Right. But if you want an RPG, that takes work.
I've done a thing.
Right. And then
do the thing or not.
And we only have a limited time because...
And that's okay, because guess what? When I say that, when I am a douche and put the hammer on the gavel, right? I bang the gavel. Mm-hmm. Everybody goes, okay, maybe we should shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
But
like, no one's ever said that.
These guys go,
oh, wow. God, I know.
Hold on.
Right.
Whew.
I would boot that guy immediately.
They'd be like, you know what?
You're gone.
You don't want to be here. That's cool.
Go. Yeah.
You know what? Does anyone need to move to get him out?
Yeah, I would boot that guy immediately. What do you do?
Like that pissed me off just so much.
Yeah.
Like, I can't express to you.
No, I don't know. Here's the thing. It's weird because, again, I don't know how you get to the point where that dude is still at your table. Because how is he not gone? How have you not just said, oh, no, you aren't doing this anymore?
So here's the thing.
Right? Like, I don't know how he got so angry to even write this. Because how long did he put up with this, whatever this is? Unless it's all in retrospect.
I know, probably is. And this, right? So there is. And this is way more in the 80s than it is 2024.
Uh-huh.
The guy that's like,
Do you know when that you?
I'm too cool. No, this is recent.
Oh, really? He wrote that recently.
I believe so.
This feels like the shit were in the 90s.
There's a certain class of dudes. It's like I am too cool to enjoy this unironically.
Okay.
Right.
Right.
Like, oh, I get it. You're playing Stranger Things and Vecna, and we're all 12 or whatever. Ha ha. I just want to sit here and drink beer and hang out.
Yeah.
And that's cool. If you're not disrupting shit, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, if you all agree that that's the table.
That's very 80s in my... Like, that's that guy. That's that, hey, I'm just here because you're all here.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm here because you nerds are here. I'm here because you nerds are here doing the nerd thing.
Yeah, a friend of a friend.
And I came... Don't get me wrong. They don't realize that, unironically, they're like, well, but you're saying you have nothing better to do on a Saturday night. So
hang out the rest of the
pathetic are you? I didn't want to do this. You don't want to do this, but you're still here?
Yeah.
That is more pathetic than me.
That is...
Weirdly,
that's the real nerd.
Yes.
Because he's...
But having said that, there is that class of dude that's like, I'd rather be lifting weights at the strip club. But I'm here playing with you nerds because you guys are here.
Weird.
But we could just, we could all watch porn, right, guys? Or whatever. Like, I don't know. I don't know what the thought is. But you're like, you're at a D&D table. What did you expect to happen?
Yeah.
Did you expect...
Hopefully D&D.
Did you expect cheerleaders to appear? Like, what did you expect to happen?
They don't.
You're here.
Yeah.
Like, this is what you agreed to do.
Yeah, I don't know.
So fucking sit down and do it.
I don't. Yeah. It's a weird list because again, I don't.
But I don't. This isn't. But again, I don't know that this is that. Like, it could be. It could be. That could still exist. But when you have Hollywood movie stars that play D&D, like D&D's mainstreaming.
Yeah.
Like it's. Fucking everybody plays D&D. Like every fucking
Joe Manganiello, baby.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Like Superman plays D&D.
Superman plays D&D.
So who doesn't play D&D? If you're at a D&D table, what do you think's gonna happen? There's no strip club, by the way. Spoilers. You're not going to a strip club. You're gonna roll D20s. You're gonna fight orcs and roll D20s. Like,
okay.
What do you think's gonna happen?
That's not what I thought. That was not what I signed up for.
What do you like? I don't know. But beyond that, there is then that whole mentality of, well, you're bringing down the vibe by actually trying to get us to do what we came here to do. Kind of, there's that whole like
you're holding us accountable to the tenets, like doing the thing that we said we wanted to do.
It's the same folks that don't show up, and get high. Like all these.
Well, the thing is,
he's like, if you get so fucking high that you can't do, I'm gonna. Like you're fucked.
I mean,
like
arguably half of the critiques are the same critique.
Yeah,
they're just you are not.
You don't respect anything.
You are not participating in a respectful way. That is half of them.
In the thing we all agreed to do.
Right. Because you volunteered for this. No one forced you to be here.
You signed up for this.
Right.
So don't be
high.
Fucking show up.
Right.
Don't be a dick while you're here.
Right.
Like, what part is that? Like, that's 30 plus of the rule.
Yes.
And by the way, don't break my shit.
Yes.
That'd be.
But that's
30.
That's the vast majority.
These roles.
Yeah.
I'm like, why? And who's bitching at this guy?
No, it's
Which
weird.
Assholes in red bitching at this guy.
Well, I didn't watch any of those because I read through it and I'm like, well, I agree with most of them. Now, a few of them I think are ridiculous. But that's fine. That's a guy who's clearly on a rant.
Here's the thing. Yes, right? It's if you don't do this thing, which is basic courtesy, I'm going to harm your character. No. That's dumb. The answer is, if you don't do this basic courtesy...
Leave the table.
I'm going to not play with you because you're a dick.
Right. You don't need an in-game...
I'm not going to break your character.
You don't need an in-game punishment that for a person you don't want in your game.
You are...
Like, that just feels like, well, you're petty.
Do you want
because you could just be the adult here and go, this isn't working out.
You've ruined your argument.
Right. This isn't working out for us. So either I need to go and you find another GM, or you need to go and find a new GM.
Yes.
But you don't need to make these weird, take half your hit points. It's like,
no.
What's the rationale behind that? Why are you still playing with each other?
Here or not.
Right.
If you don't want to be here, there's an easy answer.
Right.
Find something to do.
But if you don't want to GM that guy, then why are you arbitrarily just giving an in-game punishment for someone that you are then keeping around for what? To be your bitch?
Here's the worst.
Like, that's a weird...
Here's the worst part.
Yeah.
So here's the worst scenario.
Like, none of that makes sense.
They're pseudo-friends.
Okay.
Right? It's a group of people that hang out together generally.
To game.
No, generally.
Oh, you think?
They vaguely... No, I don't know.
Yeah.
Speculation.
Okay.
Right?
You think they're more than just gamers
together? I just don't know. My take is I'd be like, no game is worth it. I'd be like, if you guys were this, I'd be like, guys, I would send a text.
We're out.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Done.
I mean,
and I'd be like, I don't need my Saturday nights. I'll play Fallout on stream.
Sure.
Like that's what I was doing.
I mean, how about this? If we were like that, you should. Please do. Or have the conversation with. Can we fix this before we have to just
be like,
right?
Absolutely. And I've done that. Like, games I don't enjoy.
Yeah.
Like for instance, the Blake, Jeff, Scooby Kids, whatever game, whatever that was, where you portaled every week to a different game.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, you know what?
It's not my jam.
I don't think this is fun.
Yeah, it's not my jam.
So I'm out.
I get it. Yeah.
Like I am 53.
Right. I don't want to do this.
I don't need to play games I don't like.
Yeah, that's fair. Right.
I don't
right.
care.
Right. It's not fun enough to spend an evening.
Oh. Like,
what?
Look, like we've already figured we've already had this text. We have a dozen at most between us before we die, right? I mean, is that not true?
I mean, a dozen. Generous.
Generous. Right?
Generous.
This
is supposed to go 3 years. I was promised 3 years. That's 3 of my years.
We have a dozen campaigns in us at most.
I don't think it's a dozen. I don't think it's a dozen.
But you know what I mean? Like that
for you, maybe. I mean, with your heart, though.
No, I seriously have bad history.
I know you do. Your uncles did not do well.
My grandfathers died.
I mean, my
yes, your family lived till 9,000.
But I'm not.
But you're not as healthy as that.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Hello.
God damn it. Right.
You need to lose 50 pounds and stop drinking and stop fucking drinking.
I need to lose 100 pounds
stop drinking.
and stop drinking.
And I need to
stop drinking
and stop drinking.
Better jeans. Stop
drinking.
Wow.
Because that does not help.
What do you think that's going to go for both of us?
We have a dozen at most campaigns. Done. Let's go dozen. Anyway.
Dozen, maybe.
Anyway. But seriously.
Like, at most.
Like, the whole... And I love Jeff. I love Blake is cool, and his wife is cool. Like, I don't dislike them. I like them a lot. As people, I think they're probably really cool. Like, I don't hang out with Blake or his wife.
No.
I feel they would be really freaking cool to hang out with.
Yes.
And yet, that game, I don't give a shit about this game.
I've had really good campaigns with them. We did Burn Bright, which is a sci-fi set, which I really enjoyed with both Jeff and Blake and Carrie. We did Fallout. The Fallout rule set, which was great.
The Fallout, I fell out of because it wasn't going to fit.
Schedule. But I really enjoyed that campaign. I do agree that the sort of the rotating adventure of the week portal thing just didn't really fly. Yeah. But whatever.
I mean, I think it was. I like Jeff and I like Blake and Carrie.
But that mostly came from.
Do you feel vaguely that their game and my game's never going to match? Like,
no, probably true.
Right?
Different.
And I don't play much.
Yeah.
So if I'm going to play,
you want to be a good fit. You want to be a good fit. Yeah, I get it.
Like, am I going to sit on Discord for 4 hours? And frankly, Blake and Carrie are flaky gamers. They're worse than any other. Like, they're like, oh, yep, I don't feel good. I'm on.
Yeah, they're.
Or, hey, my kid cried.
Yeah.
Or whatever. And
well, we're now playing late.
Yeah, like right.
Yeah. You literally.
We're done at 6 p.m.
Yeah. No, but it might be 2. But it might be 2.5 hours.
Yeah,
or 3.
You have 2 hours. And an online game that we do once a week.
No, online games I think are tough in general.
Okay.
I don't mind doing, like I said, we're going to do some with Dennis. But, he's like, it's probably 3 to 5 sessions. And then that's it. Like a nice little mini arc. Like that I sort of like. Sure. Because it's whatever. It's fun.
It's going some.
It's 3 to 5 sessions. You know it has an arc. You're in, you're out.
Sure.
And we do actually play, because we typically play, like, the goal is, I think, Sunday afternoon. So we'll probably play 5 or 6 hours.
Yeah, sure.
And then we're done. Like, we do the arc, and then we're like, okay, 3 to 5 sessions. Like, I sort of like those. Because it has an end. And whatever. He's curating a specific adventure, right?
Yeah.
It's not like, well, we'll just try and wing it, and because that was a problem I think of the Portal thing. Is like no one wants to GM permanently.
Yes, it's all haphazard. Oh, I'll do a thing.
And so it feels very.
I'll do a thing.
Yes.
And then
somehow these same characters run through it,
but not.
Yeah.
But
yes.
Yeah. Like that campaign. I was never going to jump.
Well, it didn't last much longer.
There's no stake.
Like you didn't miss much
to that.
Yeah, you want more stakes.
I mean,
or you want a nice arc and you're done. Right.
Like if we're to play 5 times.
Well, that's the thing I frankly liked about the Middle Earth campaign that I ran was I knew it had an ending. Like that was not a year-long campaign.
Sure.
I think we did like 6 months or so, maybe.
I remember.
But I knew it was going to end. Like I knew it would come, go, and then I enjoyed that.
Yeah, I love that game. A little bit. Like that's
nice.
It's one of the, yeah,
I'm glad.
I really did.
I had a good time.
Player experience. I liked the Warhammer. I did like.
I liked Warhammer a lot too.
I liked my character. It was a little wonky.
Yeah, but much like
I loved the Warhammer campaign.
I did worry that the Middle Earth wasn't like as I say,
I love the rule set, but that's a different bit.
Yeah.
That's a totally different.
I think every GM has the worry of. Is this fun? Are people having a good time? And it's always hard to gauge that. So I felt that but I felt about every time I GM anything is, I don't know if this is fun. I don't know if people are having a good time. I don't know if we should be doing this.
That's where I think people, so that's a thing that players need to get in the habit of doing. I
just want to tell you,
it's a lot of fun.
I've been having a great time in the current campaign. I've loved both adventures. I thought they've been great. I love the town, the weird town. Just so
I don't even need what I think players should do.
Right.
I'll tell you what players should do in every campaign. And I try to vaguely do this when I play.
Be more.
I play like 8. I play what? 0.002% of the time.
Maybe. Be more proactive. Yeah, be more proactive.
Like when you find a thing that's cool,
right?
Just fucking go for it. Cool.
Right.
Dive in. Like right. I want Karen to marry the.
And frankly,
I love this idea. Let's do this.
Until that happened, I was like, well, we'll do some adventures, and I had a vague idea of what the big bad guy was doing. But I'm like, we'll see how it goes. And then once sort of you and Karen glommed onto,
yes,
well,
lean in.
Let's
Lord,
right. And then immediately I'm like, oh, that's what the campaign's about. That is literally what the campaign's about.
And I'm fucking some dwarf with a shield. I'm like,
right. And
let's get her fucking.
The rest, I didn't even change the campaign. That's not even
time in the middle of the rolled, and I lost the character. That's what
he did. He died because I will say one thing about Jeff. He hews to the rules. Like if I tell him, look, you roll your death saves, because I wanted in that camp, I wanted a little flexibility. Like you're going to roll death saves like you would normally in D&D. First of all, I want them to be secret because I don't want the other players to know if you're succeeding or failing unless they make a medical check. I like the uncertainty of, is he dying or is he okay? But I like the roles to be secret because, again, you decide. I don't care. If your character dies or doesn't die, sort of your choice. Like, you could just arbitrarily roll the death saves and go, it's a shitty death, I don't want to take it. But I like the other players not knowing, and I like putting that in the hands, especially on things that I think are sort of inconsequential, in the player's hands. If he's like, I don't want to die to some random goblin because that's a shitty death that I feel isn't fun.
Yeah,
isn't fun. But Jeff, to his credit, he's like, I fucking failed the death save. I'm dead.
What?
And nobody got to him fast enough. I'm like, you are dead.
Yeah, I don't feel great about that.
Well,
I don't. I was like,
that was Jeff's decision. Jeff could have said, you know what? I made my death saves. I'm fine. I'm just knocked out. But Jeff does the Jeff thing, which is Jeff has a lot of old school gamer in him.
I agree.
He is other than you, he is definitely the closest to old school gamer.
I'm not even
No, but he likes the dice say what the dice say, and I'm not fighting that, right?
I don't even know where I'm at anymore.
Well, that's fair.
Like, I don't even know.
But I wanted
I don't even know anymore.
People in out because I don't want people to have a death that is shitty. Like, it's one thing to have a heroic death. That's cool. Like, look, if Grim goes down fighting the evil priest, even if they don't defeat him, I'm like, look, that's a great death. He fought doing the thing he needs to do. That's a fantastic death. I don't care if he's successful or not. But I don't want, like if he went to fight Hellcats and died fighting Hellcats, I'd go, that sucks. Like, now, don't get me wrong. If Jack dies fighting Hellcats, I'm like, it's Jack. I don't really care. Like, I'll make a new guy. But, like, I don't want Grim to die fighting Hellcats because it's just not cool for Grim.
Jeff says, nope, I'm an old gamer. Just an old gamer.
It's not old school. He's just old. Well, you're younger than us, Jeff.
He's not younger than us.
He's younger than us.
Are you younger than us? How old are you?
He's younger than us.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes. How old are you, Jeff?
How old are you? Jesus Christ! I can't believe that's where we're at.
We're arguing who's the old.
Midnight and
first of all,
and 92 drinks
12,
in.
47.
Yeah, and 82 drinks in. How old are you?
I'm 50.
He's older than both of them.
Is he? No.
That's all.
No. Jeff is. I'm gonna say 51. I can't read it.
He is 54.
Oh.
So as old as you.
Well, I'll be 55 in a week.
So you're older than him.
Yes.
I'm younger than. I'm a baby.
I thought he was.
I'm the baby of all of you.
Oh, I mean, I know April's a baby. I thought he was.
Jesus. Time out. That's
No.
TMI.
Hey,
This is on screen. She's like 8 or 18 or something. Like, he married a supermodel at 20. Like, I don't get how that's even a thing. Like, how. Jesus.
We're not delving into that because.
No. Everyone's. And your bride is way younger than you.
She's 4 years younger. See, I thought Karen and
I'm the only one that married someone of my own freaking age, and the rest of you robbed the cradle. Done.
Fair point.
Keep that.
I thought Jeff and Karen were closer to age. I thought he was 51-ish. She's 50. 51 this. Oh, she might be 51.
50 years.
She's 51.
Ageless.
Well,
Ageless.
obviously.
It's all women.
I got her in 4 years.
Ageless. Fucking ageless. Timeless.
Did you just call your wife old?
No.
Okay,
No.
good.
Timeless.
Don't do that.
It's all women. My wife will never.
I insinuated one.
Your wife will never watch this. My wife will absolutely never watch
I insinuated one lady was old, and I've never heard the end of that. You get to meet her on Friday.
I can't wait, actually.
Melissa.
By the way, I'm actually frightened. I'm actually worried that I will vaguely kill myself on these wings.
Oh,
Like
I'm terrified.
I will, because I've eaten hot shit. Like
sure,
I still love hot shit more.
Sure.
And as I've aged out of hot shit.
Right. So last night, I'll say, in a fit of it's late, I'm drinking, I'm now making bad decisions. I got some little bag of chips. I put some barbecue sauce in a bowl, and then we bought a bottle of hot sauce because my family's like, we need to get on, but we need to train. So I went looking for shoes in Slippery Rock, in the mall up there, and so there's a hot sauce store. And I'm like, there's a hot sauce store. I gotta go in here. And I went to the lady, and I'm like, so I'm looking for a hot sauce. I don't want to die, but I want a hot sauce.
Jeff said Stockholm Syndrome.
Good point.
Presumably with all the wines like that. I think that's the context.
It's fine. So I said, do you have a hot sauce that's hot, but I don't want to die? Because I explained, we're doing the hot ones wing thing, and I need a little amp up.
It's going to work until it doesn't. Then it's going to suck.
And so she sold me a bottle of hot sauce that's very garlicky, first of all, very garlicky. But it's not insane, but it's hot, right? And so I put some of that in the barbecue sauce. But the problem is, it comes out of that bottle like, I'm like, oh, that's a lot. So I mixed it up, and I dipped, because I do love potato chip and barbecue sauce. Delicious. So I put the potato chips in there with the barbecue sauce and this hot sauce. And I was eating that last night going, holy shit, this is melting my face. And I know the weak sauces that we're about to try are going to be way worse than this. And I became afraid. Because I'm like, I'm dying. It's delicious.
I'm not worried about going in.
Oh, here's the thing. This could be a rough gaming session the next day. Just saying. Good luck, everybody.
I'm worried about the other end.
I'm worried about all of it.
Yeah. I'm concerned.
I'm worried about
I'm
worried about the night of. I'm worried about the morning after. I'm worried about the day after.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm worried about everything.
Do you have a lot of beer?
I am gonna have a case of beer.
I'm not bringing liquor. Liquor's not.
No bring it. Plus, I have a ton of liquor.
Beer will help me.
I'm gonna have a case of beer.
A little bit of beer.
We're gonna have a lot of water. We're gonna have milk.
I'm anxious to meet the magical Melissa.
Sure.
The rando
and her boyfriend,
co-worker.
Yes.
The one co-worker that has been the thread throughout all of your working.
Yes. Because I hate everybody else.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
I hate everybody. I hate everybody. Yeah. Yeah. She and her boyfriend are coming, and it's all the McGowans.
I don't know why my kids I don't know.
And Jen Dubs apparently.
Truly tells me my kids have nothing fucking better. Like they need more lives. Like they
whatever. It's 3 hot wings. It's 3 hot wings.
It'll be fun, but I don't know why they're
And
coming.
we'll have celery.
Your kids are there, and
my kids will be there. And they haven't
kids.
seen each other in a long time.
So
we'll have celery and dips. We're getting a salad also from John's coming, right? Fellion.
I think John's coming in town.
Fellion.
Well, Jonathan, right?
Yes, and Tess.
I think Tess is coming.
Yes, it was.
It's
a lot of people.
I mean, that's a thing.
It's
oh god, your air conditioning is gonna suck.
It's
gonna suck.
My plan. Dress appropriately. It's gonna be hot as shit. And so look, we're doing this at 8, but I am going to.
Live a life. I just wanted to come because it sounds fun. Yeah, sure.
Sure. It's going to destroy your inside.
None of us have a life.
I'm going to crank the AC during the day to try and vaguely keep up with it.
Sure.
So that when people show up at 8, it's not 1,000,000 degrees in my house. Because we're going to have like 14 people.
That's a lot of people. A lot of people.
Yeah. And it's going to be 95 degrees. Yeah. It's going to be rough. And hot wings. It's going to be
fun. It's fun. It's a fun idea.
It's a great. It's a great idea.
I'm concerned
with
the execution. I'm concerned with.
I'm very concerned.
Oh God!
Yeah, I think the first 5 wings are going to be fun.
Great, and then the
last 5 are
horrible.
Yes.
And I'm still all in.
Yes.
Because.
Yes.
But I don't eat hot shit anymore.
Oh.
Like, I used to eat really.
You did.
Yeah.
Yes.
I used to eat a lot of.
You did.
I don't anymore as much.
Well, you're fucked.
No, I get it. Yeah.
I mean, I'm fucked too because, I mean, I'm sweating now.
Because.
I sweat at the drop of a hat. I just sweat.
It's 95 degrees. You're eating fucking hot wings.
It's going to be a disaster.
There's 14 people in your house. The AC's like going, what is this?
Fuck.
It's going to be good.
Yes.
I sort of can't wait.
I sort of can't wait. I can't wait, and also...
And, I haven't seen Jen in 30 whatever years.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, Jen. I mean, I don't, right? We don't...
Sure.
It's not like it, I get to see the Melissa that you talked about for, again, a billion years.
I think I've hyped her too much now.
Like, I mean, she's got to be gorgeous. Like, she's got to be... Like, I'm like, huh. Whew. Melissa, Jesus, I'm sweating already. That must be my first 4 weeks.
Just don't tell her she's old. Because I never lived that down.
Look, we're all old.
No,
how
but...
old is Melissa? Say it. Just how old is she?
At least 5 years younger than me. Maybe more.
Dude, she's younger than you. What the fuck is that? Like, how did
She might only be 45.
But that's not... Please. That's not vaguely old.
I know that.
Like, that's a baby.
I didn't say she was old.
Like...
The reference was she was
old. I'm of the correct
First of all,
age.
this conversation happened 10 years ago.
Jeff's old. And you're old. I'm only 53.
This conversation happened 10 years ago, and I insinuated she was older than another coworker, which she was, but then I have never lived that down. Oh, she'll bring it up.
By the way, thank you. I now have a quest, a side quest.
Right. If you can't get that to happen, you fail.
Yes.
Get your achievement, Chris.
So, how old are you, Melissa? Because Scott sort of mentioned...
No, too late.
You were just...
No. You got it.
And I don't know that it's... subtly it's not a thing. I'll be like, I don't know. Scott mentioned how old you were. But you look a lot younger than...
Oh, my God.
You look younger than Scott implied you were. Oh, I can't wait. I'm doing it.
You are.
I can't wait. I'm doing it.
This is on a list.
I'm doing it.
You are 45.
I don't know.
This is etiquette.
At this point, by the way, I don't know what we're talking about. Nothing. We should stop the screen because it means nothing anymore.
Why is it still on? This is table etiquette. God damn it. It's hilarious.
I can't wait.
Oh, please do that.
To go. It's wow, Melissa, you look so young compared to what Scott described you as.
Perfect.
I expected you all gray and maybe a little decrepit, but you're vibrant.
Please do that. Please do that. Just please do that.
I can't wait.
Wait till the king shows.
Wait
till the king shows up. I will call him out.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, sure. Thanks. We'll call up the king. I will. You know what? I'm going to diss the Mother Superior to her face in your campaign. That is what we're doing.
And you want to be killed?
No, it's fine. That's fair.
Like, okay, I expect. God. But at least I didn't call Melissa. Or I did.
You know who's really old here? You, Mother Superior. So.
Kill him.
Perfect.
Shoot him.
Yep. Hilarious. No notes.
Be all good. All good.
It's going to be great.
Nonetheless.
Are we done?
I think we're about done.
Oh.
I don't even know. Like, at some point, I'm not even sure we said. Like, I'm not sure where we went. Having said that.
It's 12:58. We should be done.
My main take was.
Yes.
When I read that. When I read the 44 rolls.
What was your main take?
My take was I should hunt this guy and go, Your players are assholes. It's okay. It's okay, buddy.
Yep.
Your players are
Find new players.
Find new players.
Yep.
Done.
I think we both agree on that.
Like, I don't think there was a lot wrong with it.
No, I
think the guy's an asshole, and he definitely got more. He definitely went right.
He leaned into it.
Oh, yes. I'm a badass. It's like, you're not a badass. You're an abused.
You're just unhappy.
You're just a guy who's unhappy.
Just find other people. Yeah.
Walk away.
Yeah.
These guys are jerks.
Don't play with.
The worst part is they're probably his buds.
Maybe.
Sort of. But not really, but sort of.
Right?
Yeah. Like they're half buds.
That does not feel like
the worst. The gaming acquaintances, like everybody has those people.
That does not feel like a good relationship.
I don't have them anymore because I'm old.
So they've died.
No, I'm just saying that I don't have a lot of people that are half. I don't want to say Benny was that because Benny, your buddy. Benny,
oh, my buddy.
Benny.
I was looking for a rock to hit him over the head with.
No, I get it. You don't like Benny. And that's cool. You shouldn't like Benny. Benny was a dick.
Because I knew I couldn't take him with his fair.
Benny was a dick. Having said that.
Yeah.
But he wasn't.
But did he read like some of these rules?
No.
Oh.
No, I mean,
he sold Arthur into slavery.
Benny was these rules in a weird. Again, it was the 80s or the 90s or whatever, right? Like Benny read those rules, were in those rules because he was a dumbass and didn't know any better.
Sure.
Playing with him 30 years later, you'd be like, dude, what are you doing? Stop.
Yeah, I suppose.
Like you have kids, like stop it. Stop. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, when we were in our 20s, it was different, right?
Well, I just think people are dumb in their 20s, and they don't realize they're dumb. People like in their 20s, fair. I'd be like, in my 20s, I might be typing things like, hold on, let me get there.
Yeah, okay.
I'm never just threatening you. I'm promising you. That might be my 20s. In my 50s, I'm like, oh, come here.
I mean, if I had superpowers, I would do that.
Come here, buddy. You come here. It's okay. It's okay. They're assholes.
Sure.
Just
go
away.
Yeah.
It's okay. Do your thing. You know, like it's a different 30 years makes actually quite a bit of difference.
Oh yeah, sure.
In your perspective.
I am way more mellow than I used to be.
I don't have a lot of like I like the John Wick movies.
Sure.
But I don't have a lot of tolerance for John Wick in my day-to-day life.
Oh yeah,
like that's not
because
reasonable.
It's a fantasy.
It's not a reasonable.
Yeah, it's fantasy.
Like take.
Yeah.
Right.
Sure.
And so being like, if you fuck around, you'll find out. It's like, guys, you're 50. Stop. We've all found out. Right. You're gonna die soon.
Right.
Stop it. Play the fucking game.
Sure.
Relax, and either go away or play the game. You don't have time. To do anything else. There's no time for this.
Yeah.
That's my sort of gig with that guy. However, having said that, it's 1:00. We've been at this for 5 hours.
Wow.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And you're welcome. All the same. No one's watched us.
Oh.
Good.
Those people.
Seriously. There's literally
two people?
Like two. I'm like two. And I'm good with that. Okay.
Jeff and whoever the other gentleman was.
I feel we've done what we needed to do.
Thank you for participating.
Jeff's going to sleep.
Whatever this was.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're going to stop it. We might still keep drinking. He has a half a beer. We're going to drink and eat some fucking bad food.
Oh, bad food.
Bam. And I'll see you guys later.
I think that went great.